Chapter 1 I became the rich second-generation villain. At the school gate, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan stopped and the driver respectfully pulled down the door. Then, a teenager walked out of the car. The boy looked 18, tall and handsome. There were a lot of girls who came to school around and saw them. Almost all of them were excited and couldn't help but want to get closer. It's just that the young man's face was gloomy, giving people a feeling that no one would enter. The boy was called Wang Haoren. He is in a very bad mood now. After all, this kind of thing happens to anyone, no one will be in a good mood. He is a traverser. Before crossing, he was an orphan, struggling in the big city. He was nearly 30 years old. He was still doing nothing. He couldn't catch up with a girl. He was a complete loser. The bad experiences in life almost happened to him. After crossing, he is a rich second generation. He has a good family background, looks handsome, and learns well. Every day to and from school, Cullinan picks up. The pocket money is too much to use up. Originally encountered such a thing, dreaming would wake up with a smile. In fact, just a few days after crossing, he did feel quite refreshed and laughed in dreams. After all, he lived so badly in his previous life. After crossing, there are such excellent living conditions. Anyone will feel good about it. But he soon discovered that things were not that simple. The Cranetail students in the class have recently improved their academic performance by leaps and bounds, and they have occasionally interacted with the study committee members who are also the school squad. You know, in everyone's eyes, Wang Haoren and the schoolgirl are a natural match. Although the school flower does not admit it. The Cranetail students and the school bachelors got close, and those dog-legged little brothers couldn't help but show their courtesy. No, yesterday I called the Cranetail student to the corner to give him a deep education. 3 people hit 1, no matter how you look at it, they are crushed. But it turned out that the 3 younger brothers were beaten up. Wang Haoren, the former blogger of the World Expo, felt that the plot seemed familiar. Isn't this the plot of an urban novel where the tail of a crane turns over and soaks in school flowers? And his own background and conditions, it is completely a villain-rich second-generation template. After this thought came up, Wang Haoren couldn't help but smile again, thinking it might be because he was thinking too much. But at this moment, the standard system of the Traverser came out. The name of the system is called the Supervillain System. Through the system, he learned that he had traveled into a parallel world constructed by Urban Shuangwen's novels. His identity is undoubtedly a proper villain-rich second generation, a toolman who was slapped in the face by the protagonist. In the main storyline, he constantly confronted the protagonist, but failed step by step. When he probably lived less than 100 chapters, he was ruined by the protagonist. The family property is occupied by the protagonist, and the favorite school flower is also the protagonist. Damn, what's not good about crossing into a villain? If you want me to become a villain, I won't even survive 100 chapters. Play with me. Wang Haoren vented in his heart. But it was already an established fact, and he also knew that he was unable to change it. Of course, this does not mean that he has accepted his fate. Judging from the events in recent days, the plot of the novel has clearly just begun. The protagonist has just begun to grow, and he can't just face himself. I have too many resources than the protagonist. As long as you make good use of these, plus you are prepared, your own villain is not completely unable to counterattack. Boss. While thinking, a boy wearing a hat came from behind. Under the hat, some bruises can be vaguely seen on his face. Obviously beaten. This is one of Wang Haoren's 3 younger brothers, named Fen Jian. The other 2, one is called Fan Tong and the other is called Qin Shousheng. Listen, listen. What are these names? Fan Jian, guilty. Fan Tong, rice bucket. Qin Shousheng, beasts are born. These 3 people are the villains. Obviously, this was deliberately designed by the sand sculpture author of Evil Taste. Fan Jian looked embarrassed, for fear of meeting Wang Haoren's gaze. Indeed, this is shameful. I haven't hit one of 3. Fan Jian was stared at for a while, and finally couldn't help it, and took the initiative to admit his mistake. Boss, you want to beat or scold, whatever you want, we are the one who embarrassed you. Why are you alone and the other 2? Wang Haoren did not blame, but just asked. Because he knows that blame is useless, people have the protagonist's halo to protect him. How can it be so easy to be beaten by the 3 of you stinky fish and shrimp? Seeing that Wang Haoren didn't blame him, Fan Jian heaved a sigh of relief, and walked closer, laughing and joking. Going back to the boss, I ran faster, and suffered a lot less beatings. They were a little weaker. They run slowly and were beaten badly. Half of their face is about to swell and deform. It is estimated that many geniuses will fade away. Wang Haoren couldn't help being speechless for a while seeing the expression on his face. What kind of cerebral palsy boy is this sand sculpture author matching himself? Running fast and getting beaten up, he actually wanted to show off triumphantly. Why, I still want Lao Tzu to praise you for failing. If you keep smiling, I will slap your face. Wang Haoren couldn't bear the smirk of the cerebral palsy boy, and scolded him. Boss, don't, I was wrong, don't laugh anymore. Fan Jian quickly admitted his mistake and said. Boss, don't worry, I will definitely find this one. I still don't believe it. The boy has 3 heads and 6 arms. Today I call 10 brothers. Save it, it's useless. Wang Haoren shook his head. The protagonist has taken precautions now, and with the role of the protagonist's halo, he continues to call people over, only to give the protagonist sandbags. Taking a step back, even if the protagonist can't beat him, he must escape easily. This is simply useless work. It's useless. The boss, my name is 20. How come there is so much bullshit, it's useless to say it. How is it possible, then I'll call 30. Why don't you call you? Forget it. Wang Haoren couldn't help but explode. Call my mother. Boss, it's not, no way. How can I beat my mother's weak body? Fan Jian said bitterly. Wang Haoren rubbed his temples. What kind of cerebral palsy kid is this? After resisting the urge to hit someone, and calmed down for a while. Don't do this kind of thing in the future. Ah, boss, what about the boy's sister-in-law? What kind of green onion is he? We really can't stand it. Fan Jiandao. Let me ask you, am I handsome or the kid handsome? Wang Haoren asked the younger brother. Of course it's the boss, you're handsome. What kind of kid is, at best, he has good features. Fan Jian answered without hesitation. There was no flattering in it, because it was a fact. Is that my family background, or that kid has a good family background? Wang Haoren continued to ask. Boss, your family has tens of billions of assets. That kid is from an ordinary family. This is completely incomparable. Is that good grades for me, or is that kid graded well? Boss, you are in the top 10 in the school, a proper schoolmaster, and that kid counts down, he is a scumbag. Is that over? With such a good condition, can I still lose to the poor guy at the end of the crane? What do you want to worry about? Boss, I understand. It's our extra effort. Without your instructions, we won't be troubled. That kid doesn't deserve to be compared with you at all. Fan Jian finally realized it. Wang Haoren nodded, and looked at the cerebral palsy boy with a foolish look. Suddenly, a system prompt message appeared in my mind. Chapter 2 School Flower Hostess. The sudden movement made Wang Haoren stunned. This was the first time I got such information after getting the supervillain system. And, there is an extra panel in my mind. Open the panel and take a look. Host, Wang Haoren. Power value, 89. Charm value, 198. The above 2 data, the average value of normal adult man is 100. Villain halo, 99. Villain points, 100. Skills, none. This panel is obviously Wang Haoren's various data attributes. Wang Haoren's family was in a superior family. He was picked up and sent off by car to and from school. There was basically no exercise. The combat power value was lower than the average level, which was normal. The charm value is close to twice the average value. This is naturally beyond doubt. Good looking, good study and good family background. In the school, he is recognized as a grassroots figure. I don't know how many girls have a crush on him. System, what does the villain halo mean? 99 is more or less. Wang Haoren used his mind to communicate with the system. Back to the host, the villain's halo is unique to you, just like what the protagonist has, it is the protagonist's halo. The protagonist's halo will not be lower than 300, and the host's 99 points is low, and he may burp faster. Damn. Wang Haoren cursed secretly, and then asked. Then the villain's halo points, is there any way to increase it? The host suppresses the protagonist's success, plunders the protagonist's chances, and seizes the heroine's body and mind, etc., all of which can increase the villain's halo points. Capture the heroine. I like this. Wang Haoren was overjoyed and asked. Then if my villain's halo points are the same as the protagonist's halo points, or more than him, does it mean that I won't face a hiccup ending? Host, your understanding is not completely correct. When your points are the same as the protagonist, you will be the biggest villain, and you can belch until the finale. Only if the host has more points than the protagonist, will you not belch, but it just doesn't belch. In other words, it still ends miserably, it's just that it won't die. Wang Haoren was a little worried, and then asked with a heart broken. Then can I kill the protagonist? Congratulations to the host, I finally have the villain's consciousness. When the host has more points than the protagonist, the more likely it is to kill the protagonist. It seems that I am destined to be at odds with the protagonist. Wang Haoren was completely awakened. Then what's the use of villains? Villain points can draw prizes and exchange items in the supervillain mall to help the host fight against the protagonist. At the same time, you can also query various attribute data of the protagonist, heroine, and important supporting roles. Mall. Where is the mall? Open the mall for me. Wang Haoren urged. The supervillain mall is currently in an unopened state. When the host villain point reaches 500, it will automatically open. Then how to get villain points? Change the direction of the original plot, suppress the success of the protagonist, and so on, all actions that can benefit you from the host, it is possible to get villain value. After the system answered this question, Wang Haoren also figured it out, and at the same time thought about the plan to deal with the protagonist. Call those two guys to the school. Wang Haoren gave Fan Jian an order. Ah. Fan Jian was surprised. Ah, what? Just do it for me, don't ask anything. Wang Haoren grabbed the conversation and interrupted the little brother who was about to ask nonsense. Yes. Fan Jian took out his mobile phone and immediately followed suit. After hanging up the call, Fan Jian reported that Fan Tong and Qin Shouxing had already left for the school. Wang Haoren nodded. The two walked across the campus road to the classroom. Hey, isn't this sister-in-law? Good morning. Fan Jian screamed at the ghost not far away. Wang Haoren looked in the direction he was facing and saw a girl. She was tall, with long black and beautiful hair. The skin is white, and on a little goose egg face, the delicate facial features are almost distributed in golden ratio. Even in ordinary school uniforms, he still couldn't stop the youthful and beautiful breath. Such a girl can be seen at a glance even if she is placed in a crowd. Her name is Su Mayan. He is the study committee member of Wang Haoren's class, and is recognized by the entire student body. Of course, it is also the heroine, or to be precise, one of the heroines. Because according to the urinary nature of urban novels, how could it be possible to match only the protagonist with a schoolgirl heroine? Su Mayan studied well and looked beautiful, and she and Wang Haoren were like a natural match. In the entire school, there is no boy as good as Wang Haoren. If this were put in reality, how could Su Mayan dislike it? But the sand sculpture author who constructed this novel forcibly said in the plot, Su Mayan had no feeling for Wang Haoren, and even a little disgusted. However, Wang Haoren is extremely in love with Su Mayan, alive without a rabbit and a licking dog. Why do you say that? Because Wang Haoren has such excellent conditions, he can easily pick up many beautiful girls. But Wang Haoren only loves Su Mayan and dismisses other women. When the story of the novel progressed to the back, Su Mayan fell in love with the protagonist completely and was compliant with him. So, at the protagonist's instigation, Su Mayan even used Wang Haoren's love to help the protagonist kill Wang Haoren. And when Wang Haoren was dying, because he loved Su Mayan so much, he didn't blame her. Wang Haoren in the original plot is really sad. Go to the sand sculpture author, I don't want such a tragic ending to happen to me. Wang Haoren cursed secretly in his heart, and then began to sort out his thoughts. It is still in the early stage of the plot, and Su Mayan treats the protagonist as an ordinary classmate. And there is only a slight disgust and resistance to myself. Really? Su Mayan was angry and embarrassed when she heard Fen Jiangui yelling and calling herself her sister-in-law. Her white cheeks flushed a bit. Some passing students around, after listening to the movement, looked at them curiously. Some students in groups of two were still whispering and didn't know what they were talking about. Su Mayan knew that Wang Haoren's little brothers often referred to themselves as sister-in-law in the class. This annoyed her. She is still on campus now, yelling at her in front of her. The people in the class know that they are not in that kind of relationship with Wang Haoren. The name sister-in-law is known to be a ridicule. But people in other classes don't know the situation. I don't know what others will talk about behind my back. Fan Jian, you, don't talk nonsense, Wang Haoren and I have nothing to do, don't call me sister-in-law. Su Mayan blushed and wanted to correct this name. Isn't it a matter of time, anyway, you must be my boss, hurry up and follow our boss. Fan Jian said with a hip-hop. What, I am your boss, don't talk nonsense, you are not allowed to call me sister-in-law in the future. Su Mayan stomped her foot. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Su Mayan refused to scream, Fan Jian wanted to scream, and the more he shouted, the louder the voice, which attracted more people to watch the excitement. Su Mayan's ears were red with anger. Shut your mouth. Wang Haoren stopped drinking. Fan Jian stopped beeping instantly. Afterwards, Wang Haoren moved closer to Su Mayan and stopped 1 meter in front of her. What is he going to do? Do you want to hug me in the crowd? Or a little bit more, want to kiss me? Su Mayan had a bad feeling and couldn't help taking a step back, wanting to escape from here. But Fan Jian blocked her way. But Su Mayan had made up his mind to resist desperately. Chapter 3 Prospective Protagonist. Apologize. Wang Haoren spit out 2 words indifferently. Have you heard, please apologize. Although Fan Jian didn't understand why the boss asked Su Mayan to apologize, because of his younger brother's awakening, he emphasized Su Mayan with his teeth and claws. However, as soon as these words were spoken, Fan Jian's forehead was patted. Boss, what are you hitting me for? He was confused. I ask you to apologize to Su Mayan, and don't call her your sister-in-law in the future. Wang Haoren said. What? What? Hurry up and apologize. Oh. Fan Jian bowed to Su Mayan honestly. Sorry, student Su Mayan, I was wrong, and I will never bark again. Wang Haoren looked at Su Mayan, who was surprised. This sister-in-law's name is just ridicule and teasing. It has nothing to do with me. I will not let them call you like that in the future. Who wants to call, I will blow his mouth. As for the rumors, saying that I like you, I must chase you down. I need to clarify this point. This is false. After all, in the 3rd year of high school, academics are important, and I really don't have any ideas for the time being. Don't think too much. Okay, that's it. After that, Wang Haoren walked to the classroom without looking back, leaving Su Mayan sluggish in place. Ding, change one of the heroine Su Mayan's perceptions of the host, the favorability is increased by 20, and the current total favorability is 10, ordinary acquaintances. Ding, the host influences the direction of the original plot and gets 200 villain points. As soon as Wang Haoren walked to the door of the classroom, he heard the system prompt message. In this regard, he was not very surprised. The reason why Su Mayan was a bit disgusted with him before was largely because of those scandals, and his little brothers always ridiculed it, calling her his sister-in-law or something. Imagine that a little girl who has never been in a relationship must have a thin face. Of course, she would find it troubled if she wanted to concentrate on studying. Wang Haoren himself hasn't done anything unreasonable to Su Mayan yet. When Wang Haoren explained the matter clearly, and warned the younger brother not to call him indiscriminately, then Su Mayan would naturally not dislike Wang Haoren. Friendship degree at 10 points, the system gives an evaluation of acquaintances, which can be regarded as the degree of favorability among ordinary students. With Su Mayan's current relationship, Wang Haoren is now on the same starting line as the protagonist. In addition to the increase in favorability, he also gained villain points. Wang Haoren checked his current panel properties. Host, Wang Haoren. Power value, 89. Charm value, 198. Villain halo, 99. Villain points, 300. Skills, none. Well, there are 300 villain points, and another 200 will open the system mall. I don't know what there is, if there is something that can increase the combat power value. Wang Haoren secretly looked forward to. Judging from the degree of the protagonists 1 to 3 completely crushed, the combat power value must far exceed the average value of 100. And the more the story goes, the higher the protagonist's combat effectiveness will be. And Wang Haoren can't even reach the average of 100 at present. If he goes head-to-head, he is not an opponent at all. Just when Wang Haoren was thinking this way, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes in the classroom, looking at himself. In the depths of his eyes, there was some hatred. The master of this gaze is the protagonist at the tail of the crane, named Chu Bai. This name is not easy to hear, most of it has the aura of the protagonist. Why? Because the four main surnames of the net protagonists are Yi, Lin, Xiao, and Chu. This is the fourth surname. With Chu Bai's hatred eyes looking at him, Wang Haoren could naturally guess the reason. Fan Jian, Fan Tong, and Qin Shouxing blocked Chu Bai's road after school yesterday. Chu Bai must have thought it was instigated by himself. But in fact, these three guys made their own claims. But Wang Haoren couldn't explain it either. It's not necessary. He is a villain, born at odds with the protagonist. System, please check Chu Bai's various attribute data. Wang Haoren issued an instruction. Inquiry costs 100 villain points, do you want to inquire? Yes. Although Wang Haoren learned some original plot information from the system, the information is very vague and general. They are all. As the villain, how tragic the ending will be for himself, how tragic the ending for his relatives, how happy the protagonist is, and so on. After consuming the villain points, Chu Bai's panel attributes came out. Protagonist, Chu Bai. Power value, 155. Charm value, 100. Protagonist halo, 357. Possess skills, perspective. Oh, it turned out to be a protagonist with perspective. Wang Haoren originally felt sorry for the 100 villain points, but after receiving the key information, he immediately felt that it was worth it. As the saying goes, knowing that he is not dead in 100 battles, after knowing Chu Bai's golden finger, then it becomes easier to deal with him. The charm value is only 100, which just reaches the average value, which is just a passerby face. This guy actually got so many beautiful girls in the original plot. Simply unreasonable. And his 198 blasting charm value, not even a sister. It's too much. The combat power value of 155 is outstanding, half of the average. In the original plot, relying on the outstanding combat power value, Chu Bai had many heroes to save the United States, winning the heart of a beautiful girl. But at this point, Wang Haoren really wants to make complaints. In today's peaceful society, how can there be so many hooligans who are always met by Chu Bai? And even if it succeeded in saving the United States, those sister papers actually fell in love with Chu Bai because of this. This is too much. In this economic society, being handsome and rich is king. The face of a passerby who can fight, why is it that a hero saves the beauty once, so that sister paper is in love? As a rich second generation with a glamorous value, I was disgusted by the heroine. Why? System, I will spend money to find someone to kill Chu Bai directly, what is the chance of success? Wang Haoren was heartbroken and planned to be more direct. The opposing protagonist's halo points are higher. With the host your current villain's halo points, the chance of success is close to 0. Damn, I knew it was like that. Wang Haoren complained inwardly, very unconvinced, and said. The chance of success is close to 0, so there is still a very small chance. I can always try. If you do not establish a host to perform such operations, the protagonist's aura protects his body, and when he falls into a huge crisis, it will definitely trigger an opportunity. The protagonist will not only solve the crisis, but also become stronger, which is extremely detrimental to the host. The protagonist's halo is too impressive. Wang Haoren was very depressed. Please don't be frustrated for the host, you can continue to weaken the protagonist's aura by plundering the protagonist's chances and seizing the heroine's body and mind, and increase the villain's aura points before performing such operations. It seems that I can only grab chance and sister paper step by step, and shatter the other's protagonist's halo. If I don't do this, I will only have a dead end. Wang Haoren strengthened his conviction. Chapter 4 This is too double standard. While Wang Haoren was communicating with the system, Su Mayan also came to the classroom. Then Chu Bai immediately stopped staring at Wang Haoren with eyeballs, and ran towards Su Mayan with a big laugh. That Chu Bai somehow did it, and shaved the original long hair into a short half-inch. Such a hairstyle, a person of average looks really can't hold it, and it will highlight the various shortcomings on the face. Chu Bai, with a passerby face, is now in such a situation. He laughed so loudly, it looked really ugly. But seeing him smile so brilliantly and there is no mirror in front of him, I must have not realized it. Student Su, you are here. There is still a while before morning class. I have a lot of learning problems and I want to ask you about it. Are you free? Chu Bai smiled at Su Mayan. Some. As a member of the study committee and a kind-hearted Su Mayan, the classmates wanted to ask her questions about her studies. Of course she would not refuse. Come on, go to your seat, I will help you get your school bag. Chu Bai was very enthusiastic. No need. Su Mayan shook her head. If you didn't make up for me, it would be impossible for my academic performance to be from the bottom 10 to the bottom of the class, and it would be in the middle of the class. I should help you do some small things. This is what it should be. The main reason is that you are already very smart. Basically what I said is what the teacher said in the lecture. If you listen carefully, your grades will be very good. No, mainly Su classmates are too beautiful, I can listen to all your lectures. Su Mayan couldn't help being a little shy when she was so boasted. Chu Bai took the opportunity to reach out for Su Mayan's school bag. When holding the school bag, I also wanted to pretend to touch Su Mayan's hand accidentally. But it failed. Wang Haoren couldn't help sighing as he watched this scene. I have to say that at a relatively young age, cheeky boys are really helpful when chasing girls. This is what Chu Bai is like. Wang Haoren knew that the reason why Chu Bai's academic performance improved by leaps and bounds was entirely because of perspective. The last exam was done entirely by cheating. Haunting Su Mayan to do his homework, just want to soak Su Mayan. After Wang Haoren saw through these, of course it was impossible to ignore it. When Chu Bai just wanted to take a seat at Su Mayan's female table, Wang Haoren walked over with an exercise book and asked directly. Su Mayan, you should have done the after-school problem assigned by the math teacher yesterday. I did, but I don't know if my answer is correct. Su Mayan no longer hates Wang Haoren, so he naturally answers questions about his studies. I also wrote an answer, but I don't know if it's right, let's discuss it. Okay. Su Mayan nodded impatiently. Student Su, I came first. Chu Bai stopped. Just a moment, wait a minute. Su Mayan wanted to discuss math problems with Wang Haoren first. This math problem is very difficult. It surpasses the knowledge of high school mathematics. It is exclusive to academic masters and very challenging. It is estimated that Wang Haoren and Su Mayan will be doing this math problem after class. Wang Haoren asked to discuss it, and Su Mayan was naturally very happy. Chu Bai stood aside stupidly, completely ignorant of what Wang Haoren and Su Mayan were discussing, just like listening to the heavenly scriptures. While discussing with Su Mayan, Wang Haoren glanced at Chu Bai's stiff face and couldn't help but smile. To speak a common language and topic, I, who are both academic tyrants, and Su Mayan are much more in sync. The pair of handsome beauties met frequently, talking and laughing. When I walked close, I knew that the two were discussing learning issues. When I was far away, I couldn't see the situation clearly. I thought the two were in love. Wang Haoren deliberately lengthened the discussion topic, Su Mayan was immersed in it, and unknowingly ignored the existence of Chu Bai. There will be morning class in a while. Wang Haoren, you deliberately ran over to discuss the problem with classmate Su. It's basically because you don't want to be drunk and warm. Your discussion is fake. The real purpose is to get close to classmate Su. You are a hypocrite if you want to behave badly against classmate Su. Chu Bai couldn't help it anymore, and interrupted the discussion between the two directly with reprimanding words. Upon hearing this, Wang Haoren smiled directly. This guy took the opportunity to soak Su Mayan in the name of a makeup course, just for granted. If I follow suit, it won't work. Does Nima want such a double standard? Chu Bai, you misunderstood Wang Haoren. Su Mayan frowned. Because Wang Haoren had clearly stated that she should concentrate on studying before, and she didn't have that kind of thought to her, and also warned the little brother not to talk nonsense. Kindness Su Mayan, of course, chose to believe what Wang Haoren said. I'm not mistaken. You gave me makeup lessons during this period. He couldn't stand it. Yesterday he asked my little brother to block my way after school. He also said that you are his Wang Haoren's personal belongings and warned me to stay away from you. Su Mayan said. When Su Mayan heard this, she looked at Wang Haoren in surprise. I didn't instigate this matter, it was Fan Jian and the others. Wang Haoren explained. Don't say that this is not done, even if he did it, he will answer this way. He is the villain. The villains are unscrupulous to achieve their goals, and lying is even more commonplace. If it's a man, you must dare to recognize it if you dare to do it. Chu Bai used agitation. He wanted Wang Haoren to admit this, so that Su Mayan was wary of Wang Haoren, and kept away from Wang Haoren in the future. Hey, what you just said didn't seem to be complete. Fan Jian and the three of them blocked your way, but it was the three of them who were beaten up. You didn't have anything to do. Wang Haoren turned his finger. That's me, and the three deflated calves are my opponents. Chu Bai snorted triumphantly. Speaking of this, he couldn't help feeling a little proud. Chu Bai was a poor student. He often skipped class and dealt with young people in society. When conflicts occurred, fighting was a common thing. He had a good fighting ability by going over and over again, and he was ruthlessly attacking the thief Keel. Wang Haoren beckoned and called Fan Jian in the classroom. Take off your hat and let Su Mayan take a look at what you were beaten into. Although Fan Jian's brain was not good, he understood that the boss was going to confess Chu Bai in front of Su Mayan. He immediately took off his hat and showed off his bruised nose and swollen face. Su Mayan saw a strange look on Fan Jian's face before, and now he finally understood the reason, so she frowned. Why? How did you get beaten like this? I'm still considered light. Fan Tong and Qin Shousheng were beaten worse. It was useless for us to kneel and beg for mercy. Chu Bai chased us to death. Fan Jian rubbed the bruises on his face and was so aggrieved that he almost cried. That's what you deserve. Chu Bai didn't care. Although the three of Fan Jian provoked you, you are defensive, but you must have a degree of defense, right? Wang Haoren said. They didn't break their hands or their feet. I should thank my men for being merciful. In Chu Bai's view, he took care of this matter, and they couldn't beat Fan Jian too much. Su Mayan frowned. Few girls like violence, and she is no exception. It's just that Chu Bai was immersed in the pleasure of beating Fan Jian, and had not noticed the subtle changes in Su Mayan's expression. Wang Haoren noticed some details, and was slightly happy in her heart. Chapter 5 I was beaten, of course I told the teacher. At this time, Fan Tong and Qin Shousheng also came to the classroom. The two of them also wore hats to cover up like Fan Jian, their heads almost lowered to their chests. Wang Haoren struck the iron while it was hot and asked the two of them not to hide, and took off their hats. Suddenly, both pig heads appeared in everyone's field of vision. Fan Tong and Qin Shousheng's faces were swollen and deformed, and they looked like they had been slapped countless times, and some of the skin on their faces had been smashed. That picture is simply shocking. Su Mayan was startled and couldn't bear to look at it. How could it be like this? This move is too ruthless. Wang Haoren was surprised when he saw it for a while, and then said to the people around him. In my opinion, both sides are wrong in this matter. I think Chu Bai apologized to Fan Jian and the three of them. As for their medical expenses, I'm out of it. That's it. What do you think? Can. No problem. I agree. The boss spoke up, and Fan Jian, Fan Tong, and Qin Shousheng certainly agreed. It's best if this matter can be calmed down. Su Mayan nodded in agreement as soon as he heard it. But will the protagonist easily apologize to the villain? Of course not. If he apologizes, is he still the protagonist? Sure enough, Chu Bai responded very stiffly. Bah, I apologize for a fart, it's impossible. Chu Bai, just say I'm sorry. Su Mayan persuaded. It's obviously their fault, why should I apologize, it's really funny. Most of the protagonists are male chauvinists and can't listen to persuasion at all. Chu Bai is like that. It's useless to persuade anyone, and even Su Mayan's words don't work well. Ding, the host destroys the relationship between the protagonist Chu Bai and one of the heroines Su Mayan, affects the original plot trend, and gets 200 villain points. Ding, Su Mayan, one of the heroines, has a -10 favorability rating for Chu Bai, and the current favorability rating for both parties is 0. Same as a stranger. Ding, Chu Bai's protagonist's halo is -20, and the host villain's halo is +20. It's really effective. Hearing 3 consecutive prompt messages from the system, Wang Haoren smiled secretly. Guided by himself in this way, the relationship between Chu Bai and Su Mayan has become a stranger. But Su Mayan has a 10 favorability rating for herself. In contrast, he is now in a favorable position. But of course Wang Haoren wouldn't take it lightly. After all, Chu Bai's protagonist's Halo body protector might soon be able to get Su Mayan's favorability back. Chu Bai's protagonist's Halo was only reduced by 20, which was far from enough. Wang Haoren checked the changes in his panel. Host, Wang Haoren. Power value, 89. Charm value, 198. Villain Halo, 119. Villain point, 400. Skills, none. The former villain Halo of 99 has become 119, which has grown a lot. As of now, Wang Haoren has obtained 500 villain points in total, but it consumes 100 when querying Chu Bai's information, so only 400 is left. Still not enough to open the system market. Make persistent efforts. During class, Wang Haoren called the 3 younger brothers to the corner to talk. Boss, we were careless yesterday. I only heard that he can fight before, but I didn't expect to be able to fight that way, Boss, I will call some brothers after school today, and I will definitely beat Chu Bai into a pig. Fan Tong and Qin Shousheng both said bitterly. Shut up. Wang Haoren scolded. Following the two people's methods, Wang Haoren could pack the tickets, and he would definitely not be able to deal with Chu Bai. Why? Because this is the original plot of the sand sculpture author. I have to follow the routine, and I'll be over. The boss told me before that, without his permission, you are not allowed to do anything to Chu Bai. You two don't mention this. Fan Jian said to Fan Tong and Qin Shousheng. Is that so? Fan Tong said in a daze. Of course it's impossible. Wang Haoren sneered. Oh, it turns out that the boss already has a way to deal with Chu Bai. Whoops. Qin Shousheng smiled, touching the wound on his face, grinning with pain. It depends on you. Wang Haoren said. Boss, you order. The 3 younger brothers are willing to go through fire and water. Go and tell the teacher that you were beaten by Chu Bai. Wang Haoren said leisurely. Yes, boss, let's, Boss, what did you say? Tell the teacher. Fan Jian immediately took the lead, but when he was halfway through the conversation, he realized that something was wrong, and he was shocked. Fan Tong and Qin Shousheng were also dumbfounded. Although Wang Haoren is a schoolmaster and a schoolmaster, he still has another identity, that is, a schoolmaster. Fan Tong, Fan Jian, and Qin Shousheng are the 3 younger brothers under his seat, so they can almost walk sideways in the school. They have a lot of face, and although they have been beaten, they would not choose to sue teachers or parents for such a spineless operation. And the boss doesn't want face himself. As a school tyrant, the way to resolve conflicts does not require fists and violence. Actually going to sue the teacher. What a shame. Wang Haoren said to the 3 bewildered little brothers. What's the matter, what do you look at? There are some unpleasant fights between students. Tell the teacher to solve it. This is the best way to deal with it. Do you think I will ask the public to kill him? Please, Lao Tzu is a child of a rich family. He has received a good education since he was a child. He has excellent character and academic performance. He is one of the top 10 students in the school with academic performance. Fan Jian, Fan Tong, and Qin Shousheng looked at each other, and couldn't refute a word. There is nothing wrong with that. So, 3 little brothers with swollen noses walked into the office of the Moral Education Department, Political Education Department. When the class bell rang, Chu Bai was called away by the vicious deputy director of the Moral Education Department. On the back foot, a beautiful beauty with high heels and glasses appeared in the classroom. Her name is Song Jinyu, 24 years old, and she is a class teacher and English teacher. Although she is very young, she has a hot temper and excellent teaching ability, which puts the students in the class to death. When she named her and found that 4 people were missing from the class, she was a little annoyed. It's in the 3rd year of high school, time is running out, and the absence of morning class is unforgivable. The students in the class could faintly see the fire rising from the head of this beautiful teacher. However, Song Jinyu is still as beautiful as a painting. A beautiful woman is a beautiful woman, and her anger is seductive. Wang Haoren sighed like this in his heart, but soon an idea came to him. This teacher Song is also one of the heroines, right? The protagonist who has the perspective ability and is still a student, according to the routine, a female protagonist of a beautiful teacher is a standard feature. Wang Haoren wanted the system to check it out and hammer it out, but it was distressing to consume 100 villain points. After thinking about it, forget it. He has only 400 villains now, and he will open the system store at 500 points. Anyway, I am not in a hurry. Chu Bai, Fan Jian, Fan Tong, and Qin Shousheng, who knows why the four of them didn't come? Song Jinyu asked the students. As a class teacher, she knows who each position belongs to, and she knows at a glance. Teacher Song, Chu Bai beat Fan Jian, Fan Tong, and Qin Shousheng violently, and beat them so badly that they were almost out of shape. The deputy director of Gang's moral education department came over and called them all away. Wang Haoren stood up to report and lit a fire. What? Fight. When Song Jinyu heard it, her anger became even greater, and the high decibel voice made the students ring in their ears. You study by yourself, Wang Haoren takes care of the discipline. After speaking, Song Jinyu rushed out of the classroom angrily. Thinking with her toes, she knew she had gone to the moral education department. Chapter 6 Stalemate. Ding, the younger brother was beaten, and the host chose to tell the teacher to slightly change the original plot direction and get 200 villain points. Ding, the host's current villain points exceed 500, and the system mall is automatically opened. As soon as Song Jinyu left, Wang Haoren received a message from the system. This can be regarded as what he expected. The younger brother was beaten, and he instructed the younger brother to tell the teacher about it. This was a direct departure from the villain's conventional routines, and it would be a ghost without changing the plot. 200 villain points. He accepted it happily. In my mind, in addition to my own property panel, there is also an interface for the system mall. But there is no merchandise displayed in the mall, there is only a lottery option. I have 600 villains now, what can I change? Show me everything. Wang Haoren asked the system directly. Back to the host, 600 villain points cannot be exchanged for any items, the cheapest items in the mall require 1000 villain points. It is recommended that the host choose a lottery. Each draw only costs 500 villain points. The host has a chance to get super luxurious rewards, but it may not be able to draw anything. You still have to save 400 and you can exchange items. Maybe you can't exchange what I want. Let's just draw a lottery. Wang Haoren intends to try his luck. A roulette wheel appears on the mall interface, and the roulette wheel rotates, and the result will soon be obtained. Ding, congratulations to the host for being lucky enough to draw the Peach Blossom Eye worth 1500 villain points. Do you use it immediately? Literally, it is easy to understand what this is. Men have peachy eyes and are easy to hook women. This is a good thing. Of course, Wang Haoren chose to use it immediately. Only after using it, he took out his cell phone to take a selfie, looked in his eyes secretly, and found that there was no change in the slightest. However, Wang Haoren found that the charm value of his panel attributes had changed from 198 to 268. This increase of 70 charm points should be due to Peach Blossom Eyes. How is the try different from before? Wang Haoren had this idea in his heart, so he got up to change positions with Su Mayan's female tablemate on the grounds of discussing a mathematical problem that had not been discussed before. Continue to discuss mathematical problems with Su Mayan. Wang Haoren clearly felt that Su Mayan saw herself more often, and even when she looked at her, she did not leave for a long time. Why are you looking at me like this, is there anything on my face? Wang Haoren asked deliberately. No, I just think your eyes look good. Su Mayan couldn't help but said this. Su Mayan blushed as soon as he said this, and quickly looked away. The young girl was so shy, she couldn't be too touching. Ding, Su Mayan, one of the heroines, has a positive affection degree for the host plus 10, and the current affection degree is 20, very friendly. Ding, Chu Bai's protagonist's halo is minus 10, and the host villain's halo is plus 10. It seems that the Peach Blossom Eyes are quite practical, not bad. Look at the properties panel again, there have also been changes. Host, Wang Haoren. Power value, 89. Charm value, 268. Villain halo, 129. Villain points, 100. Skills, none. After morning class, Chu Bai and the other four still didn't see him back. Wang Haoren went directly to the moral education department to watch the excitement. A dispute was heard at the door of the moral education department just now. Obviously, the problem has not yet been solved in a good way, and it has been at a stalemate. Wang Haoren was generous and stood directly at the door. The deputy director of the Moral Education Department saw some students coming to watch the excitement, and just wanted to retreat, but he saw that it was Wang Hao and immediately swallowed the words. This is the advantage of the villain, he can eat well in school, except for the protagonist, everyone else will give him face. After all, Wang Haoren's family background and academic records are there. The reason why the fighting problem has been frozen is this. Fan Jian and others said that because they looked at Chu Bai not pleasing to the eye, they blocked the way after school, and the two sides fought. In the eyes of Song Jinyu and the deputy director of the Moral Education Department, both sides are wrong. The fault of Fan Jian and others was that they had chosen the first thing. Chu Bai's fault was that after easily overturning Fan Jian and the three of them, he still had dozens of big mouths on them, and the three of them were bruised and swollen. Both sides are wrong. But why not punish them all? Because Fan Jian and the other three asked to report to the police. This was naturally instructed by Wang Haoren. Fan Jian and the other three started first. Chu Bai was defending, but Chu Bai's attack was too ruthless. It was already too defensive. The reason for calling the police is sufficient. But in such a situation, the school must be 100% unwilling. Because once you call the police, the matter will be enlarged, and the reputation of the school will definitely be affected. Therefore, the deputy director of the Moral Education Department and Song Jinyu can only choose to reconcile the conflicts between Chu Bai and Fan Jian. Under the reconciliation, Fan Jian and the other three also regressed, and they told them to slap Chu Bai back, and then the matter was fine. But how could Chu Bai agree? Which protagonist is not iron? So he would rather let Fan Jian and others call the police. Of course the school is not happy. No, just froze slightly. Chu Bai, tell you a good thing. Are you serious? Once you call the police, the matter will be serious. You may stay on the record and be expelled from the school. Do you agree or not? The deputy director of the Moral Education Department is a fierce-looking man, Yan Zhan, who is 40 or 50 years old, and he threatens when he sees that the situation is deadlocked. Deputy Director Yan, if you do this, Chu Bai's future will be completely ruined. You can't do this. Song Jinyu immediately objected. Wang Haoren silently observed at the door. Teacher Song is very hot-tempered. He was in the posture just now and looked like he was about to kill, but now he has a concerned face and loves the students so much. Very kind. Teacher Song's personality looks like one of the heroines. Teacher Song, I have already given him the opportunity. It is him who is arrogant, no wonder I am. Yan Zhan was determined. He just said something badly, and after tens of minutes wasted, Chu Bai just didn't know how to promote it. At this moment, he had lost patience and did not listen to Song Jinyu's dissuasion. Song Jinyu has just come to school for 2 or 3 years. He has no seniority and no background. Yan Chan didn't care about her opinion at all. What's more, I am also for the benefit of the school. Even if the school officials knew it, they would approve of their own approach. It's so simple, just scrap him. Wang Haoren was a little unbelievable. If Chu Bai was really expelled from the school, then the chance of contact with Su Mayan and Song Jinyu would be basically gone, and there would be no chance of winning the two heroines. As a result, his protagonist's halo will inevitably drop greatly. And his villain's halo will explode. Isn't Chu Bai just useless? However, Wang Haoren quickly saw an old man with a gray beard walking straight towards the Moral Education office. Wang Haoren recognized it. This is the principal. What did the principal suddenly come here for? Wang Haoren was a little confused. Usually the principal can't see anyone. Most of the affairs are handled by a few deputy principals. Many students in the school don't even know him. It is a bit strange to appear suddenly here. Will it? Wang Haoren suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 7 The protagonist's halo is so powerful. After Wang Haoren came up with this idea, he immediately greeted him and greeted the principal politely. The old principal smiled happily, with a friendly attitude. Wang Haoren is a man of great influence among students, and the old principal knows him. Principal, do you have anything to do with the Moral Education Department? If there is, I can help. Wang Haoren said diligently. It's okay, I just walk around. The old principal smiled and waved his hand, and then walked towards the office of the Moral Education Department. I hope there is nothing wrong. Wang Haoren prayed secretly. However, The idea just came out when he heard the old principal entering the office make a surprised sound of, "Young man, why are you here?" "Hey, Grandpa, it's you. Why are you here?" Chu Bai's voice came. Wang Haoren slapped his forehead, extremely depressed. "You said that the old principal usually didn't see anyone, and he went to the moral education department inexplicably, and he still knew Chu Bai." Wang Haoren worked hard to build a situation that was unfavorable to Chu Bai, and Chu Bai was about to come back all of a sudden. The protagonist's halo is simply unreasonable. Wang Haoren listened patiently. Through the dialogue between the old principal and Chu Bai, it was learned that the two knew each other because the old principal was robbed of his wallet by a thief, and Chu Bai acted bravely. Wang Haoren could guess the next routine. The old principal firmly recognized Chu Bai's character, which seemed to be notarized, but in fact he was speaking for Chu Bai, using Lao Lao's wisdom and experience to constantly guide Fan Jian and others. Fan Jian and the others were not good at their brains. Of course, they were led away by their noses, almost forgetting Wang Haoren's instructions. The three of them were about to let go, stop the beating, and forgive Chu Bai in this way. Wang Haoren wouldn't watch Chu Bai just get away so easily. After thinking about it quickly, he immediately edited a message and sent it to Fan Jian. The content of the message was to make Fan Jian and others change their plan and give up the report. Instead they chose to go private and let Chu Bai compensate for the medical expenses. Judging from the attitude of the old principal, it is sure to be honest. Fan Jian and others continue to insist on calling the police, which is meaningless. Can only give in a step and create a little trouble for Chu Bai. Although the old principal was partial to Chu Bai, his handling of the matter was still considered notarized. When Fan Jian and others changed their words and chose to ask for medical expenses, he could agree. After some deliberation, Chu Bai paid 10,000 yuan for medical expenses per person, and the total amount was 30,000 yuan. In addition, Chu Bai, Fan Jian, and other four people remembered that they had to notify the school of criticism and write a letter of regret. If a fight occurs again, the student will be expelled directly. The four of them walked out of the moral education office and headed for the classroom. Wang Haoren waited at the top of the stairs. The three younger brothers saw it, and immediately ran over to Yu and I asked, "How did you perform?" Wang Haoren praised them without hesitation. These three little brothers are not good at their brains, and Wang Haoren is already content with things that have not been done. Of course, I need to boast. Of course, in addition to praise, there are awards. Wang Haoren directly used his mobile phone to transfer 50,000 yuan to each of the three. They are all high school students, and their family's financial situation is average, and their pocket money is usually less than 1,000 a month. Suddenly I got 50,000 yuan, which is a huge sum of money. How can I be unhappy? They flattered all of a sudden, even temporarily ignoring the pain on their faces. At this time, Chu Bai passed the stairs. He stared at Wang Haoren with his cold and hateful eyes. 30,000 in compensation, which will make his previously unrich family worse. He hated Wang Haoren more than the three of Fan Jian. He firmly believed that Wang Haoren instructed Fan Jian and others to block the road. If Fan Jian and others didn't block the way, then he would not beat them violently, and would not compensate them for 30,000 medical expenses. Wang Haoren is the fault of all of this. Chu Bai made up his mind in his heart that he must make Wang Haoren pay a heavy price in the future. Of course, he will naturally not act rashly now. Because Chu Bai knew that he couldn't do Wang Haoren's head-on conflict right now. After all, Wang Haoren's family is too rich. In this society, the rich is the uncle, and the rich have contacts. However, Chu Bai believed that he would definitely be able to deal with Wang Haoren in the future, and even crush the Wang family, stomping him severely on the soles of his feet. It's only a matter of time before he has the clairvoyance ability to make a fortune and reach the pinnacle of life. Because of Chu Bai, Fan Jian, and others, the head teacher Song Jinyu convened a short class meeting temporarily. While criticizing Chu Bai, Fan Jian, and others, he also warned other students not to make similar mistakes. Recess. Wang Haoren was bored, took a basketball, and played with a few male classmates in the corridor outside. His basketball skills are average, but he is too handsome, and with the blessing of peachy eyes, his charm is extremely good. A random action drew the sisters around him into full bloom, clapping and applauding. Several of them were almost fainted with excitement. A bunch of sister papers were onlookers, and some of them looked good, looking at themselves like a nympho. Although not as perfect as the heroine Su Mayan, she is also a first-class young and beautiful girl. Wang Haoren can be sure that as long as he hooks his finger, he can easily soak any of them. There's no problem even getting a home run tonight. It feels so cool. Is there anything wrong with it? However, it was only refreshing for a while, and Wang Haoren heard the younger brother come over and secretly report that Su Mayan asked Chu Bai to talk in the stairwell. Wang Haoren was no longer interested in being handsome. The girls who were onlookers were also disappointed. Wang Haoren walked directly to the stairwell, and soon heard the voice of Su Mayan and Chu Bai talking. Listen to you, don't you plan to tell your parents about this? If my family knows that I'm fighting, it's actually nothing. Anyway, it's not the first time for me to fight. But if I know that I will be compensated for 30,000 medical expenses, I will definitely be beaten up. My dad is too fierce. His eyes dodged and lied. He has a very sensitive self-esteem, and he is unwilling to let the girl he likes know that his family is very poor, and it is difficult to even get 30,000 yuan. The 30,000 medical expenses is not a small amount, I can help. Su Mayan was very clever, and she saw through the other party at a glance, but didn't point it out. Instead, she offered to help Chu Bai. This is also the reason why Chu Bai came out. In Su Mayan's view, Fan Jian and others wanted to fight Chu Bai, to a certain extent, because of themselves. When she knew that Chu Bai had to pay 30,000 yuan for medical expenses, she was very kind in heart and wanted to help Chu Bai. Even Su Mayan's senses towards Chu Bai are just strangers. She still wanted to help Chu Bai. When Wang Haoren heard this, she was speechless. This Nima protagonist's halo is too powerful, right? Su Mayan's favorability for Chu Bai was 0, and she actually asked Chu Bai to help him. It seems that if you don't fix the protagonist to death, sooner or later Chu Bai will fill Su Mayan's favorability step by step. By that time, he estimated that he was not far from home ruined. Chapter 8: The Girl Who Secretly Loves the School Grass. No, I can solve it myself. Chu Bai said. Really, really? Su Mayan didn't believe it. Really, I have a lot of private money myself, and I usually collect it on New Year's and birthdays, and I can handle it. Chu Bai lied again, but when he said this, his eyes didn't dodge, and he seemed confident. Hearing this, Wang Haoren suddenly moved, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This guy wants to use perspective to make money. At this time, Wang Haoren also appeared in the vision of Chu Bai and Su Mayan. Hey, Su Mayan, what are you talking about? Wang Haoren pretended to meet by chance. Didn't Chu Bai want to compensate for medical expenses? I asked him if he needed help. After all, this happened, and part of my reason. Su Mayan's affection for Wang Haoren was pretty good, so he didn't hide it. Is that so? I can also help. Wang Haoren said. No need, don't be pretentious. Chu Bai said coldly. Why said that? Wang Haoren was also kind. Su Mayan frowned and said to Chu Bai. It seems that you misunderstood me deeply. Wang Haoren sighed and asked slowly. Do you think that Fan Jian and the others blocked the road because I was jealous that you and Su Mayan were too close, so I asked them to teach you? Isn't it? Chu Bai asked back. Haha. Wang Haoren couldn't help laughing. I would like to ask you, how do you compare to me, looks, study, or family background? If the two of us pursue Su Mayan together, do you think you can still chase after me? Where do you come from? Think I will be jealous of you? You. Chu Bai was choked to speak because the other party was telling the truth. Looking at what you are doing, I must feel that what I said is right, so if that's the case, why should I find someone to beat you? Wang Haoren asked. Chu Bai flushed, unable to say anything to refute. Ding, the host successfully defeated the protagonist Chu Bai's self-confidence. Chu Bai's protagonist's halo points are -10, and the host's villain's halo points are +10. This is also okay. The sudden system prompt message surprised Wang Haoren. Originally, he just wanted to hurt Chu Bai, but he didn't expect to have unexpected gains. Chu Bai's face was ugly. Wang Haoren didn't bother to pay attention to him for the time being, and looked at Su Mayan on the side. Su Mayan looked a little strange because of his words. Su Mayan, I just made a hypothesis just now, don't think too much, I told you before. The college entrance examination is about to take place in less than 100 days. I just want to concentrate on studying, and I don't have the mind to think about talking about love for the time being. Moreover, you are not the only school flower in our school. Even if you want to talk about love, I will not find someone in the same class. After all, rabbits don't eat nest grass. More importantly, I really don't feel that way for you. Wang Haoren didn't want Su Mayan to alienate herself, so she told a lie, trying to stabilize Su Mayan. He has a villain aura, lying is considered his own talent, deceiving an 18-year-old girl is not a simple matter. Su Mayan didn't doubt it. It's just that Su Mayan didn't speak while watching Wang Haoren, pouting, and didn't know what was thinking. Ding, the host makes Su Mayan, one of the heroines, jealous, gaining 200 villain points, Chu Bai's protagonist Halo -10, and the host villain's Halo +10. Sudden reminder message. Wang Haoren was surprised again for a while. He didn't expect that his words would actually have this effect. Is Su Mayan jealous? But it is reasonable to think about it. She is so beautiful, but the school grass in this class said in front of her that girls from other classes are more fragrant. Of course Su Mayan was jealous. But she would be jealous, not that she liked Wang Haoren. It was entirely due to the natural reaction of a girl. Girls, they love to compare each other by nature. This trip has been rewarding. Wang Haoren quickly checked his property panel. Host, Wang Haoren. Power value, 89. Charm value, 268. Villain Halo, 149. Villain points, 300. Skills, none. He remembers that his villain's Halo had an initial point of 99, and he added 50 in a short period of time, which is not bad. Wang Haoren was in a good mood. Lunch break. In classrooms. There are tired students, resting on the desks. There were groups of 2 and 3 whispering. Of course, there are hard-working students who are studying hard. But some are installed. For example, Chu Bai. He was holding a book in his hand, but he was absent-minded, always looking at Su Mayan from time to time. At this moment, Su Mayan was concentrating on the question. Chu Bai didn't want to bother, and after waiting for a long time, Su Mayan put down the pen and seemed to enter his free time. Chu Bai quickly got up, trying to pretend to go away from the problem, and take the opportunity to get closer to the two of them. But as soon as he left the stool, he sat down angrily. This Wang Haoren. Chu Bai scolded bitterly in his heart. The other side. Well, can I change my position? Wang Haoren walked to the table next to Su Mayan's female deskmate and asked as usual. The reason why the word "that" was used was not that Wang Haoren was impolite, but that he didn't remember the full name of Wang Haoren's female deskmate, and only knew what was called one. The villain of the original plot, Wang Haoren, was originally said as, except for Su Mayan, no other girls are considered. I don't know the name of Su Mayan's tablemate, it's too normal. Therefore, after Wang Haoren crossed over to absorb the memory, naturally she didn't know the name of Su Mayan's tablemate. But to be honest, Su Mayan's tablemate is actually quite pretty, and she is also a beauty. If 100 points are used to score, Su Mayan has 95 points, and she can have 90 points at the same table. Hearing Wang Haoren's voice, the girl studying at the desk slightly raised her head and saw a handsome male face. The look of the boy's eyes made the girl's heartbeat speed up suddenly. The girl was afraid of being noticed, and quickly dropped her head. My name is Wenjing. Lost emotions were mixed in the voice. While talking, Wenjing immediately picked up the textbook she needed to make room for Wang Haoren. Oh, is Wenjing, I remember it. Wang Haoren answered politely. Then, I didn't even look at Wenjing. Although this Wenjing is very beautiful and a first-class beauty, if it is not the hostess, he has no interest in taking care of it. Can't brush the villain point. But what Wang Haoren didn't know was that Wenjing heard this simple sentence, and it felt as sweet as honey. Then, she happily ran to Wang Haoren's seat. As usual, sort out the messy books on his desk. Appreciating the neat handwriting on his exercise book. Leaning on the desk, carefully sniffing the faint trace of the remaining breath that belongs to him. Wenjing was a little drunk. Chapter 9: The Protagonist's Money Plan. Just as Wenjing was immersed in it, she was interrupted by a nasty voice next to her. Classmate Wenjing, I can't do this math problem, can you teach me? Wenjing turned her head and saw a round boy's face. This boy was called Chen Zishir. He was a big fat man, he was average looking, and his academic performance was not good. Wenjing didn't care about Chen Zishir, she just wrote the problem-solving method once, and then left it to Chen Zishir to understand. Then leave a sentence. I'm going to learn. Chen Zisher was too embarrassed to continue asking questions, and walked away wisely. He was lost and returned to his seat. "Fatty, do you like her?" Chu Bai asked jokingly. "Why, don't talk nonsense." Chen Zisher denied immediately. "Don't pretend, I can see it all. You have to keep it secret, don't talk nonsense to me." "Relax, I also tell you a secret, I like Su Mayan, we are even. It seems that we are both sick." Chen Zisher sighed. "I'm different from you. Sooner or later I will chase Su Mayan, she will be my woman sooner or later." Chu Bai was full of confidence. "Look at Mr. Wang Haoren and Su Mayan discussing study issues together, and there are some laughing, maybe they will have a spark of love, there is nothing wrong with you." Chen Zisher glanced at the handsome man and beauty on the seat in the distance. "Then Wang Haoren is just a who dared not be, I will expose his true face sooner or later, and then Su Mayan will blame him." Chu Bai said bitterly. "Wang Haoren is really annoying. Wen Jing always wants to give her seat and beat her to study. Come on, chase Su Mayan and look after you." Chen Zisher was also very upset. "Let's lend you auspicious words. If Su Mayan becomes my girlfriend, I will definitely ask her to help you speak nice things in front of Wen Jing. With their relationship, you will also have the hope of chasing Wen Jing by then." Patted Chen Zisher on the shoulder. "Brother, this is what you said, remember?" Chen Zisher was suddenly excited, and his affection for Chu Bai greatly increased. Men's friendship sometimes comes so quickly. Not only are Su Mayan and Wen Jing at the same table, they are also very close friends, and they are often inseparable on campus. Su Mayan's words can be quite weighty with Wen Jing. "You have to pay 30,000 yuan for the medical expenses of the three stupid ones, the guilty, the rice bucket, and the beasts. This amount is not small. Your parents know that they will be very angry, right? How do you think about it?" The relationship between Chen Zisher and Chu Bai was getting closer, and he was immediately concerned about Chu Bai's troubles. "Tomorrow is a holiday, I can handle it myself." Chu Bai whispered. "Ah, you are not going to grab it, are you?" Chen Zisher was surprised. He remembered that Chu Bai's family conditions were very poor. "Of course not, I intend to win," Chu Bai said mysteriously. "Gambling, it's too unreliable. Haven't you heard that 10 bets and 9 loses? 10 gambles and 9 loses, isn't there one win? I am 1/10, and I have absolute certainty, but the principle is not enough." Chu Bai said, glanced at Chen Zisher, and suddenly asked. "Do you have any money? Lend me some. There are 1,000. Let me go, are you so rich?" "What? My family's conditions are very average. This is what I saved by saving money for more than half a year. I plan to wait for Wen Jing's birthday this month and buy a good gift for her. You lend me the money for emergencies, and I will pay you back before Wen Jing's birthday. Well, then you must pay me back on time. Don't worry, I will definitely pay you back at that time. If I can't pay back, I will cut off my head and let you sit on a stool." Chu Bai vowed. The one-day course is finally over. At the school gate, the students went home one after another. There are also many ways to go home. Some ride bicycles, some take buses, and some pick up and drop off. A Cullinan parked at the school gate, very eye-catching. Wang Haoren got into Cullinan in the eyes of the envy, jealousy, and hatred of many boys and the love and obsession of girls. "Master, do you go straight home?" The male driver in his 40s asked respectfully. "Go to the nearest private detective agency first," Wang Haoren said. The driver was surprised, but didn't ask anything, and started the car directly. Don't ask if you shouldn't ask. He has been a driver in the Wang family for almost 10 years, and he still understands the truth. After a while, Cullinan stopped at the door of a small detective agency. Wang Haoren walked into the detective agency alone. He found the relevant person in charge and handed out a simple document. This information is of course about Chu Bai, with photos and home address on it. The photo is Wang Haoren looking for the younger brother to fuck. The home address is copied from the student registration information. Track Chu Bai and report his traces in real time. This is Wang Haoren's request. At first, people from the detective agency didn't pick up. The reason is, they are a regular detective agency and don't know how to be paparazzi. But when Wang Haoren directly said the triple price, the other party immediately changed his face and took the order. The so-called triple price is actually only 30,000 yuan. For Wang Haoren, a rich second-generation identity, it was drizzle. After leaving the mobile phone number, Wang Haoren left the detective agency. And the detective agency also immediately began to act. Into the night. Wang's villa. In the magnificent restaurant, only Wang Haoren ate alone. There are more than a dozen dishes on the table, very rich. It is a craft from the chef level of a 5-star hotel. It's hard to find the fault with that taste. A few servants waited aside, but when Wang Haoren had any needs in life, they would immediately proceed to deal with it. Wang Haoren was full of emotion. He was a poor man in his previous life. This kind of life of a rich young master is simply a dream in his dreams. And now, the extravagant hope in this dream has become reality. The cheap parents are not at home. But that's okay, Wang Haoren doesn't yet know how to face these cheap parents. After all, he was an orphan in his previous life. After crossing over, he is now directly, and he really has no emotions with them. That cheap father is the big boss, and he is very busy every day to take care of the various properties of the Wang family. It's a common thing if you don't see it for a month or two. The cheap mother is a celebrity from a wealthy family, she also owns a company, and is very busy every day. For some hard-won leisure time, you have to go to a high-end beauty salon for maintenance. In my memory, Wang Haoren's opportunities to get along with these cheap parents are really pitiful. As parents, they feel very guilty. In order to make up for this mistake, they spoil their children unconditionally. As long as the children want it, they will be satisfied. In the original plot, Wang Haoren was originally fighting with the protagonist, but in the end, the entire Wang family and even his mother's natal family were fighting with the protagonist together because of this unreserved doting. But speaking of it, the rich second-generation villain is doted by family elders. Isn't this all a routine? Imagine that the second generation of the rich villain wanted to persecute the protagonist. As a result, the parents said, "You rebellious son, how can you do such a bad thing? Shut up, let me say, I don't have your son." If so, how does the plot go on? Chapter 10 He is an old man. The next day, Wang Haoren, who was walking outside while sitting in Cullinan, received important information about Chu Bai's trail from the detective agency. Chu Bai entered an underground casino. It seems that I guessed right. After learning this news, Wang Haoren was not surprised. Wang Haoren, who has read many web articles, knows that the protagonist who has the perspective ability needs to make money as soon as possible, generally in two ways. One is gambling on stones, and the second is gambling on money. There is no stone gambling field in Qingling City. If you want to bet on stone, you usually have to go far away. This is too much trouble. Wang Haoren directly asked the driver to go to the underground casino. About 15 minutes later, he arrived at his destination. In terms of time, Chu Bai had already gambled for a while. But Wang Haoren was not in a hurry. The conditions in Chu Bai's family are poor, and the principal must be very limited. In the case of a small principal, it will definitely take a certain amount of time to win 30,000 yuan. Moreover, as the protagonist, Chu Bai is not to say very smart, but he is definitely not a fool. Even if he can win 30,000 in a short period of time, he would not do that because it is too noticeable. Wang Haoren entered the bargaining window of the underground casino. A hotly dressed young girl asked, "Man, how many chips do you want to change?" 500,000. 500,000. Are you sure? The young girl was stunned. The scale of this underground casino is not large. A gambler who trades 50,000 chips at a time can be regarded as a big customer. It was the first time she saw her after changing 500,000 gamblers at once. "Swipe your card, the code is 66. Wang Haoren didn't talk nonsense and handed out the card directly. The young girl, with the mentality of giving it a try, started to operate. The card is successfully swiped. Really? The young girl was overjoyed and asked her colleague to take over the work of her window, but she walked out and received Wang Haoren warmly. Change 500,000 chips at once, this is a super customer. And looking at his clothes, he estimated a rich newcomer. This is a big fat sheep. Handsome guy, what do you want to play? I can introduce you to it. The young girl was enthusiastic, as if she had no bones, her whole body was about to lean against Wang Haoren. But before they met, Wang Haoren took a step. In those eyes, there was obviously disgust. The young girl was embarrassed and stood up straight again. I don't like the way you play here. I want to bet in my way, with 500,000 chips, and one wins or loses. Wang Haoren said. Handsome guy, our small place here is so big, I don't think there is any gambler who will pick it up here. The young girl stunned. You can ask your boss to see if he is interested. The young girl immediately went to spread the word. A few minutes later, she came back again and invited Wang Haoren to a separate gambling room. Sitting at the gaming table was a man with a beard, with a long scar on his left face, which was not easy to provoke at first glance. Friend, I took it, how do you say you bet? The scarred man squinted at Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren asked someone to bring a new set of poker over. Fried the golden flower, but only one card is dealt to one person, and whoever has the big card wins. This way, if you don't cheat, it's all luck. The scarred man took a deep look at Wang Haoren, hesitated for a while before he said, good. After shuffling the cards, Wang Haoren and Scarman each drew a card. Wang Haoren was calm, and didn't rush to look at the cards. The Scar man's face was calm, but his heart was actually quite nervous. He has been running a casino for many years, and he has gambled a lot with people, but this is the first time he has played such a big game. The Scarman opened the card cautiously, and when he saw that it was a red heart A, he almost jumped up from his seat with joy. If Wang Haoren wants to win, unless his hand is the ace of spades. But this probability is too small and too small. It's your turn to draw. I don't believe your card is the ace of spades, the Scarman said. Wang Haoren took a look at the corner of the card, and his face suddenly became a little weird. He did not expect that his luck would be so good. Unfortunately, I didn't come to win money. It seems that my luck is a little bit worse. You won. Wang Haoren didn't turn over the cards, and pretended to be angry and threw the cards into the whole deck of playing cards. Wang Haoren didn't feel distressed after losing 500,000 in one fell swoop. It's all pocket money anyway. Now he has more than 300,000 carry left. If you run out, call his cheap parents directly. Within a moment, another million of pocket money arrived. Opposite. The scared man finally breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time he was delighted that he had made 500,000 in one go. My friend, you play so big, I thought you were a veteran just now, and you came to hit the market. I'm not a veteran, but I just saw that a veteran has entered your place. Seeing the other party's words, Wang Haoren turned the conversation to the main topic. This is his real purpose. Losing 500,000 is just to get a good impression on the face. In this way, speaking is convenient. The rules of my place, whoever dares to make 1,000, cut off one hand. Who do you think is the 1,000? I caught it, and I can't forgive it. The Scarman was murderous. You should have surveillance here, right? Of course, this is necessary. Is it convenient to take the road? Soon, the Scarman took Wang Haoren to call a surveillance room. There are dozens of high-definition pictures of casinos in the monitoring room, and every gaming table can be observed, as well as all the gamblers. As long as there is a gambling game, someone will be watching the monitoring screen. One is to prevent people from making troubles, and the other is to prevent others from making trouble. For the opening, reputation is very important. Extremely reject the existence of Lao Qian. It's him. Wang Haoren found Chu Bai in the surveillance screen. He is playing at a small gaming table. Look back to see if there is something wrong with the monitoring screen. The scared man ordered. The staff in the monitoring room checked the pictures frame by frame, but they did not find any traces of them. Friend, there is nothing wrong with the person you said. The scarred man frowned. This is a personal disciple of a top-ranked old man. His method of giving out 1,000 is too clever. Even if you stare at him carefully, you can't see it, let alone watching the surveillance screen. Wang Haoren flickered. You can ask someone to check, what is the principal of this person after coming in, and how much he has won now. Wang Haoren gave a suggestion. The Scarman asked to check it out immediately, and soon news came. When Chu Bai came, he exchanged 1,002 chips and played at 5 gaming tables, but he has been playing small. So far, he has played about 19 chips. The record is 10 wins and 9 losses. This data is normal. In order not to attract attention, Chu Bai was indeed very cautious. But there are some things that are useless to be careful and cannot be hidden. He won 16,000. Mediocre record, but won so much money. Obviously the big ones win and the small ones lose. This kid is too lucky, right? The scared man was surprised. Gambling luck is a wonderful thing. Sometimes gamblers are lucky and win money in various ways. This kind of situation is not unheard of. Luck is good, and I guess his luck will continue to improve until he wins at least 30,000 yuan. Wang Haoren said casually. What do you mean by this? The scared man became puzzled. I heard that many old people set rules for themselves in order to avoid risks, and I just happened to know his rules. Wang Haoren noticed the scarred man's brows, and the more he tightened his brows, he knew it was almost the same. Pretending to look at the time, he continued. The last time I played at another venue, I happened to know that old man, and I saw it here today, so I just mentioned that. In fact, it has nothing to do with me. I have something to do, so I will leave first, and I will come to play next time. After speaking, he ignored Scar's questioning and left the casino directly. After Wang Haoren left, the scarred man made people stare at Chu Bai. Sure enough, as Wang Haoren said, Chu Bai's luck was really good, and his chips kept growing until he won about 35,000, and finally stopped. Sure enough, it's a veteran. At the door, stop me that little boy wearing a white t-shirt with an inch head. The scared man gave instructions to the little brother on the intercom. Chapter 11 Troubles of Schoolgrass. At the window for changing chips. Chu Bai's face was ruddy, and it was hard to suppress his inner excitement. He counted the chips just now and knew that he had won 35,000. In this way, the medical expenses can be solved, and there are thousands of pocket money left. In fact, Chu Bai still wanted to win more, but he was cautious, for fear of being noticed by someone with a heart, and causing unnecessary trouble. Of course, he didn't plan to continue to stop after he tasted the sweetness for the first time. He has made plans to change another place and continue to squeeze the wool. With the perspective ability, the casino is his cash machine. Getting rich is not too easy. Stop playing, give me all the cash. Chu Bai handed the bargaining chip to the girl, but before the girl had time to count the number, 7 or 8 young people with bad looks on their backs gathered around. The scarred man also walked over and said gloomily. Boy, dare to go out in my Sankuin place, you are tired of your life, aren't you? I gave 1,000. How did I give 1,000, did you point it out to me? Chu Bai was a little guilty, but he still tried to calm himself down. Although he is indeed considered to have paid $1,000, there is no evidence to prove that he has paid $1,000. I should ask you for this. The scarred man stared at Chu Bai, then called out to the little brother. First grab him and tie him up for me. Fuck you. Chu Bai was not weak in combat power, and even more of a ruthless character. Seeing that something was wrong, he flew and kicked directly towards Sang Kuen's lower body. Straightly kicked Sang Kuen to the ground. The other boys were surprised and hurriedly went to pull the big brother. The scene is a bit chaotic. Chu Bai punched again, knocking over the 2 young men who were blocking the road, and fleeing directly by grabbing the door. Big brother, are you okay? A group of younger brothers pulled Sang Kuen up. Sang Kuen clutched her arms, grinning in pain. He never expected that a boy who was under the age of 20 would start to be so vicious. Chase people back. Sang Kuen yelled at the little brothers. Just for this point, Sang Kuen would have to cut off Chu Bai's hand at least, and now add the een. Sang Kuen asked the other party to add one more leg at least. The corner of the street outside the yard. Sitting in Cullinan Middle School, Wang Haoren saw a person escaping at the gate of the place. Isn't that embarrassing appearance the same as Chu Bai? Behind him, 7 or 8 young people shouted for murder. During the chase and escape, the news of these people was quickly in sight. About 5 minutes later, those 7 or 8 young people returned empty-handed. Obviously, Chu Bai managed to escape. For this result, Wang Haoren also felt normal. Although the aura of Chu Bai's protagonist had weakened a lot, he was still the protagonist, so how could he be easily caught? Ding, the host successfully prevents the protagonist Chu Bai from earning the first pot of gold. Chu Bai's protagonist's halo is -20, the host's villain's halo is +20, and 200 villain points are obtained. After a lot of work, I spent 500,000 yuan, and it was really rewarding. Wang Haoren happily checked the panel. Host, Wang Haoren. Power value, 89. Charm value, 268. Villain halo, 169. Villain points, 500. Skills, none. 500 villain points can be drawn just once, but Wang Haoren thought about it, but still held back. After 500 villain points are drawn, it will be 0 directly. If you encounter a suspected heroine or other important supporting roles, there is no villain to check information. Save a few hundred more and then draw a lottery. For the rest of the day and many holidays, Wang Haoren followed Chu Bai's movements in real time. After that, Chu Bai escaped from Songkuen's casino, because Songkuen sent a message to his colleagues. Chu Bai didn't dare to continue to go to other casinos to gather wool. Classes are held on Mondays as usual. Wang Haoren came to the classroom with a whistle, and when he opened the desk, he found that it was full of envelopes. Wang Haoren opened a few and looked at it, and found that they were all girls' confession letters to him. This is the trouble of the school grass. But the feeling of reading a love letter is really cool. Every girl who writes a love letter is full of love, using various rhetoric to express her thoughts, and want to win her own response. Although Wang Haoren looked very cool, but after watching it for a while, he hardly remembered a girl. However, there was an unsigned love letter, which made the impression a little bit more impressive. And the handwriting made him feel a bit familiar. However, Wang Haoren didn't go after the root cause. After reading the unsigned love letter, he threw it back into the desk. The other side. Chu Bai also came to class. It's just that his face is very bad, and he knows something is on his mind at a glance. Chen Zisher called Chu Bai aside to talk. Did you win money during these 2 days of vacation? Chen Zisher asked slightly. Originally won more than 30,000, but there was a little accident, all gone. Chu Bai wrinkled his face. Aren't you bragging that you must win? Why did you lose? When will the 1,000 yuan be paid back to me? I still have to give Wenjing a gift at the end of this month. Chen Zisher suddenly became anxious. Don't be angry, isn't there still some time before Wenjing's birthday? I will definitely find a way to pay you back. Chu Bai comforted. It's best. Chen Zisher was very unhappy. Although the feelings of men come quickly, but the same, because women are also prone to contradictions. Chen Zisher was obsessed with Wenjing and spent more than half a year saving 1,000 yuan, sometimes even hungry without eating. I suffered so many sins just to buy a decent gift for Wenjing. If this is because of Chu Bai's reasons, it makes everything fall to the ground. One can imagine how angry and crazy Chen Zisher would be. Brother Wang, Chu Bai and Chen Zisher almost quarreled. Wang Haoren made people pay attention to Chu Bai's movements, and immediately told himself whenever there was any special movement. Therefore, immediately after Chu Bai and Chen Zisher talked, someone came over to make a small report. What did they say? Wang Haoren asked. The younger brother clearly told Wang Haoren the content of the conversation between the two. Chu Bai's 1,002 principles, 1,000 of which was actually borrowed from Chen Zisher, is the relationship between the two people pretty good. Then Chen Zisher is probably the supporting role of the protagonist's camp, right? Wang Haoren secretly guessed. According to the routine of urban novels, many protagonists have a fat boyfriend. The appearance of Chen Zisher really fits well. System, check Chen Zisher's information. Wang Haoren wanted to confirm. Inquiry requires 100 villains, do you want to query? Yes. The interface soon appeared. Important supporting role, Chen Zisher, protagonist camp. Power value, 69. Charm value, 57. Supporting role halo, none. Skills, none. Sure enough. Wang Haoren confirmed, and then asked. System, an important supporting role belonging to the protagonist's camp. If I destroy the relationship between them, can I get villain points and halo points? Back to the host, such operations will affect the original plot, you can get villain points and halo points rewards. Understood. Wang Haoren nodded secretly, and then began to think. Chen Zisher is currently having a little conflict with Chu Bai, and the key point is Wenjing. So, you can start from here. But what should I do? Wenjing. When Wang Haoren thought of her, he suddenly felt a little surprised. He picked up the unsigned love letter before, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. No wonder you think this handwriting is familiar. This is Wenjing's handwriting. On the desk, Wenjing always sticks some study notes with Wenjing's handwriting on them. Wang Haoren and Wenjing often change seats, of course they will see it. Do you have a crush on me? This is easy. Chapter 12. Is this the love letter you wrote to me? Lunch break. While Su Mayan was away, Wang Haoren came to Wenjing. Su Mayan was called by the teacher to correct her homework. Wenjing said actively. Every time Wang Haoren came here, she always looked for Su Mayan, and Wenjing had long been used to it. I'm here to find you. Wang Haoren smiled and looked at Wenjing with those peachy eyes. Wenjing's face blushed instantly. What do you want me for? You wrote this, right? Wang Haoren showed Wenjing the unsigned love letter hidden behind his back. Wenjing was shocked and quickly denied. It's not my love letter, it's not me. Really? But how can the handwriting on this love letter be exactly the same as yours? Wang Haoren pulled out a urinary note from Wenjing's desk and contrasted it. You can see that the handwriting came from the same person. Wenjing knew she couldn't keep it from her. If I cause you trouble, I apologize to you. I will never do it again in the future. Sorry. The tone and demeanor are extremely humble. Secret love is like that. The more you like someone, the more humble your posture will be. From the attitude of Wang Haoren in the past, she knew that the other party was not interested in herself. The reason why there is a little exchange is all because he and Su Mayan are at the same table. That love letter was just that she couldn't suppress her emotions and wanted to express it. Not even the name was signed. From beginning to end, Wenjing didn't hold the slightest hope at all. Your writing is not bad. Wang Haoren admired it casually, then approached Wenjing's ear and said softly. After studying next night, I will wait for you at the school gate, but don't say anything. Wenjing lowered her head and was ready to accept some cold eyes, even ridicule. But after hearing the soft words in her ears, she was stunned. After studying late, he waited for me. What does this mean? Does that mean? Wenjing was a little unbelievable, thinking it was a dream, but when she pinched her thigh. The pain in the thigh, but clearly responded to her. This is not dreaming. Throughout the afternoon and evening self-study classes, Wenjing was immersed in this lingering joy. When Su Mayan found this tablemate, she always smirked inadvertently, and asked curiously. But of course Wenjing couldn't tell the truth. Although she and Su Mayan are very good friends, the fact that she has a crush on Wang Haoren is deeply hidden in her heart. And Wang Haoren also said, don't say anything. Wenjing was even more unlikely to speak out. In Wenjing's eager expectations, she finally waited for the bell tones for the last night of self-study. Wenjing did not leave immediately, but pretended to organize the textbooks, and when everyone was almost gone, she left with her bicycle. School gate. A Cullinan was waiting under the street light. Wenjing knew that it was the car dedicated to picking up Wang Haoren. She had a crush on Wang Haoren for so long, and she would secretly write down everything related to him. Wenjing checked the price of the Cullinan on the internet, and it seemed to be 7 or 8 million yuan. Wang Haoren's family is really rich. On the other hand, I don't even have a car worth more than 100,000 yuan at home. The gap between himself and Wang Haoren is like an ordinary girl and a noble prince. The gap is not so big. Wenjing lowered her head, very low self-esteem. In Cullinan, Wang Haoren also saw Wenjing's figure. He came over. Leave the bike at school, I'll take you to a place. Where are you going? You'll know when you go. Wang Haoren took Wenjing into the car. Cullinan came to the door of a 5-star hotel. Wang Haoren took Wenjing out of the car and told the driver to go back. What are you doing here? Wenjing blushed, nervous and a little scared. Do homework together. Wang Haoren blinked and said to Wenjing. Okay. Wenjing nodded stupidly. Afterwards, the two walked into the hotel. Wang Haoren booked a room during the day, and after taking the card at the front desk, he went directly to the room with Wenjing. The rooms are of the presidential suite level, with very luxurious configuration. Of course, the price is not cheap. It costs 18,000 for one night. After arriving in the room, Wenjing was very cautious and embarrassed, so she took out the workbook and started to write her homework on the table. Wang Haoren took her homework directly and threw it aside. Is it really for homework to open such a good room? Don't be funny. How can that be? You like me very much. Wang Haoren asked. Yeah. Wenjing nodded shyly. How much do you like it? Wang Haoren stared at Wen Jing with his fascinating eyes. The love letter I wrote to you is written on it. Wen Jing looked at her toes, her face flushed. As long as I can be my girlfriend and are willing to do something for me, is that right? Wang Haoren summarized the central idea of the love letter. Wen Jing nodded. Wang Haoren felt that it was almost done, so he said tentatively. I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm not a good person, because I don't plan to have only one girlfriend at the same time. Even so, would you still like me? Wen Jing was surprised. For about 5 seconds, she nodded affirmatively and said, I like it. Wang Haoren feels that he has probably figured out Wen Jing's acceptance, or the degree of her crush on herself. To put it nicely is humble. To put it bluntly is to lick the dog. But this is exactly what Wang Haoren meant. There are so many girls who like me, and there are so many beautiful ones. I have so many choices and you have no advantage. But if you want to be my girlfriend, I can satisfy you. However, I have some requirements. Whenever you violate any of them, the two of us are over. Wang Haoren finished speaking, waiting for Wen Jing's reply. You said. This is something Wen Jing hasn't expected how many times. Of course she has to seize the opportunity. The first point is that my relationship with you is not public. The second point is that I can have other girlfriends besides you, but you must be attentive and loyal to me. The third point is that when I pursue other girls, you can't make trouble. I may need your assists when necessary. The fourth point is that I am only allowed to dump you, but you are not allowed to dump me. The fifth point, I didn't expect it for the time being, I will add it after thinking about it. After Wang Haoren finished speaking, Wen Jing was dumbfounded, even a little angry. These requirements are really excessive. I liked boys for so long. It turned out to be a scum in the scum. Wang Haoren continued to add. Of course, as long as I have time, I will date you as much as possible. I will give you gifts on holidays and birthdays. I will give you pocket money regularly. Don't ask how much. In short, you will be satisfied. In addition, your academic performance is not bad, but you are still a little short of a score to go to a key university. I can help you with this, and it will definitely make you go to your ideal university as you wish. And, as long as you do not violate my requirements, even if I dump you because of boredom, I will still arrange a job with a monthly salary of at least 50,000 yuan after you graduate from college. I'm finished. If you don't want to, the door is there, please feel free. If you want, then, stay. After Wen Jing hesitated for a few seconds, she walked towards the door. But instead of leaving, the door was locked. Then she made a phone call to her home, saying that she was staying at the house of a female classmate and would not go back tonight. If you are in a normal relationship, Wen Jing knows that it is impossible for the two to fall in love. Because the gap between the two is too big. But being with the boy in front of her is her dream all the time. This dream can now become a reality. So what if you humble yourself? What's more, he promised so many benefits to himself. Why don't you agree? Even if it can't be long, at least it will make you have a good memory that will be remembered for a lifetime. In this way, her youth will not regret. Seeing Wen Jing's choice, Wang Haoren smiled. To destroy the relationship with Chu Bai and Chen Zixi, Wen Jing's chess piece is too important. Wang Haoren must hold this chess piece firmly in his hand, and must ensure that this chess piece will not betray him. As long as her heart is not enough. Is he bad? Of course it counts. But this is just the basic quality of being a villain. Don't you see, the villains deal with the protagonist by all means, and in the end they cannot escape the miserable end. Wang Haoren is a good person and uses normal means to attack, so how can he fight the protagonist? Just wait to die. Chapter 13. The protagonist's halo is unreasonable. Enjoy some gentleness. How many girlfriends am I? Wen Jing, who was nestling in her arms, asked affectionately. First. Wen Jing was very happy when she heard it. She is an innocent little girl who has grown up so much that she only liked Wang Haoren. Before that, I didn't even hold hands with boys. That Chen Zixi likes you, do you know? Wang Haoren said suddenly. Really? No wonder he always comes over to ask me questions every day. I am so annoying. If he asks me questions tomorrow, I will definitely ignore him. Wen Jing vomited. No, you can answer his questions normally, just like ordinary classmates. When you answer his question, it is very likely that a girl will come to you and ask you to pay back 1,000 yuan. You have to be a little pitiful at this time, saying that you have no money to pay back, so that the girl will give it a time. Wang Haoren said mysteriously. Why is this? Wen Jing didn't understand. Wang Haoren frowned. I like girlfriends who are behaved. I don't like girlfriends who always ask why. I'm very good, like a little cat. Wen Jing said with a sweet smile, full of Wang Haoren's eyes. Kitten. Yeah, meow. This expression is so cute. Wen Jing looked quiet, like a nerd. She did not expect to have such a cute side. Wang Haoren felt that he really made a profit. I have to get up early for class tomorrow. I have to hurry up. The next day. After Wang Haoren took Wen Jing for breakfast in a 5-star hotel, he sat in Cullinan and went to school. When approaching school, Wang Haoren told Wen Jing to get out of the car first. The two walked into the school one after another. When they met in the classroom, Wen Jing was really good, and followed Wang Haoren's instructions. Get along as usual, like ordinary classmates. It seems that yesterday's thing has never happened. Between classes, Su Mayan and Wen Jing went to the bathroom together. Jing, it looks so weird how you squeeze while walking. Su Mayan said curiously. I twisted my ankle when I went back to my self-study yesterday night, so I feel a little uncomfortable to walk. Wen Jing responded with a smile. Ah, if the severity is not serious, let me see for you. Su Mayan said with concern. No, it's just a small matter. I have applied the medicine and it will be fine in a few days. Well then, I will help you go. During lunch break, Chen Zishir smiled and asked Wen Jing about learning problems. She didn't even care about it, but when she remembered what Wang Haoren had said, she explained the topic patiently. After a while, a girl from another class walked into the classroom and urged Wen Jing to pay back 1,000 yuan. Wen Jing followed Wang Haoren's instructions, pretending to be pitiful, and letting the other party give it a bit of grace. The girl reluctantly agreed, and then left after a cruel remark. Chen Zishir saw it in his eyes. Naturally, he was distressed to death. He directly called Chu Bai to the corridor outside the classroom, urging Chu Bai to pay back 1,000 yuan. But where did Chu Bai get the money back? Chen Zishir was anxious to help Wen Jing, and for a while, he seemed to have lost his mind, and he almost fought Chu Bai in a hurry. The place where the two quarreled was not far from the teacher's office. Wang Haoren and Su Mayan, two academic masters, are now asking their teachers for more esoteric math topics. They can vaguely hear the quarrel outside. Wang Haoren could recognize that one of the voices belonged to Chu Bai. Obviously, the contradiction between Chen Zishir and Chu Bai broke out directly after going through his black box operation. Ding, the host successfully destroys the relationship between the protagonist Chu Bai and the important supporting actor Chen Zishir, gaining 200 villain points, Chu Bai's protagonist Halo -10, and the host villain's Halo +10. Wang Haoren got his wish and got a good harvest. Check out the properties panel. Host, Wang Haoren. Power value, 89. Charm value, 268. Villain Halo, 179. Villain points, 600. Skills, none. Chu Bai's current situation is very bad. Wang Haoren intends to get into trouble and add 2 fires. The first fire. He asked a private detective to come and follow Chu Bai to the casino to shoot the video. Then it was posted on the campus forum of the school. As a senior high school student, he is actually gambling money, which is clearly not allowed in the school regulations, and the severity is not lower than fighting. Chu Bai had just remembered it before, and now he has made such a big mistake. Whether it is possible to continue to study in school is probably a problem, right? The second fire. The younger brother of Sang Kuan is still looking for Chu Bai. It's just that they don't know Chu Bai's background. It is not easy to find Chu Bai. This is busy. Wang Haoren is of course happy to help. I couldn't stay in the school, and there were people chasing after me. Chu Bai's head was probably too big. After Wang Haoren has done this, he can already make up for the excitement of Chu Bai being chased by a group of social people after self-study next night. In the evening, Wang Haoren and his classmates were playing basketball. Around the basketball court, many fans cheered for him again. At this time, a car from the bureau drove into the campus. The car was parked on the roadside of the campus. Two heroic men in uniform walked inside. One of the men held a pennant in his hand. Wang Haoren just glanced at it, but didn't care. Not long after, the principal's voice came out on campus radio. Roughly speaking, a student in the school reported a group of criminals who opened a casino. So let those lawbreakers fall into the French Open. The pennant sent by the people in the bureau had a bonus of 40,000 yuan. The principal also encourages the students to report illegal matters when they encounter illegal matters under the premise of ensuring their own safety. After Wang Haoren heard it, he almost cursed on the spot. Although the principal did not mention who the student was in the broadcast, Wang Haoren can be 1000% sure that he is Chu Bai. Apart from him, there will be no other people. Songkuen's place is old and must have been open for many years. Stand tall for so long. The result was reported by Chu Bai, and they were all arrested. What was even more exaggerated was that Chu Bai also received a bonus of 40,000. The 30,000 medical expenses paid to Fan Jian and others have been paid. Chen Zisher's 1,000 yuan is also available. Chu Bai's previous record of punishment will be completely offset by this credit. The situation that Wang Haoren tried so hard to plan was shattered all at once. The protagonist Halo, awesome. Chapter 14 The Suitor of the Beautiful Teacher. It's almost late for self-study, and most of the students have returned to the classroom. The depression on Chu Bai's face was gone, and he became full of spirits. Song Jinyu, the head teacher, suddenly walked into the classroom and called Chu Bai to go to the office. For Chu Bai's safety, although the principal did not announce his name. But as Chu Bai's head teacher, Song Jinyu must have learned the inside story. Now suddenly I call Chu Bai to the office, most likely to praise him. Wang Haoren could no longer sit still. Song Jinyu is one of the heroines. According to the law of the internet, if the protagonist and the heroine meet alone, there will be a story. Wang Haoren picked up an English test paper and left the classroom. In the office, Song Jinyu just sat down and said a few words of praise to Chu Bai, and saw someone coming. Wang Haoren glanced at the office, and suddenly felt a thick routine. This is the place where 10 teachers work together, but at the moment there is only one teacher, Song Jinyu. If it wasn't for Wang Haoren, wouldn't Song Jinyu and Chu Bai be alone in the office? The protagonist, the Halo, True Kill Bull, invisibly can create an environment conducive to the protagonist picking up girls. Song Jinyu's words of praise have already been said. When Wang Haoren, a good student, came to ask questions on the English test paper, of course he would answer all questions. Chu Bai watched from the side. If the eyes can kill, Wang Haoren is afraid that he has been killed thousands of times. Compared to Su Mayan, who is slightly green, the gorgeous Song Jinyu has another flavor. Chu Bai has never seen this beautiful teacher. This time I finally had a chance to get along with the beautiful teacher alone, and now Wang Haoren actually came to the problem. How could Chu Bai be angry? Wang Haoren deliberately prolonged the time, and the bell rang until the evening self-study class. He continued to ask. Evening self-study is also learning, and asking English questions is also learning. If Chu Bai continued to stand here, it would be very inappropriate. He left the office and went to the classroom. But within a few minutes, Chu Bai also came over with an English test paper. Obviously he didn't give up and refused to let go of the opportunity to be alone with Song Jinyu. During the evening self-study period, students are free to study their homework, and they can also go to the office to ask the teacher questions. But those who come to ask questions are generally academic masters. Poor academic performance or mediocre, I don't have this face. The last time Chu Bai cheated, he only got a middle or lower score. Now that he has come here, his face is obviously quite thick. There is a limit to the length of an English test paper. After a long while, Wang Haoren couldn't ask any more, so he could only stop. When Chu Bai saw the stitches, he asked Song Jinyu a question. Student Chu Bai, teacher Song is tired, we are the same test paper, I have all this test paper, what can you not, let me teach you. Wang Haoren said diligently. Of course Chu Bai was not happy anymore, and was about to say, I won't trouble you anymore. But this was not said yet, Song Jinyu preemptively said. Wang Haoren is right, he knows all these questions, Chu Bai, since Wang Haoren has said so, let him teach you. Song Jinyu and Wang Haoren talked for more than 20 minutes, and their mouths were dry, and they really wanted to take a break. Wang Haoren offered to do it for her, of course she was happy. Chu Bai was unwilling, but in front of Song Jinyu, he couldn't shake his face. He gritted his teeth and said to Wang Haoren, "I thank you." "No thanks." Wang Haoren responded playfully. At an angle that Song Jinyu could not see, the two eyes collided, and sparks flashed faintly. The two walked out of the office. Chu Bai was very angry, and walked quickly to the classroom. With that appearance, it was obvious that Wang Haoren would no longer be able to ask questions. Of course, Wang Haoren didn't even bother to answer him. Ding, the host successfully destroys the opportunity of the protagonist Chu Bai and Song Jinyu, one of the heroines, to get along alone, and gets 200 villain points. Hearing the system prompt, Wang Haoren was amused. He walked slowly towards the classroom. But when I passed the corner, I almost ran into the physical education teacher. The physical education teacher is Xin Liangsai, who is about 30 years old and a muscular man. With a big opaque bag in his hand, he almost hit the ground. Xin Liangsai was nervous about the big bag, so he was very angry, and wanted to reprimand which student was not long-eyed. But when he saw that it was Wang Hao, he swallowed the words back. This student, he can't afford to provoke him. The physical education teacher squeezed some smiles at Wang Haoren, and then passed him by. Some fragrance remains in the air. Wang Haoren sniffed, and immediately distinguished that this was the fragrance of roses. It's not hard to judge. The opaque bag held by Xin Liangsai contained roses. Wang Haoren looked back at Xin Liangsai, and saw that he just walked into the office and closed the door of the office. Song Jinyu is the only one in the office. This Xin Liangsai should be pursuing Song Jinyu. With Song Jinyu's beauty, he is certainly not interested in a muscular man like Xin Liangsai. In this way, the dispute comes. Thinking of this, Wang Haoren felt a breath of routine again. If it hadn't been for him to destroy the chance of Chu Bai and Song Jinyu being alone, Xin Liangsai was pursuing Song Jinyu's point, Chu Bai would definitely be there. Then Chu Bai helped drive away the pesky suitor and gained Song Jinyu's favor. Even Wang Haoren can make up the follow-up plot. Although Xin Liangsai left temporarily, he spoke harshly to Chu Bai before leaving. After all, Chu Bai is just an ordinary student and Xin Liangsai is a teacher, so he needs to be afraid of him. The very responsible teacher Song Jinyu proposed that the two of them should go together for self-study next night. At this moment, Xin Liangsai's tangled gang of bad guys appeared. Xin Liangsai's brain was hot, and he simply didn't stop doing it. He not only taught Chu Bai, but also tried to mislead Song Jinyu. But unfortunately it was not Chu Bai's opponent. Chu Bai rescued Song Jinyu again. The hero saves the beauty. In this way, the relationship between the two of them has not quickly warmed up. To put it plainly, Xin Liangsai is a toolman who provides assistances to male and female protagonists. Wang Haoren didn't return to the classroom anymore, and immediately returned to the office. As soon as he opened the office door, he saw Xin Liangsai kneeling on one knee with affectionate expression, holding a rose in his hand and wooing Song Jinyu. Song Jinyu frowned, her eyes full of disgust, and she pushed her hands toward the bouquet of roses, obviously rejecting Xin Liangsai. Wang Haoren had guessed it a long time ago, and was not surprised at this scene. Chapter 15 Master-Level Painting and Calligraphy Copying Skills. Sorry, excuse me. Wang Haoren looked at Xin Liangsai. Teacher Xin, Teacher Song is obviously boring to you, so why bother with yourself? Student Wang, this is a matter between our teachers and it has nothing to do with you. Xin Liangsai was disturbed by good things, and some were upset, but he didn't dare to have it. Speak to you well, it seems you don't listen. Wang Haoren walked directly in front of Xin Liangsai, grabbed the bunch of flowers, and stuffed them into the trash can. No matter how dare you harass Teacher Song, I will not only let you get out of school, but I will also find someone to interrupt your dog legs. Roll. The words are majestic and domineering. As a teacher, Xin Liangsai was so threatened by a student and was very annoyed, but he didn't dare to let go of a fart. He is just a physical education teacher and has no background. Wang Haoren has wealth and connections in his family, and it is really easy to deal with his little physical education teacher. How can Xin Liangsai dare to be presumptuous? Ding, the host has fixed the common toolman who assists the protagonist and heroine, changed the direction of the original plot, and obtained 100 villain points. Wang Haoren, who was prompted by the system, was not very satisfied with these gains. 100 villain points, this is also a little bit less, right? ordinary tool people are so cheap. Moreover, I helped Song Jinyu drive away disgusting suitors. Why didn't Song Jinyu's favorability for him increase? Is Song Jinyu's strategy difficult, or is it because of the influence of the relationship between teachers and students? Or, what I said just now, not only scared Xin Liangsai, but also Song Jinyu. Song Jinyu regards herself as a bad guy. Wang Haoran couldn't figure out the reason for a while, and didn't bother to think about it for the time being. But what is certain is that Xin Liangsai will not pursue Song Jinyu anymore. This made Wang Haoran couldn't help sighing. The villain still has the advantage of the villain. After a few harsh words, the other party directly counseled. If this is to change the protagonist, even if Xin Liangsai is driven away, the other party will definitely continue to pursue Song Jinyu. And it will get worse. And when Wang Haoran made a move, he would do it once and for all. Song Jinyu was dumbfounded for a while before waking up. Xin Liangsai has harassed her for a long time. She has long stated that she has no interest in Xin Liangsai, but the other party has been stuck on it, and often comes to bother her after get off work. Now that she is so courageous, she has chased her to the office. However, after Wang Haoran was so scared just now, it is estimated that she would never dare to pursue herself again. Wang Haoran, thank you so much. Song Jinyu was extremely grateful. No thanks, I'm a man, so I should protect women. Wang Haoran smiled. What kind of man, you are just a kid. Song Jinyu covered her mouth with a smile, and said old-fashioned. I'm not young, I'm 18, not a kid. Wang Haoran raised an eyebrow. Song Jinyu was startled, and subconsciously looked at Wang Haoran carefully. The boy in front of him is really handsome, especially his eyes. Deep in his eyes, there seemed to be a sense of vicissitudes that did not belong to the age of 18. Very charming. Song Jinyu kept looking at Wang Haoran for a while. After a long time, he was shocked and quickly looked away. I am a teacher, why do I look at my students like this? Song Jinyu blamed herself in her heart and coughed to ease the embarrassment. Okay, don't say you are a kid, you are a man, okay. After smiling, Song Jinyu looked at Wang Haoran strangely. What you said to teacher Xin just now made me shocked. Wang Haoran usually feels like a good student. Teacher Song, I'm just a student. How can I do such a bad thing as buying a man and beating someone? I just scared him. Wang Haoran looked innocent. That's good. Song Jinyu nodded in satisfaction. She still hopes that her students are all obedient. Teacher Song, I see teacher Xin still looks very coveted in your eyes before leaving. He will definitely not give up, and will continue to pester you. Maybe when you go home at night, he will harass you halfway. If you have red eyes, he will even. Wang Haoran said suddenly. Song Jinyu's expression suddenly changed when she heard this. Before this, Xin Liangsai did harass her many times on the way home. In her opinion, the situation Wang Haoran said is very likely to happen. Teacher Song, I will send you back after self-study next night, don't be afraid. Wang Haoran patted his chest. Ah, this, okay. Although it is inappropriate for students to send themselves home, Song Jinyu is more afraid of being harassed by Xin Liangsai. Song Jinyu was in front of the students, even though she had a very hot temper, she patted the table at every turn. In fact, she pretended to treat those students who were about the same age as her. In fact, she is a weak woman with a gentle personality. Wang Haoran returned to the classroom leisurely. He picked up the textbook and turned a page casually, pretending to be ready to read. But secretly it opened the system market. His villain points have accumulated 900, and it's time to draw a prize. He was a little nervous watching the lottery roulette in the system mall spin. After a few seconds, the lottery results came out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being so lucky. He has drawn the Grandmaster level painting and calligraphy copying skills worth 1000 villain points. Is it possible to use it immediately? Master level painting and calligraphy copying skills. Seeing what he got from the lottery, Wang Haoran was stunned for a while, and then he replied with a yes to the system. In the next moment, Wang Haoran only felt a current spread all over his body, but soon returned to normal. He found that he had more ideological things in his mind. Besides that, his limbs also had more muscle memory. This is obviously the result of using the master-level painting and calligraphy copying skills. At this time, Wang Haoran also understood what these skills were used for. To put it simply, he can copy any calligraphy and paintings he sees now, and the degree of simulation can reach 99%. I copy ancient and modern paintings and calligraphy to sell for money. This thought suddenly popped into Wang Haoren's mind. Those antique paintings and calligraphy are the most valuable. Just copy some, and sell it as an authentic one. Don't make too much money. But on second thought, he was not short of money. It doesn't make much sense to do so. And 99% of fakes with a degree of simulation are still fakes. There is still a slight risk of selling as authentic. This skill is too tasteless, right? What I need is the ability to deal with the protagonist. Wang Haoren murmured inwardly, but quickly changed his mind. This copying skill does not necessarily have to be copied from famous artists, but it can also be copied from other people's handwritings. The 99% similarity is enough to be fake. If used well, it may work wonders. Wang Haoren began to think about the practical application of painting and calligraphy copying skills, and also checked the panel. Host, Wang Haoren. Power value, 89. Charm value, 268. Villain halo, 179. Villain point, 400. Skills, master level painting and calligraphy copying skills. The skill item is finally not none anymore. Chu Bai received a bonus of 40,000 yuan and had already paid back 1,000 yuan from Chen Zixi. The relationship between Chu Bai and Chen Zixi has eased a lot, but it has only eased a little. Fatty, I was embarrassed before, now you will never be angry with me. Chu Bai whispered to Chen Zixi at the same table. Chen Zixi glanced at Chu Bai, but did not speak. He quarreled with Chu Bai today, and was pushed by Chu Bai, his shoulder hit the wall, and it still hurts now. Of course he felt a bit resentful in his heart. At that time, Chen Zixi could see that if Chu Bai hadn't been remembered last time, according to his temper, it would not be as simple as pushing himself, but would beat himself up. Chu Bai often fights with young people in society, and he is ruthless. Chen Zixi asked himself that he was far from an opponent, and when he really fought, he was just a sandbag. Seeing Chen Zixi's attitude, Chu Bai suddenly felt a little upset. I'm sulking in a low voice. You are still sulking with your brother because of a girl. As for... Forget it, I'm too lazy to care about this simpler. Chu Bai looked at Su Mayan's back in the distant seat. The school flower is the school flower, even the back is so beautiful. Chu Bai's heart was itchy. Soon he couldn't sit still, pretending to ask Su Mayan about learning questions, and get close to the schoolgirl. Chu Bai wanted to go to the same table with Su Mayan, that is, Wenjing, to change seats. Thinking of this, Chu Bai suddenly patted Chen Zixi on the shoulder, and said, I'll change seats with Wenjing, let her sit down with me, and create a chance for you. Chapter 16 Bike vs. Cullinan. When Chen Zixi heard that Chu Bai was going to change seats with Wenjing, his gloomy face suddenly opened with joy. He received 1,000 yuan returned by Chu Bai and planned to send the money to Wenjing to repay the bill. It's just that Chen Zixi couldn't find a chance to talk to Wenjing face to face. It would be great if Chu Bai could change seats with Wenjing. However, Chen Zixi was still a little stupid. Chu Bai actually wanted to get along with Su Mayan at the same table. It's not all for Chen Zixi to change seats with Wenjing. Of course, it is impossible for Chu Bai to say such words. In Chen Zixi's expectant gaze, Chu Bai took a few test papers at random and got up from his seat, and walked to Wenjing. Student Wenjing, can we change our seats? I want to ask Su Mayan a question. Chu Bai smiled on his face. Wenjing was at the desk focusing on the problem, and Chu Bai suddenly came over and naturally disturbed her. She was a little unhappy at once, and when she looked back, Chu Bai's tablemate was Fatty Chen, and she was even more annoyed. She was very annoyed with Chen Zixi. No. Wenjing annoyed. She had already done what Wang Haoren instructed her to do. She didn't want to ignore Chen Zixi until she received new instructions. I have a lot of questions that I don't understand, and I want to find Su Mayan's questions. Studying is a big deal. Everyone is a classmate. Why is it convenient for you? Which seat is different for you to study? Chu Bai said uncomfortably. Don't kidnap morally. This is my seat. It's my freedom to change or not. Please leave and don't disturb my study. Wenjing shot back. You. Chu Bai was very angry, but he didn't dare to argue with Wenjing. After all, Su Mayan was watching beside him, plus Wen Jing and Chen Zishur, such a brainless flower protector. He could only leave in a muffled voice and return to his original position. Chen Zishur was looking forward to it, but what was waiting was disappointed. He glared at Chu Bai and went to do his own thing. Chu Bai was extremely depressed. At this time, Wang Haoren left his seat. "Student Wen Jing, can you change seats?" Hearing that, Wen Jing's eyes were full of small and bitter resentment, and her heart was sour, but she still stood up obediently and gave her seat to Wang Haoren. When the two passed by, Wang Haoren touched Wen Jing's little hand without a trace, and comforted a little. Wen Jing was in a much better mood, like she had eaten honey. Wang Haoren talked with Su Mayan about learning problems for a while. After talking about it, he did not leave immediately. "When I was in Chinese class today, the teacher praised your writing well. The composition is my weakness. Can you lend me your composition to read it?" Wang Haoren asked. "Yours is actually not bad." Su Mayan smiled and handed the text to Wang Haoren. "Return you tomorrow morning." "Okay." The same word, written by different people, will have different styles. Many words are grouped together, and the details are too many to count. This makes it extremely difficult for one person to completely imitate another person's handwriting. But this is quite simple for Wang Haoren now. Getting Su Mayan's words was just the first step in Wang Haoren's plan. The other side of the classroom. Chu Bai's mood is too bad. "Wen Jing, I told her to ignore the position." Wang Haoren told her to let her go, and she treated it differently without saying anything. "What a shame. Who are you scolding?" Before Chu Bai's words were finished, Chen Zishur stared at the bull's eye and yelled loudly, as if he was going to fight hard. Many people in the class are looking sideways. Chu Bai opened his mouth, trying to say something, but he couldn't say anything, and he was frustrated to the extreme. After a long time, Chu Bai calmed down. He could tell that Wang Haoren was there, and he wanted to continue to find Su Mayan to make up lessons. It is probably impossible. So the plan to soak Su Mayan seems to have been stranded. Thinking of this, a mature woman flashed in Chu Bai's mind. Compared to a young and beautiful girl like Su Mayan, Song Zhenyu is actually more attractive to boys his age. The place where teacher Song lives seems to be on the way with me. Other thoughts came into Chu Bai's mind. Although it is less than 100 days before the college entrance examination, it is impossible to learn. Only picking up girls is to pass the time. He has the clairvoyance ability, and when the test comes, he can just copy it and finish it. How many points can be scored depends on how well the surrounding candidates study. According to Chu Bai's estimation, there shouldn't be a big problem in going to a key university. Because his perspective ability sees far away, it has the effect of a telescope. Within a few hundred meters, as long as the examinee in his field of vision, even if it is separated by many walls, he can clearly see the answer on the other party's examination paper. After self-study next night, Chu Bai slowly packed his things while paying attention to the people walking out of the office not far away. After Song Zhenyu walked out of the office, Chu Bai left the classroom. Then, he went to the campus where he parked his bicycle and rode his old bicycle. Chu Bai counted the time and met Song Zhenyu at the school gate as he wished. "Teacher Song, it's such a coincidence." Chu Bai stopped the bicycle, pretending to meet Song Zhenyu by chance. "Hey, it's Chu Bai. The self-study has been finished late, and all the students have left. Why are you still here?" Song Zhenyu smiled. "Almost all the students on campus are gone. There was no one at the gate of the school either." So Song Zhenyu felt strange. "Isn't my academic performance very poor? Of course, I have to work harder and stay in the classroom for a while." Chu Bai scratched his head, pretending to be a good student studying hard. "Your academic performance has improved very quickly. Work hard, and you will definitely be admitted to your ideal university during the college entrance examination." Song Zhenyu encouraged. "Thank you, Teacher Song." Chu Bai smiled, then changed the topic. "Teacher Song, if you walk, shall I see you off?" Song Zhenyu lives not far from the school. She usually walks back home by herself after studying at home next night. Chu Bai had noticed this a long time ago. This. Song Zhenyu didn't know how to answer for a while. "Teacher Song, this is past 10 o'clock in the evening, you see you are so beautiful, it is very dangerous to go back alone, after every night after study, let me see you off, anyway, follow me along the way." Chu Bai was a little excited in his heart, and quickly wiped the back seat of the bicycle, urging, "Come." And at this moment, a Cullinan stopped beside. The door opened and Wang Haoren walked out. Chapter 17. Isn't you not even letting you drink tea? Teacher Song, you have finally come out. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go. Wang Haoren said. Teacher Song, you are. Chu Bai was a little dazed. Wang Haoren had already agreed with me, saying that he would take me back today. Sorry. Song Jinyu was a little embarrassed. She can actually leave after studying at home next night. The reason for the delay for so long is to avoid suspicion. After all, let Wang Haoren send herself back, so that other students can see that the impact is not good. Have you waited a long time? Song Jinyu apologized to Wang Haoren. It's only about 20 minutes, it doesn't matter. Wang Haoren shrugged indifferently. If you wait, you will definitely be bored. However, Wang Haoren was not idle just now. During the waiting time, she specially sent Wen Jing home and gave her a warm man. After all, Wen Jing's state makes it really inconvenient to ride a bicycle. Although in Wang Haoren's view, Wen Jing is just an underground girlfriend, even a chess piece. However, Wang Haoren will still take care of it. Anyway, idle is idle. Of course, on the way, Wang Haoren's hands were not idle, and he was relieved of greed. Teacher Song, please. Wang Haoren was a gentleman who helped Song Jinyu open the car door. Are you in this car? Song Jinyu was stunned. Although she doesn't know much about cars, Rolls-Royce Cullinan still knows. To be honest, Song Jinyu grew up so old that he hadn't even sat in a Mercedes-Benz BMW, let alone Cullinan. This makes her very dazed. Yeah, I use this bus to go to and from school. If the teacher is too bored, then I will walk you to see you. Wang Haoren quipped. If you walk, you can spend more time with each other, and that's even better. Why don't you take the car? Song Jinyu vetoed it immediately. If there is a car, why do you have to walk? And she also wanted to experience what it's like to sit in a Rolls-Royce. Song Jinyu got into the car. Wang Haoren gave Chu Bai a thumbs up in a direction that Song Jinyu couldn't see, and then rotated 180 degrees. Quickly. Cullinan mobilized and left in Chu Bai's sour and hateful eyes. It's great to have money. Sooner or later, I will have more money than your Wang family. Then I will trample you Wang Haoren on the soles of your feet, trampling you to death. I will trample you to death. Chu Bai couldn't control his anger, and treated the bicycle like Wang Haoren, kicking his feet frantically, still roaring in his mouth. Ding! The host successfully attacked the protagonist Chu Bai, causing the opponent's mentality to become unbalanced, gaining 300 villain points, Chu Bai's protagonist Halo -20, and the host villain's Halo +20. Wang Haoren, sitting in Cullinan Middle School, received a prompt from the system. Because you are still the protagonist, this mentality is out of balance. Wang Haoren was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he also found it normal. After all, Chu Bai is only 18 years old, young, with a big temper and loves to fight. How good can his mentality be? He repeatedly stopped Chu Bai from picking up girls. It's strange that Chu Bai doesn't lose his mentality. Song Jinyu rented a bed and breakfast near the school, not far away. Soon, Cullinan arrived downstairs. Song Jinyu got off the bus. Student Wang Haoren, thank you, I will go back first. Mr. Song, I'm here now, don't you even let me drink tea. Come with me. Song Jinyu took Wang Haoren upstairs. As soon as I opened the room, a faint fragrance came. The room size is not big, but there are all. The decoration is ordinary, but very clean and tidy. Obviously the people living in this room know how to live. On the small balcony, there are still some women's clothes hanging. Wang Haoren caught a glance inadvertently, which made Song Jinyu very embarrassed. But Song Jinyu was relieved that Wang Haoren quickly looked away. Staring at the woman's private clothing, that is an operation that Diao Ci's protagonist only has. Wang Haoren is tall, rich and handsome, so he won't be so low. Song Jinyu turned around and went to the drinking fountain to pour water. Wang Haoren looked at Song Jinyu's back, thoughtfully. Song Jinyu's identity as one of the heroines has already been stoned. Do you want to take the opportunity to win the opponent by force? As a villain, you must have the consciousness of the villain, otherwise how to fight with the protagonist? If you can take a shortcut, why bother with the heroine? System, is it feasible to use force to win the heroine? After the bad idea came up, Wang Haoren did not implement it immediately, but asked about the system for the sake of safety. Back to the host, this kind of ultra-low-end villain behavior, regardless of success or failure, will reduce the villain's halo points by 100, and given that the host's current combat power value is below the average level, the success rate is low, the host is not recommended to perform such operations. Is that so? Forget it. Wang Haoren suddenly dismissed the idea. It is not easy for his villain's halo points to increase. Losing 100 halo points to perform a bad deed with such a low success rate is really not worth it. When Wang Haoren was thinking about it, Song Jinyu also brought a glass of water over. Wang Haoren drank the water, but could not find a reason to stay, and was about to leave. But at this moment, the light bulb in the room flickered and then went out, and there was a faint smell of burning in the air. Song Jinyu's sound was shocked, and she subconsciously grasped Wang Haoren's sleeve next to her. It seems that the light bulb has burned. Wang Haoren said. Maybe, see what's going on tomorrow. Song Jinyu said. Teacher Song, you seem to be very afraid of the dark. Are you sure you want to wait until tomorrow? Wang Haoren was a little amused. Because he clearly felt that he had two hands firmly grasping his arms. Song Jinyu noticed something was wrong, and quickly let go of her hand, pretending to be bold. How could I be afraid of the dark? Is there a spare bulb? Wang Haoren asked directly without breaking it. No. Then wait a minute. Wang Haoren turned on the mobile phone flashlight, checked the bulb model, and then called the driver downstairs. About 10 minutes later, the driver delivered the light bulb. Wang Haoren directly asked the driver to go downstairs. Does the driver change the light bulb? Of course. But Wang Haoren wanted to come in person. The burned-out bulb is the kind of ordinary fluorescent lamp. The replacement is actually very simple, and Wang Haoren can handle it himself. After a while, the room regained its brightness. Unexpectedly, you, the young master of a wealthy family, would change the light bulb. Song Jinyu was surprised, as if to meet Wang Haoren again. Ding, change one of the heroine Song Jinyu's perceptions of the host, the favorability is increased by 10, and the current total favorability is 30. Very friendly. Ding, the host influences the direction of the original plot and gets 200 villain points. After receiving the system prompt, Wang Haoren said calmly and said, What are these words? Teacher Song wouldn't think I was that kind of dude, would you? This technique was actually learned by him in a previous life. Student Wang Haoren, don't get me wrong, I don't mean that. Song Jinyu explained. It's not at school. Stop calling me that. It feels strange. Just call me by name. Haoren. Song Jinyu didn't object either. In fact, if the teacher status is removed, they are actually the same age, after all, the difference is only 6 years old. That's right, then I won't call you Teacher Song anymore. I will call you Sister Jinyu. Well, that's it. You will be my sister from now on. Wang Haoren blinked. In those novels, the progress of the relationship between the protagonist and the older female protagonist began with the recognition of her sister. Wang Haoren has learned something. But to be honest, Wang Haoren felt ashamed. Counting past lives, his actual age is actually 30 years old. Call a woman 6 years younger than herself as her sister. Wang Haoren feels taken advantage of. But in order to close the relationship with Song Jinyu, this is also impossible. When Song Jinyu is attacked, let her call back and call her brother. Yes, just do it. Chapter 18 Wonderful Father. No, if you call that way, where will the face and majesty of my head teacher be put? Song Jinyu shook his head. When there are people, of course I call you Teacher Song, and I call your sister in private. Isn't that all right? Wang Haoren pretended to be disappointed. Then, okay. Song Jinyu thought for a while and immediately changed his words and agreed. Wang Haoren will send her to self-study next night. If she is just a teacher and student, Song Jinyu is actually quite embarrassed. With such a name as sister, Song Jinyu would feel more at ease. And more importantly, this younger brother is so handsome, which makes people feel very happy at first glance. Will drive away annoying suitors for themselves, and change light bulbs. There are so many benefits to recognize a younger brother, so why not do it? Then it's settled, Sister Genyu. Wang Haoren was of course very happy that the goal was achieved. Ding, the host and one of the heroines, Song Genyu, have a social relationship fetters, which affects the original plot direction, gaining 200 villain points, the protagonist Chu Bai, the protagonist's Halo -10, and the host's villain's Halo +10. There are rewards. Wang Haoren was happier. After chatting with Song Genyu again, Wang Haoren left. It's 11 o'clock in the evening, why don't you leave and wait for the overnight stay? Wang Haoren really wanted to, but she was definitely not willing. Go back to the Wang's villa. Wang Haoren saw a middle-aged man with a big belly sitting on the sofa in the hall. The face of this middle-aged man is somewhat similar to that of Wang Haoren. Although he is now blessed, judging from his features, he was also a handsome man when he was young. He is Wang Haoren's cheap father, called Wang Xiang. Seeing the appearance of this cheap father, Wang Haoren suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart. A fat ruined everything. When you reach middle age, you won't be like this, right? Don't. My dear son, come back, I want to kill you. Wang Xiang jumped up from the sofa, walked directly in front of Wang Haoren, and gave him a big hug. Wang Haoren opened his mouth, a little bit unable to call out the word, Dad, so he could only squeeze a smile. But the laugh was a little stiff. Of course, this didn't affect his handsomeness in the slightest. Did you go to the hotel yesterday? Wang cast a net straight to the subject with a straight face. Gee, I actually filed a complaint, I will fire him tomorrow. Wang Haoren could have asked the driver in private to keep him secret. But when he turned around, he sold himself directly. Don't blame him, I forced him to say that it is not easy to find a safe driver these days, forget it. Wang Xiang waved his hand. The driver who drove Cullinan had worked in Wang's house for 10 years. Wang Xiang was very relieved of him. Yes, I went to the hotel yesterday, and with a girl, you just said what you want to do with me. Wang Haoren had a direct showdown, ready to fight casually. Being beaten and not fighting back is definitely not the style of a villain. Even if the other party is this cheap father, it is no exception. Although his own combat power value is lower than the average level, but the cheap father in front of him, the combat power value is afraid that it is even lower. Really fighting, who is the son and who is the father is really uncertain. But to Wang Haoren's surprise, Wang Castanto's face suddenly burst into a smile like blooming flowers. He patted Wang Haoren's shoulder with satisfaction and praised. My dear son, what a good job. Ah. Wang Haoren was stunned. Wang Xiang's saliva splashed all over. When your father and I were 18, your mother was already pregnant with you. You are now 18 years old and have never been in a relationship before. I thought you were abnormal. I was discussing with your mother a few days ago whether or not I should take you to the hospital for an examination. Now it seems that it can be avoided. In the eyes of Wang Haoren's cheap parents, his son is so good that many girls must like it. But Wang Haoren has grown up so much that he hasn't fallen in love yet. This is extremely abnormal. Looking at Wang Xiang's expression, Wang Haoren didn't know what to say for a while. Wang Xiang took a card, put it into Wang Haoren's hand, and continued. This is the black gold VIP card of the 5-star hotel you went to. If you take it away, you don't need to book a room in advance if you take a girl there. By the way, I need to spend more to talk about my girlfriend. I will call you 5 million in carry tomorrow, and call me when I'm done. If I'm busy, it's the same when I ask my mother. I won't tell you anymore, I want to tell your mother the good news, she must be happier than me. With that, he immediately called. Soon, the two men began a conversation in the air, talking about the son's finding a girlfriend. During the conversation, don't mention how happy it was. As for worrying about Wang Haoren's study, that doesn't exist. Let alone Wang Haoren's excellent grades, even if he has a 0 score in the exam by that time, with the Wang family, he can be admitted to a key university, or even sent directly abroad to study abroad. Looking at the black gold card in his hand, Wang Haoren looked strange. Sure enough, the villain's family is really not ordinary harmonious and friendly. The son did bad things. Not only did the parents not beat and scold him, they even praised him, and they also created better conditions for the son to do bad things. This is simply. But Wang Haoren calmed down and thought about it. This seemed to make sense. Who makes yourself a villain? After washing, Wang Haoren returned to her room. It was almost midnight, but he did not choose to rest. Instead, he took out the text borrowed from Su Mayan and carefully studied the handwriting on it. After a while, Wang Haoren could imitate. It is estimated that Su Mayan himself would not be able to distinguish clearly the imitated handwriting. After doing this, Wang Haoren took out his mobile phone. There are many messages from Wenjing on the phone. Looking at the time, it must have been sent by Wenjing after she got home. "My dear, what are you doing? Are you home yet? My dear, I finished the shower, but what should I do if I can't sleep? It's all you in my head, why can't I sleep? Why ignore me? Do you think I disturbed you by sending messages? My dear, I was wrong, I won't disturb you anymore." A grieved expression. In these messages, there was a strong smell of dog licking. Wang Haoren was dumbfounded, and at the same time he was in a daze. Mizusawa Middle School is famous for many beautiful women, and there are more than one school flowers. The competitiveness is too great. Wenjing doesn't have the name of a schoolgirl, but she actually looks really good. If this is a change of school, it must be a proper school flower. But even at Mizusawa Middle School, there are not a few boys who like Wenjing. She did not receive any love letters. Such a beautiful woman secretly has such a dog-licking gesture. If this is spread out, I don't know how many students will be surprised. Do something for me tomorrow. Wang Haoren didn't have the thought of chatting, edited a piece of news and sent it to Wenjing, and went straight to business. "My dear, please tell me, I will do the job well." Wenjing replied the message in seconds. "Tomorrow, during the first night of self-study, you." Wang Haoren began to edit the information. Chapter 19 Master Wing Chun. After finishing the chat with Wenjing, Wang Haoren communicated with the system. The villain point has reached 1100, which is a record high. Items in the system mall can only be exchanged for a minimum of 1000 villain points. With strong expectations, Wang Haoren asked the system to display the items he could exchange in the mall. An interface is displayed, with descriptions and prices of items on it, just like shopping on Taobao. But the things in this mall can only be purchased by the villain. 1100 villain points can exchange items very limited, so only a dozen of them are displayed. Grandmaster level painting and calligraphy copying skill 1000 villain points. Master cooking skills 1000 villain points. 1000 villain points for actor level acting. Master level actual combat Wing Chun with 1000 villain points. Master level performing martial arts lightning 5 consecutive whip 1000 villain points. The subgrade Juyan Dan 1100 villain points. Note, after taking it, the effect will last for 30 years. After Wang Haoren checked all the products, he was a little tangled. A qualified villain will inevitably encounter situations where he will lie to others. If he has the acting skills of a movie star, isn't he a fool? This skill is simply the standard for supervillains. The combat power value is lower than the average level, which is Wang Haoren's biggest shortcoming at present. The master level actual combat Wing Chun can greatly increase the combat power value. The low-grade Ju Yen Dan can lock in youth. Although the effect is only 30 years, it is also very attractive. Imagine that when you are 48 years old, all your peers are greasy, and you are still 18 years old. Pulling the 18-year-old girl shopping, there is no sense of disobedience at all. It's cool to think about it. I want all three, but the villain point is only enough to change one. Wang Haoren considered it for a few seconds, and finally chose the master-level actual combat Wing Chun. He completely suppressed Chu Bai from the aspects of appearance, study, and tickets, and the only thing that was inferior to Chu Bai was his combat power. First, increase the combat power value. After clicking to use to learn master-level actual combat Wing Chun, Wang Haoren immediately felt that his whole person was much more energetic. He squeezed his fists and hit a few Wing Chun fists at random, only to feel the power to make ends meet. If it weren't for it's already after midnight, yelling for fear of being considered mentally ill. He really wanted to yell, "I want to hit 10. Check the panel. Host, Wang Haoren. Power value, 289. Charm value, 268. Villain Halo, 209. Villain points, 100. Skills, Master Level Painting and Calligraphy Copying Skills, Master Level Actual Combat Wing Chun. This attribute finally has no shortcomings, this is the real rich and handsome. The combat power value has increased from 89 to 289. Obviously this is because of the master-level actual combat Wing Chun. Chu Bai's combat power value is only 155. In terms of combat power, Wang Haoren also crushed him. The next day. In the afternoon's free time, the students who are sprinting for the college entrance examination are still busy studying. Chu Bai found some questions at random, and prepared to ask Su Mayan questions. It was impossible for Wen Jing to give him a seat. Of course Chu Bai had to rely on her own, so she moved her stool over and placed it next to Su Mayan's desk. Su Mayan had no feelings for Chu Bai, so she was a little annoyed by Chu Bai's behavior. Now they are sprinting for the college entrance examination, whose time is not precious. Answering you is a sentiment, not answering you is a duty. Besides, the questions that Chu Bai asked were all simple. Do you have to ask yourself? However, even if Su Mayan was unwilling, because of her inner kindness and fellowship, she still planned to answer him reluctantly. Chu Bai didn't know Su Mayan's emotional changes. Even if he knew it, he would still do it. If you want to pick a girl, you have to be thick-skinned and just follow your own wishes. Always take care of girls' wishes. How can it be possible to get girls? Just. Before Su Mayan spoke to Chu Bai, Wang Haoren came over. Wang Haoren and Wen Jing changed their seats and became Su Mayan's temporary tablemates. Holding the test papers in their hands, they seemed to discuss and study with Su Mayan. Chu Bai was immediately annoyed and cursed secretly in his heart. This Wang Haoren clearly deliberately had trouble with herself, and always disturbed herself by picking up girls. Don't let me run into you at night, otherwise I will beat you and the whole family will not know you. The hatred in Chu Bai's heart, but it didn't happen on the surface, just said blankly. Please, I'm here first. Oh, isn't it? I just have one question. After I have asked Su Mayan, I will let you ask it again. Wang Haoren said. I will also ask a question. Chu Bai replied. Which? This. Chu Bai pointed at the test paper casually. It's easy, let me tell you. Wang Haoren took the test paper, and then spoke the topic patiently. Chu Bai was holding his breath in his heart, but he didn't even hear it at all. About 3 minutes later. Understand? Wang Haoren asked Chu Bai after finishing the topic. No, don't you fail to understand. This topic is very simple, I have explained it in detail, but it doesn't matter, if you don't understand, I will say it again. Wang Haoren was very patient. But Chu Bai didn't have this patience, and didn't have this face. Wang Haoren said that this topic is very simple, but he didn't understand it. If you let him continue to say it again, wouldn't he appear to be too stupid? Besides, Su Mayan was watching from the side. Of course Chu Bai would not lose this face. Wang Haoren, I thank you. Chu Bai gritted his teeth. You're welcome. Wang Haoren smiled like a spring breeze. Chu Bai was too angry, but he could only move his stool and reluctantly return to his original position. At the same time, Wang Haoren also received a message from the system. Ding, the host prevents the protagonist Chu Bai from approaching Su Mayan, one of the heroines, and affects the plot direction and gets 100 villain points. Chapter 20 Note. Su Mayan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Chu Bai had left. Then she showed some smiles and looked at Wang Haoren. What are you going to tell me about? Su Mayan's favorability towards Wang Haoren is 20, which means he is very friendly, so he doesn't mind Wang Haoren asking himself about learning questions. Actually, I have no questions to ask you. Wang Haoren smiled. Ah. Su Mayan was stunned. You are not the only person in this class who has studied well. Why did Chu Bai ask you only? Wang Haoren asked. This, how do I know this? Su Mayan shook her head, but actually had a guess in her heart, just embarrassed to say it. Wang Haoren directly clicked. In fact, Chu Bai didn't really want to ask you questions, just to approach you deliberately. Don't be too kind, know how to refuse, don't always spend your precious study time to help others, and you owe others. Hearing this, Su Mayan nodded, agreeing with Wang Haoren's words, and at the same time settled to pay attention. If Chu Bai came to find his own question again next time, unless he was idle, he would definitely refuse. You came here to talk to me about this. Su Mayan was watching Wang Haoren's gaze, trying to see something from it. Is he caring about me? What is your look? I often come to you to talk about studying, but you don't really think, what do I think of you? I'm a school grass, okay. I don't know how many girls wrote love letters to me. You think that I like you too because of your beauty. I made it clear to you before that if you don't eat nest grass, would you let me repeat it again? Wang Haoren gave Su Mayan a merciless blow. He did have an idea for Su Mayan, but this was definitely not for Su Mayan to see. Otherwise, when she is in contact with her, she will alienate herself and keep a distance from herself. To put it simply, you can flirt her by yourself, but you can't let her see that you are flirting her. With someone who hurts you like this, you really, forget it, I did my homework and ignore you. Su Mayan was so blushing that she turned her head and didn't even look at Wang Haoren. Ding, Su Mayan, one of the heroines, has a +10 favorability degree for the host, and the current total favorability degree is 30. Very friendly. Ding, the host influences the direction of the original plot and gets 200 villain points. It's okay too. Wang Haoren was stunned when he received the system message. What's the situation? Didn't you tease her? And not only didn't tease, but also hit her. How could she increase her affection for herself? The more boring she behaved, the more she became more enthusiastic towards me. In other words, this chick is very fond of the trick of getting out of the game. Wang Haoren instantly felt that he had found the key to Su Mayan's strategy. Another part of the classroom. Chu Bai stared at the movements of Wang Haoren and Su Mayan. Because there are many people studying in the classroom, when Wang Haoren and Su Mayan speak, their voices are very small. Chu Bai couldn't hear what the two said. However, Chu Bai could see some of Su Mayan's body movements and expressions. Su Mayan seems to be angry. What did this scum surnamed Wang say? Did he say anything to Su Mayan? Chu Bai squeezed his fist, wanting to beat Wang Haoren painfully. For him, this kind of thing is simply a breeze. Wang Haoren, a rich family with an empty skin, and without the power to bind a chicken, how could he be his opponent? But after thinking about it, Chu Bai still endured it. Although it was simple to beat Wang Haoren, the fruits were unbearable for Chu Bai. After all, people are rich, and rich is the uncle. After the college entrance examination, there will be 2 or 3 months off. When that happens, I will play rock gambling in other places. I will have a lot of money at that time. Chu Bai secretly made up his mind. Because of what happened in the afternoon, Chu Bai was depressed all afternoon. It wasn't until the evening, after having dinner in the cafeteria, that my mood improved a bit. Back to the classroom. Chu Bai found a note in the desk with some words written on it. Chu Bai, I didn't mean to alienate you. I was really forced to be helpless. It was very hard for me to see that you were unhappy all afternoon. Originally I planned to talk about it after the college entrance examination, but I really don't want to see you unhappy. At the end of the first night of self-study, I am waiting for you in the girls' dormitory of our class. I want to tell you something important. Remember, don't let Wang Haoren see it. There is no signature on the note. However, the handwriting on the note is beautiful, and it looks like a girl's handwriting. Su Mayan wrote it to me. Chu Bai quickly judged it. With the familiar handwriting and the words on the note, there can be no one else except Su Mayan. He was ecstatic in his heart for an instant, and his brain made up. What does Su Mayan mean? Ask me to go out, afraid that Wang Haoren will know. Could it be that she actually likes me? The reason why I usually ignored me and deliberately got closer to Wang Haoren was actually because I was afraid that Wang Haoren would trouble me. Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, Su Mayan's attitude towards me, why did he suddenly turn down after knowing that Fen Jian and the others blocked me after school? Chu Bai was very excited at the moment, but soon suppressed it again, pretending to be like a okay person. Tear the strip of paper straight up, then throw it into your mouth and eat it. Perhaps it was because this was a note written by Su Mayan. Chu Bai felt quite fragrant inexplicably when he was eating. He did not forget Su Mayan's instructions. Don't talk about this. Must destroy the corpses. Many people in this class are close to Wang Haoren. If you find a clue and go to Wang Haoren to inform, that would be terrible. Chu Bai was secretly excited for a while, but soon recovered a bit of calmness and found that something was wrong. Su Mayan is a full-time student, not a boarding student. Southwest Y set the place to meet him in the girls' dormitory. After all, the school is so big, so many places are dating. Chu Bai wanted to ask Su Mayan to confirm if she wrote the note. It's just that Su Mayan doesn't bring her mobile phone to school, so it's impossible to send a message. As for asking in person, it is not appropriate. After all, Wang Haoren has too many eyes and ears in this class. In the evening self-study, Chu Bai felt a little bit tormented and did nothing. He kept looking at the time on the phone, counting the seconds. There is another person in the classroom who also pays attention to the end of get out of class time. Approaching the end of the first night of the next self-study get out of class. Another part of the classroom. Oh. When Jing clutched her abdomen, her face showing pain. Jing, what's wrong with you, are you uncomfortable? Su Mayan asked with concern. Well, it's so uncomfortable. Then I will go to the infirmary with you. That's it, it's just uncomfortable. Then I will ask for a leave of absence from Teacher Song for you, and then let your family pick you home. Don't, I feel so embarrassed. Let's go to the girls' dormitory and rest for a while. I guess it will be fine after half an hour of rest. Then I will help you ask the boarding girl in the class to get the key. Let's get Zhongli, she's easier to talk, alas, quietly, don't let people find out, or I will be ashamed. Know it. After whispering, Su Mayan left her seat and quietly came to the girl named Zhongli in the class. Su Mayan whispered a few words to Zhongli, then Zhongli took out a key from her body and handed it out. Chapter 21 Who are you fooling? The place where Zhongli sits is only 2 seats away from Chu Bai. The scene of Su Mayan secretly asking for the bedroom key was caught by Chu Bai. Zhongli is a boarder, right? The key you just gave should be the bedroom key, so that said, Su Mayan really wrote that piece of paper. The last trace of doubt in Chu Bai's heart disappeared. I was so happy. Just then, the get-out-of-class bell rang. Girls' bedroom. Before the time for self-study next night, the dormitory aunt was watching TV leisurely in a dormitory room on the first floor. The door to the girls' bedroom is wide open. Chu Bai slipped into the girls' dormitory lightly. There are not many boarding students at Mizusawa Middle School, and there is only one dormitory for girls in high school. The entire building has 3 floors, with 1 floor each from the first to the third. All boarding girls in a class can be accommodated in only 1 bedroom. At the door of each dormitory, the class number is posted, and they are arranged regularly. It is very easy to find a designated dormitory. Chu Bai lightly moved, like a thief, came to the door of a bedroom. The door was not closed, it was hidden. The light in the bedroom is unknown, but what Chu Bai can be sure of is that Su Mayan has arrived. Chu Bai couldn't help feeling a little smug in his heart, sweeping away the depression that had been suppressed by Wang Haoren for several days. Wang Haoren, this scum, never expected that Su Mayan would talk and laugh with him to discuss and study, it was just a rhetoric. And Su Mayan's purpose for doing this was just to prevent him from targeting me. But then, when did Su Mayan like herself? It should be the time when I made up lessons for myself before, right? Alas, she really took great pains. I'm so stupid, I haven't seen her crush on me. Had it not been for Su Mayan to see me unhappy in the afternoon, she would probably keep hiding it until after the college entrance examination. I don't know what Wang Haoren would think after he knew the truth. Maybe you will be half to death, right? Chu Bai thought to himself jokingly. With great excitement, Chu Bai pushed open the concealed door and walked in. Su Mayan, I know what you want. Actually, I also like you. I like you a long time ago. Whenever I see you and Wang Haoren talking and laughing, my heart really hurts. Chu Bai couldn't wait to show his thoughts. Su Mayan took the initiative to make an appointment with herself, and between the lines on the note, there was also a liking for herself everywhere. Chu Bai felt that as a boy, of course he had to be more direct. It is best to confirm the relationship with Su Mayan, or even win it directly. After all, this is a girl's bedroom, surrounded by beds. And Su Mayan asked herself to meet in the girls' dormitory. Maybe she also thought about it. Chu Bai felt his blood flow much faster. It's just that Su Mayan didn't say anything after his own words were left for a while. Su Mayan, why aren't you talking, are you shy? Chu Bai couldn't help being excited, and said again. What could respond to Chu Bai was an, ultra-high decibel woman scream. Chu Bai was startled, the accumulated excitement dissipated at this moment. Because he discerned that this voice did not belong to Su Mayan. In an instant, a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the Tianling guy. This is a trap. Chu Bai reacted immediately and ran away. He successfully ran out of the girl's bedroom. But it is not Luan. 20 minutes later. Chu Bai was called to a separate office by Song Zhenyu. In the office, there are Chu Bai, Song Jinyu, and Wen Jing. This matter is special. Song Jinyu didn't want others to know before he got a reasonable solution. Because this involves the reputation of a female classmate. Wen Jing's eyes were red, and her tears kept streaming. She cried, she really cried. Good acting. Of course not. This is because Wen Jing rubbed her eyes a little, and Wang Haoren gave the colorless and tasteless chili water. Who knows that taste? Wen Jing cried because of the hot pepper water. Song Jinyu Chin patted Wen Jing on the back, comforted her, and asked, "Are you sure it's him?" As Wen Jing cried, she accused. "When the lights were unclear at the time, then that person grabbed my hand and threatened me, telling me not to, don't move, and then While struggling, he accidentally touched his hair. It was a bit tangled. It should be an inch. That voice, the voice, and the maverick inch, I must be Chu Bai. Intent to molest a girl, Chu Bai, you are so bold." Song Jinyu took the lesson plan and patted the table again, very angry. "I admit that I have been to the girls' dormitory, but I did not molest." Chu Bai defended. "There is surveillance at the entrance of the girls' dormitory building, so you can know that Chu Bai has been there as long as you check it." Of course Chu Bai would not lie this. "Okay, what are you going to do in the girls' dormitory?" Song Jinyu asked sharply. "It's Su. Someone pretended to be Su Mayan's handwriting and wrote a note to me, asking me to go to the girls' dormitory, and saying that he had something to tell me." Chu Bai wasn't a fool either. By now, of course he knew that this was a trap. "What about the note?" Song Jinyu stretched out his hand to beg for it. I ate it." "Who are you fooling?" "When I was a 3-year-old child." Song Jinyu felt that her IQ was severely insulted. "Teacher Song, what I said is true." "I still want to argue, call your parents over." Upon hearing this, Chu Bai suddenly became anxious. "Wen Jing, why did you frame me? What hate do I have with you?" Wen Jing didn't know how to answer, so she didn't say anything at all, and let her tears fall. "It's so spicy, it hurts, oh." Wen Jing was really uncomfortable at the moment. Song Jinyu looked distressed. "I understand, Wang Haoren instructed you, right?" Chu Bai suddenly understood. "Chu Bai, you are enough. You didn't admit that you made a mistake, and you actually wronged Wang Haoren." Song Jinyu was immediately annoyed. Wang Haoren is both excellent in character and learning, how could he do such a thing? This is impossible. Ding, the host manipulates behind the scenes, destroys the protagonist Chu Bai's impression in the eyes of one of the heroines, Song Jinyu, affects the original plot, and gets 200 villain points. Wang Haoren, who was sitting in the classroom for evening study, received a wave of rewards happily. Chapter 22 Mock Exam. Chu Bai, I'll give you a chance to admit your mistakes. Since you don't know how to repent, let the school seniors deal with it. Song Jinyu was very disappointed with Chu Bai. "Song, teacher Song, don't, I don't want to make a big mess, or else I really shameless to meet people." Wen Jing remembered that Wang Haoren had told her not to make things worse, so she spoke to stop Song Jinyu's proposal. Of course, Wang Haoren did this for a reason. The matter has become a big deal, and the old principal will definitely know when it reaches the ears of the school's senior management. Chu Bai rescued the old principal, and once again reported that there was no lack of credit for the elements. According to the net pros, the old principal must have become a hardcore supporter of Chu Bai, a toolman of the protagonist's camp, who specially wipes the protagonists and handles various crises. The last time I hit someone was a good proof of this. After the old principal knew this, he would definitely do everything possible to prove Chu Bai's innocence. If you find a professional organization and use modern science and technology, it will definitely clear Chu Bai's suspicion. After all, Chu Bai really just made a spin at the door of the girl's bedroom. Physical evidence will not deceive. "Wen Jing, are you sure?" Song Jinyu asked. "Well, teacher Song, I think it over. Chu Bai may only act like that on an impulse. After all, I don't want to ruin him after a classmate. And when things go out, I am afraid that others will be discussed, even if I am a victim, but Chu Bai must apologize to me." "Okay, I respect your idea." Song Jinyu nodded, then looked at Chu Bai and said coldly, "Shall I press your head to make you apologize?" Chu Bai was both angry and fortunate. The reason for the anger, of course, is because of being framed. Fortunately, this matter can be resolved confidentially, not completely unacceptable. Just say I'm sorry, anyway, I won't lose a piece of meat. Classmate Wenjing, I'm sorry. At the same time. Ding, the protagonist Chu-bai bowed his head to the villain. Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 villain points, Chu-bai's halo of the protagonist -30, and host villain's halo +30. Wang Haoren received a system message again. Chu-bai and Wenjing walked into the classroom one after another. At this time, Wenjing has stopped crying, but her eyes are still red. Except for Wang Haoren, the other students in the class didn't know what was going on. But Wenjing's appearance is obviously a great grievance. Jing, what's the matter? Su Mayan asked concerned. Wenjing repeated Chu-bai's obscene matter. Su Mayan's face changed drastically. Ding, the host manipulates behind the scenes, successfully destroying the relationship between the protagonist Chu-bai and the heroine Su Mayan, affecting the original plot trend, and gaining 200 villain points. The heroine Su Mayan has a favorability rating of -20 for the protagonist Chu-bai, and the current total favorability rating is -30. Very disgusting. Wang Haoren received the system prompt again, and the harvest was really wave after wave. However, according to his plan, there should be a wave of gains. At this time, Song Jinyu came to the classroom with a cold face, and patted the lesson plan in his hand on the desk. The students in the classroom were shocked. The head teacher's expression was obviously wrong. How could it be the same as having taken gunpowder? Stop for a while. Song Jinyu suddenly said that the students consciously had things at hand, and no one dared to touch the head of the class. I have to say that Song Jinyu's violent teacher's personality that has worked so hard and pretentiously is still very useful and can easily bluff this group of students. To tell you two news, there will be no holiday this Sunday afternoon. Song Jinyu said. There was a wailing sound in the classroom. The courses in the senior year are very tight. Except for the only 2 days of holidays each month, it is a half-day holiday on Sundays and weekends. The half-day break on Sunday is gone, which means that you have to have half a month of class in a row. It's so torturous, really tired. Even Su Mayan, who loves to study, feels a little depressed. Quiet. Song Jinyu's simple words stopped the wailing and complaining in the classroom. Teacher, what's the other news? Su Mayan asked boldly. The last 2 days of this week are the days for the joint mock examinations of colleges and universities in Qingling City. Song Jinyu responded. After that, there was a sense of tension in the classroom out of thin air. At the small corner on the upper right of the blackboard, the words, 53 days countdown to the college entrance examination, written in red chalk became particularly shocking at this moment. As a rule, the test papers for the joint mock examinations of colleges and universities in Qingling City are given by the group responsible for the papers for the college entrance examination. The joint mock examination is basically equivalent to the junior college entrance examination. Even to a certain extent, the score of the mock exam is almost equal to the result of the final college entrance examination. And after the mock exam, the teacher's emphasis on the students will also change greatly. Students will be divided into 3, 6, or 9 classes. Those with good grades will be given special care. Those with poor grades are basically letting them fend for themselves. After Song Jinyu finished the 2 news, he left the classroom. Most of the students are still nervous, but a few are extremely relaxed. Among these few people, a few are indifferent to the college entrance examination, a few are fearless scholars, and one is hanging the wall. The joint mock exam. This is a good opportunity for me to stand up. Chu-bai's eyes shone with splendor. Because of Wenjing's affairs, this beautiful class teacher felt a lot of disgust towards herself. If she could make a blockbuster on the joint mock exam, she would definitely admire herself. In addition, it can also attract Su Mayan's attention. And more importantly, it can also pave the way for the college entrance examination. He had always been a poor student before, and he improved every time he took the test, so the joint mock test would naturally improve. In this way, when the college entrance examination is admitted to a key university, it will not be too noticeable. Others just feel that they are making rapid progress. While Chu-bai was thinking about it, the second evening self-study was also over. As one of the tails of the crane, Chen Zishur is totally not involved in mock exams. She is concerned about Wenjing. When Wenjing returned to the classroom before, her face was obviously strange, as if she had cried. Wenjing's eyes are still a little uncomfortable, so she lies on the desk and sleeps. Classmate Wenjing. Chen Zishir boldly walked to Wenjing's side. Wenjing heard the call and slowly sat up straight. This fat guy really came to ask me. Wang Haoran had told her that Chen Zishir was likely to come to ask her about her situation, so Wenjing was not surprised. Yes, is there anything? Wenjing asked knowingly. You seem to be crying just now, was someone bullying you? No, you are wrong. Don't lie to me, your eyes are still red, you must have cried, who is bullying you, tell me. Yes. Wenjing pretended to hesitate for a while, and then said what she had told Su Mayan to Chen Zishir again. After listening, Chen Zishir rushed out of the classroom angrily. Chapter 23 Anti-I. Chu Bai leaned on the edge of the corridor balcony, blowing the evening breeze, watching the two big beauties passing by arm in arm downstairs. Mizusawa Middle School has 3 recognized school flowers, and all of them belong to the 3rd grade of high school. One of them is Su Mayan, and the other are the 2 girls who just passed by downstairs. It would be nice if the 2 of them could be my girlfriends together. Chu Bai yelled in his heart. And at this moment, a huge force hit the midfielder. But someone sneaked and kicked Chu Bai. Chu Bai almost spit out dinner. He turned his head angrily and found that the person who attacked was actually Chen Zishir. Are you crazy? Chu Bai resisted the urge to fight back and roared. If he had not just been punished again, he would have to rub Chen Zishir on the ground. Chu Bai grew up so big, fought countless times, and most hated the villain who attacked from behind by martial arts. You bastard. Chen Zishir was in a frantic state, accusing him angrily. I'm innocent, why would you rather believe in women than my brother? Chu Bai guessed that Wenjing must have told Chen Zishir, otherwise, Chen Zishir would definitely not lose control. I believe in Nima might be. Chen Zishir swears. Chow, you are a fool and mentally retarded. You don't even know if you are deceived. I don't have your brother anymore, so you have to die. Chu Bai was angry. Dog things that are inferior to beasts and beasts, if you break your relationship, you will break your relationship. Ding, the host is controlled behind the scenes and successfully turned the protagonist Chu Bai and the important supporting actor Chen Zishir back, gaining 300 villain points, Chu Bai protagonist Halo -20, and host villain Halo +20. Perfect. Wang Haoran nodded very satisfied after receiving the system prompt message. This plan was a complete success according to his expectations. After self-study next night, the students and teachers are ready to go back to their homes. In order to avoid suspicion, Song Jinyu stayed in the office for a while as yesterday. Wang Haoran took advantage of this gap, preparing to send Wenjing home. In the car. My dear, I have completed all the tasks you ordered, are you still satisfied? Wenjing asked with a sweet smile. You did a beautiful job. Wang Haoran applauded, and looked at Wenjing's reddish eyes. All right. It's okay. Wenjing shook her head indifferently. As long as Wang Haoran can do the things that Wang Haoran has ordered, this bit of suffering is nothing to her. Wang Haoran took out his mobile phone and transferred 180,000 to Wenjing as a reward. Wenjing was dumbfounded. The total income of her family in a year is only 50,000 to 60,000, and her usual pocket money is only 200 to 300 a month. For Wenjing, 188,000 is definitely a huge sum of money. Being able to be with the boys I love so much, and having so much money to spend. Wenjing felt more and more that her decision to choose Wang Haoran was too wise. I'll take you back. Wang Haoran was about to let the driver start the car. However, Wenjing suddenly held Wang Haoran's hand and said affectionately, Honey, I miss you so much. Are you recovered? No. Then I'd better send you back. You have been crying for so long today, aren't you tired? I'm fine. Wenjing said with her head down. Then I will take you to the hotel first, I have something to do, and I will come to you later. Suddenly Wang Haoran felt that his cheap father was really prescient and gave himself a black gold VIP card. There is no need to book a room in advance, just go straight and it is over. Wenjing nodded happily, and quickly took out her mobile phone to call her family. Su Mayan returned home and took a shower to wipe away the exhaustion of the day. Passing by the living room, Dad is still watching TV. Dad, I went back to my room to sleep. Su Mayan said. Yen, wait a minute, Dad has something to tell you. Su's father beckoned. What did you tell me? Su Mayan was a little curious. There is someone named Chu Bai in your class, right? Yeah, how do you know, Dad? I saw him in the bureau. What did he commit? No. Su's father shook his head, his face showing appreciation. A student in your school reported a group of criminals. You should know about this. I was responsible for this case, and the student who reported it was Chu Bai. Oh, it's him. Su Mayan's expression was flat. Yen, when I see you, why don't you seem to want to see this Chu Bai? She wants to molest my good friend, I can't wait to beat him. Is there such a thing? You tell me the situation in detail. Su's father said. Su Mayan told her father the news he had received from Wenjing. Your good friend just heard the sound and touched the other's hair. This does not prove that that person must be Chu Bai. Su's father had an occupational disease. But he admits it all. According to the situation you described, all the evidence points to Chu Bai, and the girl chose to calm the incident and asked Chu Bai to apologize. Chu Bai avoided trouble and made this choice. This is normal. Dad, why do you seem to be showing off to this Chu Bai? Su Mayan puzzled. Although I have only seen this Chu Bai side, I can be sure that he is not this kind of person. There should be some misunderstanding in this. Su Fu said. Could it be that Jing Jing made a mistake? Su Mayan suddenly had this idea in her mind. Because of the nature of his work, my father dealt with various criminals every day, and he was very accurate. Of course Su Mayan believed in his father's judgment. And Su Mayan also believed that her good friend didn't need to lie. But this matter has come to an end, and there is no need to care. Su Mayan shook off his mixed thoughts, and suddenly asked. Dad, why do you suddenly mention this Chu Bai? Oh, you see I'm confused, and I almost forgot. Su's father patted his forehead, then pointed his finger at the phone on the tea table. Chu Bai called you just now. You just went to take a shower. Dad picked it up. I replied to him that you will come back in a while and let you call him. Huh. Su Mayan was reluctant. You don't want Dad to break his promise. Su's father spread his hands. Su Mayan had no choice but to call back a call and turned on the speakerphone. Chu Bai answered the call in seconds. Is it Uncle or Su Mayan? It's Yen. Su's father replied for his daughter. Su Mayan couldn't help but roll his eyes to his father, and then faintly spoke. What's your business? Su Mayan, I really didn't do anything to Wenjing, I was wronged. Chu Bai explained hurriedly. Since Wenjing would tell Chen Zisher the matter, Su Mayan, who is Wenjing's best friend, would definitely know about it. Chu Bai was not afraid of falling out with Chen Zisher, but he was afraid of being disgusted by Su Mayan. Therefore, after evening self-study, Chu Bai guessed that Su Mayan could use his mobile phone when he got home, so he immediately called Su Mayan and wanted to tell Su Mayan the truth. The tone is firm, there is no frustration in speaking, it should be telling the truth. Su's father had an occupational disease again, could not help but comment, and said to his daughter. Yen, it seems that Chu Bai, this young man, is really innocent. Thank you Uncle Su. Su Mayan, you also believe that I am innocent, right? Chu Bai said excitedly on the phone. This is not important anymore, you should put your mind on the entrance exam in a few days. Su Mayan didn't want to struggle with this matter. I didn't worry about the entrance exam. I studied very hard during this period. At least I could get into the top 10 in the class. Bringing. Su Mayan pouted. The top 10 students in the class are all top students. Chu Bai used to be the tail of a crane, but he was only a middle lower in the last month's test, and he was still in the ranks of poor students. It was impossible to get into the top 10 all at once. I'm not bragging. If you don't believe me, we bet that if I can get into the top 10 in the class, you will be my girlfriend. If I lose, I'll leave it to you, dare you bet? Chu Bai said. Chapter 24 Wait for me to hit you in the face with the results. Me. Su Mayan couldn't understand Chu Bai's bragging, and wanted to reply. But he didn't want to agree to Chu Bai's gambling agreement. After all, the bet is too big. Don't me, dare you? Chu Bai asked. Dare, my Yen agreed. Su's father said abruptly, and then said. It's too early, Yen is going to rest, boy, you have to cheer. Well, Uncle Su bye-bye, Su Mayan, bye-bye. Hang up the call. Dad, what are you doing, why did you agree to it for me? Su Mayan was very depressed. I think you don't answer for a long time, so I will answer for you. Su father said. If I lose, I'll be someone else's girlfriend. Are you really my father? Su Mayan vomited. Then do you think you will lose? Su Fu asked. Su Mayan thought about it seriously, and then affirmed. Will not. From the bottom of the crane to the middle and lower in a short time, as long as you study hard, this is not difficult, but it is impossible to become the top 10 student in the class from the middle and the lower. As a student bully, Su Mayan has a say in this. That's all right. Su's father smiled. The reason why he had that move just now was because he suddenly recalled that he had used a similar move when he followed Su Mayan's mother when he was a student. Chu Bai's body has the shadow of Su's father when he was young. And Su's father admired Chu Bai very much, and felt that Chu Bai was also very good. So he agreed on behalf of Su Mayan. Anyway, the daughter said, Chu Bai is unlikely to win. If a miracle happened, Chu Bai would be in the top 10 of the class. Then this proves that the young man named Chu Bai really loves his daughter. In order to chase after his daughter, from a poor student to a top student, the effort must be hard. Such boys are also qualified to be the boyfriends of their daughters. Su's father is still very open-minded in the matter of his daughter's love. You continue to watch your TV, I'm going to sleep, Su Mayan was still a little depressed, and after making a face to her father, she went back to the room. After returning to the room, Su Mayan tossed and couldn't sleep, so she took out her mobile phone and found Wen Jing's number in her address book. She intends to vent to Wen Jing. After Su Mayan dialed the number, he waited for the bell to ring for a long time before Wen Jing connected. Jing, didn't you bother you to rest? Su Mayan asked first. I haven't slept yet, what's going on calling so late? Wen Jing's voice was a bit intermittent. Why is your voice a little strange, what are you doing? I'm eating spicy strips, wow, it's too spicy. Haha, it's yours to eat spicy strips this night. I didn't have enough to eat at night, and I was hungry again when I came home alone, leaving only spicy noodles. Jing, tell you, something happened that made me speechless just now, do you know how amazing my dad is? He actually. Su Mayan and Wen Jing chatted for a few moments. Began to vomit bitterness. Chu Bai and Su Mayan bet that if they can get into the top 10 in the joint entrance exam, Su Mayan will be his girlfriend. Wang Haoren, who was next to Wen Jing, was shocked after hearing Su Mayan's complaints. The school exam is about to come, the protagonist of the crane bet with the beauty Shueba, and then the results came out with a blockbuster, the routine beauty Shueba, white prostitute's a girlfriend. Wang Haoren is very familiar with this dog blood routine. Don't even think that Chu Bai is now a poor student. He, who has the clairvoyance ability, grabbed those students who did well in the examination room and copied them, and the results were definitely not bad. Chu Bai's grades entered the top 10 in the class, which is basically a sure thing. Su Mayan is defeated. Wang Haoren was very fortunate that she didn't let Wen Jing go back today, and got this important information from Wen Jing by accident. There are still a few days before the entrance exam, he has enough time to prepare to stop Chu Bai's plan. Isn't Chu Bai's reliance on cheating by clairvoyance? If he doesn't cheat, why can he make it into the top 10? After a while, Wen Jing ended Su Mayan's call. After Wang Haoren finished busy, he opened the panel and took a look. Villain point, 1400. The Wing Chun was only redeemed last night, and I have saved so many villains tonight. This villain came really fast. Should I redeem acting skills or Zhu Yan Dan? Or a lottery? Wang Haoren thought for a while and chose to draw a prize. He is still very young, and Zhu Yan Dan is really in no hurry. And acting is not a necessity for the time being. Try your luck. After consuming 500 villain points, the lottery result came out. Unfortunately, the host did not draw any rewards. Do you continue to consume 500 villain points to draw rewards? Take one more time. Wang Haoren said a little, then gave the order again. Ding, congratulations to the host for being so lucky to get the God of Singing skill worth 1500 villain points. Do you use it immediately? Fortunately, no loss. Wang Haoren breathed a sigh of relief, and then replied to the system, use it immediately. Wang Haoren was very satisfied with this singing skill at the God of Singer. He has a handsome appearance, coupled with this skill, if he wants to enter the entertainment circle as a star, can become a top star. But what Wang Haoren values most is not whether he can become a big star. Rather, it is important, this skill is very helpful to the protagonist. Boys who sing well are very attractive to girls. Singer level singing level, coupled with a high school and handsome personality. How many girls can resist? Wang Haoren couldn't wait to show off his singing voice in front of Song Jinyu and Su Mayan. Would you like to call them? Then sing to them. Wang Haoren suddenly thought of this. But it went out soon. It's too late now. If you call this point, you might be treated as harassment. Can only wait for the opportunity to show it again. The next day, Chu Bai got up just as soon as it was light. Become the first student to come to the classroom. At this time, there was still a long time before the morning class, and Chu Bai sat in his seat and immersed himself in studying. Chu Bai is going to make a blockbuster in the entrance exam, and of course he has to prepare for it before doing so, putting on a look of studying hard. Morning reading time. Some students in the class read English, and some are preparing ancient poems and essays. Chu Bai held the Chinese textbook and read the ancient poems aloud, with a loud voice. In this piece of reading, it is particularly abrupt. Gradually, some students who were close to Chu Bai couldn't bear it. Chu Bai, can you make your voice softer? My ears are going to be deaf. That's it, with such a loud voice, people who know think you are studying, and people who don't know think you have rabies. You read aloud to read aloud, can your voice be lower, it will affect others. My ears. The students around kept accusing Chu Bai. I'm happy to read it so loudly, it's up to you guys. Chu Bai shot back at everyone. The grades are pretty bad, but the problem is not small. That's right, bad students love to do it. Don't look down on people, the entrance exam is coming soon, and you will know who is the undergraduate, a bunch of rubbish, you wait to be beaten by my report card. Chu Bai shot back again. Among the people who accused him of speaking, none of them had particularly top grades, so Chu Bai didn't take them seriously. Chu Bai had already made up his mind. After his joint exam results came out, he must take the dazzling report card and smash their faces. Chapter 25 Cheating Plan. Lunch break. After Su Mayan finished her homework, she planned to relax for a short while and adjust her state to cope with the afternoon class. When Jing on the side was also free at this time, jokingly said, Yen Yen, you think Chu Bai seems to be a different person. He is so active in studying. It seems that he is going to be more aggressive. Are you afraid? Don't ridicule me, I feel depressed when I think of it. Su Mayan rolled her eyes. Haha, your dad is also a talent, how can he pit his daughter so much? Wen Wan said happily. Yes. Su Mayan agreed deeply. But it's okay, even if Chu Bai really wins, you don't have to admit it, can he still force you? I definitely plan not to admit it. Although she needs credit as a person, Su Mayan would definitely not make fun of her happiness, and she had made up her mind long ago that she would never fall in love before the college entrance examination. Then what are you worried about? When Jing asked. This Chu Bai is a bit selfish, and doesn't consider other people's ideas at all. If he really wins and I don't admit it, he will definitely haunt me, and maybe he will make this matter known to other students in the class, then I am not ashamed. Su Mayan complained with her pretty face in her hands. That's what I said. When Jing nodded. At this time, Wang Haoren came back from outside the classroom and happened to be beside them. What are you talking about? Wang Haoren asked casually. Nothing, nothing. Su Mayan shook her head like a rattle. There must be something, talk about it. Wang Haoren had actually vaguely guessed it. Yen Yen and Chu Bai bet, and if they lose, they will be his girlfriends. When Wang Haoren asked questions, Wen Jing certainly answered all questions. Jing, you, it's enough for the two of us to know about this, why don't you tell others about it? Su Mayan said in embarrassment. Sorry, Yen Yen. Wen Jing apologized, but she muttered in her heart. This is not what I said, but when you called to complain about it last night, Wang Haoren heard it. You can't blame me for this. But this matter is a secret, of course Wen Jing would not tell it. Forget it, you know if you know it. Su Mayan didn't blame Wen Jing, but Wang Haoren told him. You have to keep this matter secret and don't tell anyone else. I'm not a talkative, don't worry. Wang Haoren responded. It's okay, that Chu Bai just hugged the Buddha's feet temporarily, don't worry, How could he be a poor student suddenly become a top student? Wen Jing comforted Su Mayan. Yes. Su Mayan nodded and became firm. Normal exams, he must be impossible. What if he, cheating? Wang Haoren said nonchalantly. This, can't it? Su Mayan's heart just let go, and it was raised again in an instant. I guess this must be Chu Bai's premeditated plan. He deliberately dug a hole for you. He had long thought of cheating to improve his grades. Wang Haoren guided Su Mayan's thoughts. Recall, when he bet with you, did he appear confident? Yes, when he said this, he was very confident. Su Mayan thought the more and more he thought about it. That's right, even if you are a good student, I dare not say how many people will be able to enter the class. Why is he so confident? Wang Haoren asked rhetorically. Yeah, I should have thought of it at the time. After listening to Su Mayan, she was completely sure that Chu Bai was going to cheat. However, she still had some fluke in her heart. Cheating isn't that simple, is it? Bringing a cheat sheet can't improve your grades so much. Does the cheating you think is just a cheat sheet? Can't it be buying exam answers and then buying the invigilator? Wang Haoren asked. Ah, can this happen? Su Mayan was surprised. As a schoolmaster, she has never considered cheating, where she knows so many routines. Wang Haoren looked at Su Mayan's worried look, felt that the time was almost time, and suddenly said indifferent. In fact, this is just my guess, maybe others don't think so, I still have something to talk about. After speaking, Wang Haoren turned and left. And many more. Su Mayan was anxious and quickly took Wang Haoren's hand. Wang Haoren stopped and stared at her. Su Mayan blushed, immediately let go of her hand, and said softly. Can you help me? This. Wang Haoren pretended to hesitate. I beg you, okay. Su Mayan coquettishly. Then I will try. Wang Haoren reluctantly agreed. Thank you, I will invite you to drink milk tea at that time. Su Mayan looked at Wang Haoren intently, showing a sweet smile. Ding, Su Mayan, one of the heroines, has a positive opinion of the host +10, and the current total opinion is 40. Very close. Ding, affect the plot trend, get 200 villain points. You really got a good impression. Wang Haoren was secretly happy when he received the prompt message from the system. To prevent Chu Bai from cheating, this was originally what he must do. Helping Su Mayan was actually just a way. Unexpectedly, Su Mayan's favorability level was actually achieved, which is really a surprise. A few days passed by in a hurry. The order of all senior high school students was disrupted, and the examination room and seats were randomly arranged. On Friday afternoon, the students got their own exam room number and admission ticket to get familiar with the exam room in advance. These examination rooms were originally classrooms for younger students, but now they have been vacated as temporary examination rooms. At the entrance of each examination room, the time of each subject examination and the name of the invigilator of the subject are posted. The senior high school students came to their own examination room in an orderly manner and found a seat with their name and student ID. The invigilator handed out an English test paper. Soon, English listening questions were broadcast on the classroom radio. Chu Bai's seat was the last one in the last examination room. For Chu Bai, this location is simply a good place for feng shui. After using perspective, he can see the answers on the English test papers of 150 students through his vision through a wall. Of course, it's just an English audition now, and Chu Bai won't copy others. What he has to do now is to lock in the approximate positions of those students with good grades. For Chu Bai, this is not difficult at all. The domineering figures in every class of the school are often praised at conferences. Those faces are too familiar. Chu Bai found 3 of the top 10 in the school's third-year overall score, and one of them was the top 3 professional households in the school. Don't underestimate the top 10 students. The scores of Mizusawa Middle School have a high level of gold. From the historical point of view, the students who can enter the top 10 of the school are almost all those who can enter the top universities in the country. Su Mayan and Wang Haoren in the class just happen to be in the top 10 of the school. As long as they can copy these 3, Chu Bai can be sure that he is sure to be in the top 10 of the class. Su Mayan is waiting to be her girlfriend. Haha. Chu Bai was so excited that he couldn't wait to fast forward to the day when the exam results came out. That classmate, you can't listen well, why are you smirking around looking around? Chu Bai's abnormality was noticed by the invigilator in the examination room. Chapter 26 Small Class Activities Before the Test. The one who asked Chu Bai out loud was a male invigilator who also taught physical education in the third year of high school. Although the real physical education in the third year of high school, there are not a few classes at all. However, Chu Bai still knew the name of this physical education teacher. His name is Xin Liangcai. Teacher Xin, I had cramps on my face just now, so I took my face and I am embarrassed. Chu Bai immediately admitted. Chu Bai just looked at the list of invigilators for each subject, and knew that all the subject exams in this examination room were all invigilated by Xin Liangcai. If you offend Xin Liangcai, it must be quite detrimental to yourself. After all, Chu Bai had to cheat by looking at other people's answers, so he couldn't avoid looking elsewhere. Listen well. After Xin Liangcai gave a sharp warning, he didn't continue to say anything. Yes. Chu Bai nodded honestly, looking like a good student, but he cursed Xin Liangcai in his heart. Isn't it just a bad physical education teacher? There is no culture at all, he is full of muscles, and he looks like a simple-minded guy with well-developed limbs. After a while, the English audition was over. The candidates left the examination room in an orderly manner. After the candidates were almost gone, Xin Liangcai was also ready to leave. As soon as he left the examination room, Xin Liangcai met Song Jinyu occasionally. Want to come to Song Jinyu is also one of the invigilators in this floor of the examination room. Xin Liangcai was overjoyed and was about to say hello to Song Jinyu, but when he spoke, he suddenly took it back. Soon, he walked away quickly, hiding Song Jinyu like a plague. Finally down to the first floor, Xin Liangcai breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Xin. Next to him, there was a student's greeting. Xin Liangcai turned his head and looked at him, almost shocked. Wang, student Wang Haoren, what's the matter? Xin Liangcai's face twitched a few times, and said with a trembling voice. It's okay, it's just a whim to talk to teacher Xin. Wang Haoren smiled and turned and walked in front. Xin Liangcai had no choice but to keep up. Not long after, the two came to the playground. I didn't harass teacher Song anymore. When I met her in the examination room just now, I didn't even dare to say hello. If you don't believe me, you can ask teacher Song and you can just let me go. Xin Liangcai couldn't help but speak first. When Wang Haoren saw Xin Liangcai's reaction, he couldn't help being a little amused. Teacher Xin, I know, don't be nervous, I am looking for you, and I don't want to tell you about it. After pacifying Xin Liangcai's emotions, he went directly to the topic. I know you are also one of the invigilators. There is a student named Chu Bai in your proctoring room, right? Yes, when he was in the examination room just now, he was still looking around, I also said about him. Xin Liangcai nodded. Looking around, don't you? Wang Haoren laughed secretly, knowing that Chu Bai was familiar with the examination room environment and was convenient for cheating. Then when you are invigorating the exam, remember to pay more attention to this Chu Bai, and you must be optimistic about him. Don't allow him to look around. Not once. Okay, I must stare him to death. Xin Liangcai nodded sharply and immediately agreed. As an invigilator, he only looks after one candidate. This is really too simple. Wang Haoren asked for Xin Liangcai's WeChat, and then transferred 50,000 yuan to him. Student Wang, no, Xiao Wang, you are. Xin Liangcai was a little confused. This is only half, and there will be the other half after it's done, but if you don't watch Chu Bai, you will be at your own risk. Wang Haoren made a cruel remark. Preventing Chu Bai from cheating is really important, he doesn't want to make any mistakes. If Xin Liangcai only agreed verbally and didn't follow suit, that would be bad. This gives Xin Liangcai some benefits, plus a warning. Xin Liangcai will definitely be obedient. After all, this incident is not against Xin Liangcai's intentions and morals. Xin Liangcai only needs to use his invigilator's rights normally. Don't worry, I will do what you want, Xiao Wang. Xin Liangcai couldn't wait to click to confirm the payment on his mobile phone, and he was full of joy. It's time for late self-study. Tomorrow is the mock test, and the school bell is adjusted in advance. At this moment, it is late for self-study time, but there is no class bell. Some of the classes in the senior high school are still free to move around, while others are under the supervision of the head teacher and go to evening self-study as usual. Unfortunately, Wang Haoren's class belongs to the latter. At this moment Song Jinyu was sitting beside the lecture, writing the lesson plan while watching the students. Outside the classroom, there were all the roar of students. Gradually, singing was heard in some classes. It seems that some classes are holding some activities under the organization of the head teacher. After the singing fell, there was applause immediately. There was too much movement outside, and there was no way to go to study at night quietly. Song Jinyu couldn't listen anymore. She felt relieved and said, "Forget it, tomorrow is a mock exam, and you can't make you too nervous. You should also move around freely. It's all about relaxing." Long live Teacher Song. Teacher Song is wise. In the classroom, there were bursts of loud shouts. Be quiet, and don't run around outside. You can also learn other classes and do some activities. You need art. Song Jinyu didn't want the students to play too crazy. Or just sing, Teacher Song, you can start. This is good, this is good. Students booed underneath. There is a multimedia computer for class in the classroom, and it is equipped with a microphone. Singing is indeed a good idea. It's fine to sing, but I won't sing anymore. Sing it and I will applaud you. Song Jinyu waved his hand quickly. She has a loud voice, and she usually sings by shouting. It is enough to sing in front of friends. If she sings in front of students, it would be too embarrassing. Song Jinyu refused, and of course the students couldn't force it. Therefore, everyone can only take a turn. Enter the study committee. Someone yelled. No, neither can I. I am a study committee member, not a literature committee member. I can't sing. Su Mayan also refused. Where is the art committee? Everyone turned their gazes to look at Wang Haoren. Yes, he is the literary committee. Being locked in by everyone's eyes, Wang Haoren was not only not nervous, but even a little bit happy. He can't wait a long time, okay. Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren. Before Wang Haoren spoke, there was a burst of shouts from girls around him. As the school grass, Wang Haoren has too many fans. When they heard that Wang Haoren was about to sing, they were suddenly overwhelmed with excitement. If you are handsome, you must sing well. A group of superficial women are making some noise. Chu Bai was very disdainful. He still doesn't believe it, Wang Haoren can still sing. Chapter 27 Personal Show of Wang Haoren. Under everyone's attention, Wang Haoren walked to the podium and picked up the microphone. The cheers and shouts around also stopped in due course. At this time, Wang Haoren's magnetic voice sounded slowly after being amplified by the multimedia speaker. Dreams need to experience wind and rain, but also to experience disappointment and confusion, but as long as you keep moving forward, you can break through the layers of fog and let the sun pierce through the clouds to emit an extremely hot light. This song, Dream It Possible, is given to myself, to all the students who have dreams, and of course, to the beautiful teacher who teaches us English. Oh. The short opening remarks directly ignited the strong blood of the classmates, and also ignited the atmosphere in the air, reaching its peak. Almost all of you present here are senior third-year students sprinting for the college entrance examination. They are young and enthusiastic teenagers who are about 18 years old. Who has no dreams in their hearts? Even Song Jinyu, who was a teacher, inadvertently recalled the time of the college entrance examination that year, with a bit of enthusiasm. But Song Jinyu was very worried that Wang Haoren would break down. There is actually a Chinese version of this song called My Dream. The English version of singing is much more difficult. Isn't Wang Haoren too embarrassed in order to give face to her English teacher? The cheers continued for a while, and the prelude to the song sounded slowly. The students stopped cheering and fell silent. Wang Haoren spoke. I will run, I will climb, I will soar. Translation: I run, I climb, I want to spread my wings and soar. His voice has a youthful ethereal spirit and a man's magnetism. The two are originally contradictory, but they are unblemished and merged, and they are like a natural phenomenon, revealing a sense of inexplicability. Unknown charm. Just one sentence caught the minds of everyone present. The so-called kneeling is probably the case. The worry in Song Jinyu's heart disappeared completely after the lyrics fell. I'm undefeated. Translation: I'm invincible. Jumping Gutov Miskin, Pulthekard. Yeah, believite. Translation: yes, I firmly believe. The past, I everything where'dn't make us hower. The tune is low, not surging, and even slightly depressed. This is just like when we taste loneliness, or encounter difficulties and obstacles when we are on the journey of pursuing our dreams. With Wang Haoren singing, the tune gradually faded. When your dreams come alive, are unstoppable. Translation: when your dreams come true, you are unstoppable. Take a shot, chase the sun, find the beautiful. Translation: waving wings, chasing the sun, looking for beauty. Will glow in the dark, turning dust to gold. The voice is high, as if it can penetrate into everyone's hearts and souls, and give the students who are dreaming of the road the courage to overcome obstacles. The tune and lyrics of this song originally gave people a wonderful sense of encouragement, but after Wang Haoren singing, this feeling was magnified several times. All the students present in Song Jinyu were shocked by Wang Haoren singing. Most of the students even took out their mobile phones to take pictures, to record the shocking sound. Su Mayan really regretted that she didn't bring her mobile phone to school. She turned her head to urge Wen Jing to record the video, but she swallowed it before she could say it. Because Wen Jing is already recording. To be precise, Wen Jing was the first to record the video. This singing boy is her male and secret boyfriend, okay. She is more active than any girl present. When your dreams come alive, are unstoppable. Translation: when your dreams come true, you are unstoppable. Take a shot, chase the sun, find the beautiful. Translation: waving wings, chasing the sun, looking for beauty. Will glow in the dark, turning dust to gold. And we'll dream it possible. The last sentence of Wang Haoren's lyrics fell, and in the classroom with about 50 people, there were applause and shouts like a tsunami. Of course, individual students are a bit out of group, such as Chu Bai. This Wang Haoren can actually sing. Chu Bai was sore in his heart. This guy is handsome, good at studying, from a good family background, and good at singing. This is too unfair. Student Wang Haoren is really hidden. I have been a class teacher for more than 2 years, and this is close to graduation, only to know that there is a student in the class who can sing so well. Song Jinyu was surprised and happy, and at the same time a little angry. She complained. There have been several campus singer conferences before, and none of our classes signed up. Why didn't you go to it at that time? Wang Haoren hadn't spoken yet, when Jing said with excitement. What kind of campus singers conference? To go to the classmate Wang Haoren is simply to downgrade the identity and grade of classmate Wang Haoren. Song Jinyu nodded in agreement. When I first watched the campus singers conference, I still felt that the students sang quite decently, but compared with Wang Haoren's singing level, it was simply too infamous. This is simply the gap between bronze and the king. If you are the king, would you be interested in comparing with a bunch of bronzes? Although it is correct to say that, but Wang Haoren, you are still too much. You have to be punished, and you will be punished with another song. Song Jinyu said. One more song. One more song. There was a bunch of people who agreed to booze. Wang Haoren hasn't sung enough yet, this is exactly what he meant. Then I'm singing The One Who Loves Is You. Oh oh oh. Oh oh oh. There was another weird cry. This is a love confession song, which is kind of imaginative. Wang Haoren's choice of this song is of course ulterior motive. Soon, the accompaniment of the song sounded. Wang Haoren took the microphone, walked off the stage, wandered around the classroom, and stopped in front of Song Jinyu. Song Jinyu was stunned. Teacher Song, this song needs a little bit of emotion, I just watched you sing it. Wang Haoren explained with a smile. Suddenly, the prelude to the song ended. Wang Haoren watched Song Jinyu's gaze, unblinking, and singing affectionately. In the happy country of love. You are my only. The only thing I love is you. The one I really love is you. After these few lyrics fell, Song Jinyu was so nervous that her toes clasped tightly. Super high singing level, plus a handsome face. Song Jinyu was really a little bit overwhelmed. If you lose, you will know how to cherish. But I cherish you. Healing pain. Just the deeper the love. Song Jinyu gradually entered the situation, ignoring each other's identities and treating herself as an ordinary girl. And what was in front of her was just a boy singing a love song to her. At the same time, Wang Haoren also received 2 system upgrade messages. Ding, Song Jinyu, one of the heroines, has a +10 favorability rating for the host, and the current total favorability rating is 40. Very close. Ding, affect the original plot trend, get 200 villain points. Chapter 28 The Prince of Love Songs. I hold you tightly in my arms. Hold you in my palm. Who told me that I really love you? In the pure world of love. You are my only. Never never doubt. Wang Haoran sang affectionately. Song Jinyu looked at him, his eyes slightly drunk. This scene directly caused the atmosphere in the classroom to gradually boil. Song Jinyu was also pulled back to reality because of the surrounding movement. Enough emotions are brewing, go aside, don't sing to me anymore. Song Jinyu returned to normal, suddenly smiled and cursed, grabbing Wang Haoran's shoulder and pushing him away. Wang Haoran took the opportunity and stayed in front of Su Mayan. He wants to sing a love song to Su Mayan. Of course not. On the issue of pursuing Su Mayan, Wang Haoran had already decided on the strategy of getting out of the trap. This fact also proves that Su Mayan also eats this set. She is the kind of girl whose performance seems to be very close, but her heart is very arrogant. For this kind of girl, you can't give her too much face. You chase her straightforwardly, and she ignores you. And if you dismiss her, she will be itchy. Wang Haoran shifted his gaze and cast it on Wenjing's body. Su Mayan felt a little embarrassed. Standing in front of me, but looking at Wenjing, what does this mean? Wang Haoran's charming and magnetic voice sounded again with the accompaniment. I treat you as my heir. So inseparable. I said loudly that I love you. In the happy country of love. You are my only. The only thing I love is you. The one I really love is you. Wenjing was obsessed with Wang Haoran. When Wang Haoran suddenly sang a love song to her, the excitement in her heart could not be described in words. And Su Mayan on the side has mixed feelings in her heart. Wang Haoran did not look at her, but stood in front of her. This is almost the same as singing to Su Mayan. At least Su Mayan's audiovisual experience is like this. The love songs that originally had a unique charm, after being performed at the god level, touched people's hearts even more. And the most important thing is that the love song is still a super handsome guy. This picture and situation are too sultry. However, what makes Su Mayan a little sour is that Wang Haoran's gaze is not looking at himself. He was singing to his girlfriend Wenjing. It was sour and sour, but Su Mayan couldn't control her accelerated heartbeat and her slightly hot cheeks. In the happy country of love. You are my only. The only thing I love is you. The one I really love is you. The only thing I love is you. The one who really loves is you. You are the one I love. When the song ends, Wang Haoran's scorching gaze shifted slightly and hit Su Mayan's gaze. The lingering rhyme of the love song, coupled with the peach eyes of the charming girl. At this moment, Su Mayan only felt a tremor in her heart. For the first time in her life, Su Mayan felt the legendary feeling of being hit by a deer. Ding, Su Mayan, one of the heroines, has a +10 favorability degree for the host, and the current total favorability degree is 50. Love in my heart. Ding, the host seriously affects the plot trend, gaining 500 villain points. The halo of the protagonist of Chubai is -30, and the host villain's halo is +30. Wang Haoran was secretly delighted when he received the message from the system. Earn 500 villain points at a time, this is the highest reward ever. But think about it, this is also normal. As a villain, I am tempted by the heroine Su Mayan. It is impossible not to give so many rewards. When Wang Haoran checked the system messages, he took a look at his current panel properties by the way. Host, Wang Haoran. Power value, 289. Charm value, 268. Villain halo, 289. Villain point, 1300. Skills, Master Level Painting and Calligraphy Copying Skills, Master Level Actual Combat Wing Chun, and Singer Level Singing Skills. Wang Haoran sang a love song affectionately, which not only gained the favor of the two heroines Su and Song, but also received a round of applause. Chubai is still the least gregarious in the crowd. His gaze was fixed on the picture of Su Mayan staring at Wang Haoran madly. Why is there something wrong with Su Mayan's eyes? Isn't it because he likes Wang Haoran? Chubai felt uncomfortable. He only hated that he couldn't sing, otherwise, he would also sing a love song on it to win Su Mayan's attention. Chubai felt uncomfortable for a while, and soon calmed down. When the scores of the entrance exam come out, it is time to come back. As long as the scores are in the top 10 of the class, Su Mayan will be his girlfriend by then. Su Mayan didn't agree. Chu Bai was not afraid. He is best at stalking. And Chu Bai also thought that he would respect Su Mayan's ideas and would not disturb him before the college entrance examination. But once the college entrance examination passed, Su Mayan was her official girlfriend. Moreover, Song Su's father has a very good attitude towards him. I believe Su's father should and will not object. After all, Su's father agreed on this matter for his daughter. Wang Haoran, I got the approval of my future father-in-law in advance, why are you arguing with me? Chu Bai couldn't help but feel complacent. The next day. On Saturday. According to the time and subject arrangement of the college entrance examination, the Chinese will be tested in the first morning. When the exam officially started, Chu Bai overturned the last essay question directly. The personal style of the composition is too strong to copy. Chu Bai didn't intend to cheat in his composition, but wanted to write on his own level. And his main project in class is composition. It took Chu Bai about 40 minutes to write an essay. Although this composition level is not high, but the basics are in place. The total score of the composition is 60. According to Chu Bai's estimation, he should be able to score more than 40 points. This is enough. Chu Bai sighed softly, and was about to start cheating. In the 40 minutes of his writing, those outstanding students must have done a lot of the topics in front of them. Copy it by yourself and it's done. It's just that as soon as Chu Bai raised his head, before he could use the perspective, a slightly ferocious face in front of him enlarged in his field of vision. This classmate, concentrate on the exam, don't look at other places, just look at your own test paper. Xin Liangsai reminded. What can Chu Bai do? Of course, he can only nod his head obediently. He pretended to do the questions for a few minutes, guessing that Xin Liangsai would not pay attention to himself anymore, and wanted to start cheating again. But when he just looked up, Xin Liangsai came again. Look up and look around, do you want to cheat? I will disqualify you for the exam if you look at it again. Xin Liangsai gave a warning. Chu Bai can only look down at his test paper. Suddenly the sound of moving a stool sounded in my ears. As Chu Bai looked at the test paper, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Xin Liangsai actually moving the stool next to him. Then, Xin Liangsai sat down directly beside him, and stared at himself at close range. Chow. Is this guy sick? Chu Bai cursed secretly, even wishing to grab the stool and buckle Xin Liangsai's forehead. Xin Liangsai stared at him, how could he cheat? Chu Bai was hated and angry, but he couldn't break it out. He took the test by himself, praying for Xin Liangsai to walk away after a while. But Chu Bai was disappointed. Xin Liangsai monitored the whole process. Chu Bai used his own ability to deal with the Chinese exam. It's just that his academic performance was originally poor, and he felt angry. By the end of the exam, there were still a lot of questions left to complete. After the exam, Chu Bai was a little lost, but still forcibly cheered up. The Chinese exam must have failed, which will bring down the total score, but if the maths in the afternoon and the subsequent exams go well, it will definitely be rescued. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the math test. As soon as the invigilator Xin Liangsai finished sending out the math test papers, he moved a stool and sat down beside him directly in Chu Bai's stunned and horrified gaze. It's over. Chu Bai's face looked like a concubine. Chapter 29 Cheating Overturned. 5 o'clock on Sunday. After the English test is over, it also indicates that the joint mock test is all over. Chu Bai came out of the examination room with a face full of disappointment. In the evening, I will go to evening study as usual, but there is still more than an hour before the evening study time. Chu Bai was in a bad mood and planned to take a walk by the river not far away from the school. But as soon as he left school, he met the old principal. Young man, why do you look so desperate and fail the exam? Hello, principal. Chu Bai respectfully greeted him, and then nodded. It's just a mock exam. If you didn't perform well, you didn't perform well. This does not represent your future results. The old principal comforted and encouraged. The principal is right. Chu Bai reluctantly squeezed out some smiles. If it's just a simple mock exam, that's all. The point is that the mock exam did not do well, and Su Mayan became his girlfriend. The depression in Chu Bai's heart can be imagined. It's just that it is impossible for him to tell the old principal. I think you seem to be going out, don't you eat dinner? The old principal suddenly asked. I'll go outside to relax and stop eating. Young people don't eat on time, it is easy to get stomach problems. They must eat on time. Then, my house is not far away. I just want to go back to eat. You and me go together. The old principal sent an invitation. When Chubai heard it, naturally he didn't object. The principal invited the students to eat at home, which gave him a lot of face. Even a school teacher may not have this opportunity. This must go. Maybe it can get closer to the principal. But after returning home, Chubai still pretended to decline, and then agreed. The next morning, the results of the mock exam will come out. During the second class, the head teacher of each class made a table of the students' grades and distributed them to the students. The atmosphere in Wang Haoren's class suddenly became noisy. Their class is a liberal arts class. Su Mayan and Wang Haoren ranked first in the class with a total score of 682. For the classmates, this is a bit unexpected, but it is reasonable. In previous examinations, Su Mayan and Wang Haoren were the first and second candidates. They had similar scores. Whoever is on the top and who is on the bottom depends entirely on their performance. But once it was a coincidence, the scores were actually even. The score of 682 in liberal arts is already quite high. If the college entrance examination is this score, 2 universities across the country can pick it at will. Wang Haoren and Su Mayan's academic titles are well-deserved. Those students whose grades came later were almost regulars in the top 10 middle schools of previous classes. After Su Mayan saw that there was no Chubai in the top 10, the lump in her heart finally disappeared. You owe me a cup of milk tea. Wang Haoren appeared next to Su Mayan. Don't worry, you are indispensable. Su Mayan smiled happily. This was an agreement between the two. Wang Haoren prevented Chubai from cheating, and Su Mayan invited him to drink milk tea. Where is Chubai's ranking? Out of curiosity, Su Mayan searched the class transcript to see where Chubai was. But looking from the front to the back, he didn't find it for a long time. You look backwards. Wang Haoren reminded. Su Mayan was found soon. The last one. Su Mayan opened her mouth in surprise. Last time Chubai was ranked in the middle and lower class, not to mention that he would improve, at least to maintain it, he actually returned to its original form and became the earliest famous crane tail. I guess he relied on cheating in the last monthly exam. This result is actually his true level. Wang Haoren made a knife. It turned out to be so. I thought his grades improved by leaps and bounds last time. It was really because I gave him makeup lessons, plus he himself was very smart. Su Mayan was stunned. Did you break your mind when you study? If he tells you that, you still believe it. Wang Haoren said contemptuously. You, how do you curse? Su Mayan pursed her mouth. Are you a girl anyway? Actually scolded myself that my brain was broken. I'm not scolding you, but reminding you to recognize that Chubai, don't be deceived by his lies, stay away from him. Boys like to lie so much. Su Mayan murmured, then inadvertently looked at Wang Haoren. Then will you lie to me? Wang Haoren looked at her. Su Mayan's eyes were burning, and deep in her moist eyes, there seemed to be a ray of sentiment surging. This little girl is really tempted by herself. But Wang Haoren felt that this was not enough. Boys cheat girls. Generally, there are 2 situations, either for money or for sex. Do you think I need to cheat you? Su Mayan was a little stunned, as if he didn't understand too much. Wang Haoren smiled and continued. I have money. Of course I can't lie to you. As for sex, hee, I told you already, you forgot, and need me to repeat it again. I'm really to you. Su Mayan understood completely, and his face flushed. But not because of shyness, but because of anger. I know, you are not interested in me, I remember. Su Mayan said what Wang Haoren hadn't finished. Just remember it. Wang Haoren smiled and walked away. Looking at Wang Haoren's back, Su Mayan stamped her feet with anger, wishing to ignore the bad boy again, but the face of this bad boy kept lingering in her mind. Ding, the host touches the heart of Su Mayan, one of the heroines, and gets 200 villain points. Wang Haoren. After a high degree of goodwill, there will be rewards for the villain to get the villain. After that, it will be more teasing. Don't look down on people, the entrance exam is coming soon, then you will know who is the undergraduate. A bunch of rubbish, you are waiting to be beaten by my grades. In another part of the classroom, there was a roar of laughter from the students, and several students kept repeating this sentence. Chu Bai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The words repeated by the people around him are Chu Bai's original. A few days ago, Chu Bai pretended to study diligently. When he was studying in the morning, he screamed and made the students around him very upset. At that time, Chu Bai attacked them and uttered a wild word. That Kaijin is the same sentence repeated by people around. Ding, the host controls behind the scenes to prevent the protagonist Chu Bai from performing the test and get 300 villain points. Wang Haoren received the reward and looked at the excitement in the classroom, but did not mock Chu Bai. As a big villain, taunting the protagonist is too low-end. Wang Haoren didn't bother to do it. If you really want to ridicule, you will also instruct the little brother to go. But now there are too many people around who mock Wang Haoren. It seems unnecessary. Wang Haoren opened the panel and looked at the item that the villain clicked. Villain point, 1800. Was it already so rich? Wang Haoren immediately exchanged 1000 villain points for actress-level acting. There are 800 villain points left and one prize draw. Ding, the host takes the lead and has drawn a perspective ability worth 5000 villains. Do you use it immediately? Nonsense, don't keep it for the new year. Wang Haoren almost jumped 3 meters high with excitement. This was Chu Bai's golden finger, but now he has it too. And only used his own 500 villain points. Make a big profit. Try the effect quickly. What to try? Wang Haoren glanced across the classroom, and then fell on Su Mayan's body. He started to concentrate and looked at Su Mayan. Soon, Wang Haoren's breathing became heavy. After a long time, he reluctantly retracted his gaze. Su Mayan usually wears school uniforms. School uniforms are looser and can easily cover the body. You never know the full extent of things until you see them. Su Mayan's adolescent nutrition supplement is good. Wang Haoren only gave Su Mayan 95 points before, but now he thinks he can give Su Mayan another 2 points, 97 points. Wang Haoren was pleasantly surprised, but soon felt a little bit responsive again. Isn't he the second person to know about Su Mayan's understanding system? Has the protagonist Chu Bai ever used abilities on the heroine? The host is to query the protagonist's information, and it needs to consume 100 villain points. Do you want to query? Check. The protagonist Chu Bai has not used any abilities on any heroine. Wang Haoren felt more comfortable immediately. But it's normal to think about it. Except for a few wretched protagonists, the other protagonists are generally noble. It is normal for Chu Bai not to do such a thing. Unlike my own villain, who is curious to watch, just watch it directly. Even if you feel more hurt, you still need to be moderate. The constant ridicule of the surrounding students made Chu Bai feel ashamed. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore, and the suffocation in his heart burst out. Boom. Chow, shut up all of you guys, who is beeping, be careful, I'm welcome. Chu Bai slapped the table angrily, frightening the people around him. Those ridiculing and mocking Chu Bai's voices also stopped immediately. Chu Bai often fights with the social youth outside, and basically hasn't suffered any loss, and he has a socially ruthless aura. As soon as Chu Bai became angry, the ordinary students around him were immediately bluffed, and he was immediately calm. Wang Haoren is not happy to see this situation. He patted Fen Jian next to him and whispered a few words. Chapter 30 Ask for Leave. Fen Jian came out of the crowd and jumped in front of Chu Bai. What are you doing? You are a poor student and a rubbish. Are you wrong? Do you want to hit someone like this? There is something for you to try, your grandfather. I stand here to let you fight. I bet your grandson dare not move me. The wound on Fen Jian's face was not completely healed, and some areas were still purple, and with these arrogant words, it seemed that he was owed. Chu Bai squeezed his fist. Grandson, let you fight. Why don't you dare to fight? You are fighting, come on me. Come on, come on. Fen Jian was reluctant, pulling his neck, stretched out his face to beg. His expression was really horribly cheap. The violent Chu Bai finally couldn't stand it anymore and slapped Fen Jian. This slap is very enjoyable. But Chu Bai regretted it a bit. Fen Jian's appearance was obviously deliberately irritating himself. Sure enough, after Fan Jian slapped him, he turned around and prepared to file a complaint. But as soon as Fan Jian left the classroom door, he turned back to the classroom. There was an old man who came in with Fan Jian. It's the old principal. Upon seeing this, Chu Bai turned from worry to joy, and immediately greeted the old principal. There were many students around who didn't know the principal, but after hearing Chu Bai's greetings, they immediately understood the identity of the old man. The students also learned how Chu Bai did, and the polite principal said hello. The old principal smiled and nodded at the students, then his eyes fell on Chu Bai and Fan Jian. I heard what happened outside the classroom. You two are classmates. It is fate to get together. Classmates should understand and love each other. The old principal started a long talk, constantly brainwashing people. The students around him all listened for a while, nodding their heads from time to time, feeling that the old principal made sense. Wang Haoren's heart is like a mirror. He knew that the old principal was going to resolve this matter for Chu Bai. The facts were like what Wang Haoren had said and guessed. The old principal said so much and criticized Chu Bai a few words, but he didn't give Chu Bai any punishment. Fan Jian's slap was given to Chu Bai for nothing. Wang Haoren completely understood that this old principal should be an important supporting role in the protagonist's camp. And it's the kind of supporting role that helps the protagonist a lot. In many online novels, this supporting role is very detrimental to the villain. Often turns the situation around, makes the protagonist come back, and puts the villain into a difficult situation. It seems that it is time to find a way to get this important supporting role, and he can't always let him help Chu Bai like this. Wang Haoren thought to himself. After mediating the conflict, the old principal wanted to talk to Chu Bai alone while taking advantage of the time between classes. On the playground, the old principal and Chu Bai started to unwind while taking a walk. The mock exam has passed. I haven't played for a long time. It doesn't matter. The most important thing is the college entrance examination. That's the time to see the real chapter. The principal is right. Chu Bai nodded heavily, and his mood suddenly improved. Although I failed this mock exam, I still have a chance. As long as the college entrance examination is time to play well. Anyway, during the college entrance examination, it is impossible to meet someone like Xin Liangsai. During the college entrance examination, the invigilators are all from other schools or classrooms transferred from other places. In the college entrance examination, the examinee and the invigilator did not know each other, in order to prevent cheating. If it happened, Chu Bai wouldn't be afraid. The nature of the college entrance examination is different. It is what determines the future prospects of the candidates. If there is a proctor at that time, sit next to you and stare. Chu Bai was able to protest to the inspector on the grounds that the other party influenced his test. In this way, Chu Bai played very well. The last one should be a sure thing, and even heavy books are very possible. It looks like you should be fine, go back to class. The old principal said to Chu Bai. Principal, I still have a small request, I hope you agree. You said. The principal smiled. When you went to your house for dinner last night, you accidentally mentioned that you would go to your friend to play rock gambling this afternoon. You want to go too? Don't look at my age, but I learned the true essence of this way from a legendary stone gambling, and I made a profit. This. Principal, you can take me there. The conditions in my family are not good, and my parents work very hard. I also want to make some money and share it with them. Chu Bai played the emotional card. What a filial child. Seeing Chu Bai's vows, the old principal didn't seem to lie to him, so he said. You go ask your head teacher for leave. Our class teacher is not very good at communicating, so I asked the principal for your help. Chu Bai smiled. Song Jinyu didn't disclose the matter about Wen Jing last time, but she was definitely still angry. Chu Bai didn't dare to ask Song Jinyu for leave. He would definitely be scolded if he went, and he couldn't ask for leave. Afternoon. Wang Haoren found a quiet place and dialed a phone call. This is for his cheap mother. Because in Wang Haoren's memory, the cheap mother said, our family has a relationship, you can bully whoever you want to bully at school. Although Wang Haoren didn't know what the so-called relationship was. But what is certain is that this relationship is definitely not simple. The ring on the phone rang for a while, but no one answered. After that, Wang Haoren played several times in a row, and it was still the same. According to the cheap mother's schedule, this point should be busy in the company. Wang Haoren gave up on the phone call and planned to go to the cheap mother's company. After all, this matter is not very clear on the phone. Even if it is over the phone, we still have to meet and talk. Wang Haoren came to the office. Song Jinyu changed her English test paper to more than 4 o'clock in the morning yesterday. Today, she was sluggish, and took advantage of her lunch break and took a nap at her desk. There was no one else in the office at this time. Wang Haoren's heart moved, and suddenly leaning against Song Jinyu's ear, she sang the song, "The One Who Loves Is You, I hold you tightly in my arms. Hold you in my palm. Who told me that I really love you? In the pure world of love. You are my only. Never never doubt." Song Jinyu slept very lightly, and the familiar singing in her ears made her open her eyes in a daze. In the eyes, there is a handsome face of a boy. Song Jinyu smiled subconsciously. Ding, the host touches the heart of Song Jinyu, one of the heroines, and gets 200 villain points. I know you can sing well, but you don't have to go to the office to sing. I'm really sleepy. Song Jinyu was awakened, but did not get angry, but said gently. Sister Jinyu, I want to take a leave. You give me a leave. Wang Haoren handed out the leave request note and pen. Why did you ask for another leave? Song Jinyu said casually. Who else has asked for leave? Chubai. Song Jinyu was obviously a little unhappy when she said 2 words. She didn't want to approve Chubai's fake, but Chubai moved out of the principal. Song Jinyu couldn't think of not giving face. Why did Chubai ask for leave? Wang Haoren was a little puzzled, but now is not the time to think about it. He pointed to the leave slip. Sister Jinyu, help out. Song Jinyu didn't ask the reason, and directly signed the request for leave. In her opinion, Wang Haoren is a very good student with excellent grades. Since he would ask for leave, there must be something particularly important. It's over after approval, so there is no need to ask so much. Chapter 31 Guasei Tian Xiang. Wang Haoren left the school. Then took Cullinan to a tall office building. This entire office building belongs to a cosmetics company called Guasei Tian Xiang. The boss of this cosmetics company is Wang Haoren's cheap mother. The driver went to the car and Wang Haoren walked towards the front desk in the lobby on the first floor. The receptionist at the front desk was a very outstanding young beauty. With a full score of 100, this beauty at the front desk can give a score of 90. As a cosmetics company, this is standard. After all, a place like the front desk is equivalent to half a facade. The reception at the front desk must of course be beautiful. In Wang Haoren's memory, he did not come here more than 3 times, and when he came, he was still very young. It is impossible for people in the company to meet Wang Haoren. Chang rushed into the company and was stopped by security guards. Although Wang Haoren could fight, it was unnecessary. Therefore, Wang Haoren can only come to the front desk in accordance with the normal process. Prepare to let the front desk communicate the news of coming to the company to the cheap mother. At this time, at the reception desk, 5 or 6 people are queuing. Wang Haoren didn't want to line up, so he jumped in and walked to the first one at the front desk. As the prince here, he was queuing when he came to his company. It was a joke. Wang Haoren disturbed the order. The beauty at the front desk immediately stopped her actions and stared at Wang Haoren seriously with those big eyes. Wang Haoren was taken aback for a moment. How does this plot feel familiar? Next, did the beauty at the front desk scold her loudly, or even let the security guard drive herself out? Then the mother came down, her identity as the prince was exposed. The beauty at the front desk crazy apologized to herself. It turned out to be Xiao Wang. You are much more handsome than the picture. After staring at Wang Haoren seriously, the beauty at the front desk said with a smile on her face. Have you seen me, my picture? Wang Haoren was a little surprised. Yes, in Mr. Zhen's office, as well as in every corridor of the company building, there are photos of you. The beauty at the front desk explained. Ah. Wang Haoren was taken aback. Immediately, I quickly understood that the cheap mother had asked him to post it. The purpose is to make it convenient for her to see her son often. Sure enough, entering the company to do things was taunted by the security or the front desk lady, and then the story of showing the identity and pretending to be a face is exclusive to the protagonist. It's impossible to find it in my villain. After Wang Haoren complained inwardly, he said to the beauty at the front desk. I want to see you, Mr. Zhen, please help me convey it. Okay, Xiao Wang. The lady at the front desk picked up the landline and dialed a call, and then gave a reply. Young Master Wang, the secretary over there replied, Mr. Zhen is in a meeting now, I will send you to Mr. Zhen's office and wait. The beauties at the front desk don't care about the people in line, and enthusiastically lead the way. Soon, the two walked into the elevator. The beauty at the front desk pressed the button on the 28th floor, the elevator door closed, and then it rose slowly. This elevator is so boring. The beauty at the front desk suddenly complained. Is it? There are air conditioning and exhaust systems in the elevator, and Wang Haoren doesn't feel the slightest sultry feeling. But soon, Wang Haoren understood why the beauty at the front desk was sultry. The beauty at the front desk unbuttoned her neckline a bit, fanned her hand in the wind, and turned her face away, not looking at Wang Haoren. However, the footsteps of the beauties at the front desk moved a lot towards Wang Haoren. Beautiful scenery, near Chi-Chi. Can't you see? Out of the elevator, came to the corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there will be a recent photo of Wang Haoren every other segment. As long as someone sees Wang Haoren, he can instantly recognize his identity as the prince. The corridor is very long. There are many career beauties passing by along the way, and those big legs are simply dazzling. As a cosmetics company, the selected employees are basically women, and they are still the kind of women with better appearance. Those with poor appearance and stature, or mediocre, are not qualified to work in this company. In the company building, there are air conditioning everywhere, which is very cool. But these workplace beauties all seem to feel very hot, either loosen their clothes a bit, or raise their skirts a little bit. The charm of these women in the workplace is not at all comparable to those of the girls in the school. Wang Haoren was very fortunate that he had met the great world with Wen Jing, and he was able to hold on to such a precipitous scene. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing. Passing through the corridor arduously, he finally came outside the president's office. Young Master Wang, this is it. The beauty at the front desk said. N. Wang Haoren nodded. Wang Xiao, can you add a WeChat? The beauty at the front desk asked courageously. Wang Haoren gave her a surprised look. The beauty at the front desk was nervous, and then quickly explained. I mean, you added my WeChat. Next time you come, you will let me know and I can make arrangements in advance. All right. Of course, Wang Haoren knew her true intentions, but she didn't click on it. Instead, she took out her mobile phone and clicked on the QR code. The beauty at the front desk hurriedly scanned the code and successfully added Wang Haoren as a friend. My name is Du Ning. The beauty at the front desk held her mobile phone and left with joy after a word. Wang Haoren walked into the office. Hello, Xiao Wang, I am President Jin's secretary. A woman at the desk suddenly stood up and greeted Wang Haoren respectfully. Wang Haoren was stunned, and subconsciously looked at the woman. The beauty of this woman is comparable to Du Ning. But Wen's in good shape. She was wearing high heels, she looked over 180, and her net height was probably over 172 by visual inspection. The curvature of the front and back of her figure is a bit exaggerated. Du Ning scored 90 points. This woman needs to add 3 points to her figure, making a total of 93 points. My cheap mom's company, there are really enough beauties. Wang Haoren sighed secretly. What would you like to drink? The secretary asked. A glass of water will do. Wang Haoren sat down on the sofa in the office. The secretary quickly poured a glass of water over and bent over and said. Wang Xiao, wait a minute, President Jin is in a meeting now, I will see how long it will take, and then I will reply to you. Wang Haoren nodded, and glanced casually at the work card between the towering mountains. President's secretary, Fang Xian. In the meeting room. Wang Haoren's cheap mother, Zhen Li, is now discussing business matters with the company's senior management. From the morning to the present, the senior management has not put forward a plan that satisfies Zhen Li. Therefore, Zhen Li seemed very irritable at the moment. Fang Xian gently pushed the door in, indicating that there was something to be reported. Don't tell you everything, don't disturb me before the meeting is over, don't you understand? Zhen Li said with a cold face. President Zhen, someone is looking for you, it's you. Fang Xian explained quickly. It's me that is useless to anyone. Let the other person go and say that I am not free. Now no one is seen. Zhen Li became a little irritable. Those high-level managers were all quiet and dare not speak. Zhen Li became more angry and patted the table. Are you stupid? Go on, who has a better plan? When Fang Xian saw this, she did not dare to touch her boss. President Zhen, then I will immediately reply to your son and let him go back. Go. Zhen Li answered casually, but reacted instantly and said, Wait, what did you just say? My son came to the company to find me. Chapter 32 Another Heroine. Yes, Mr. Zhen, it's in your office now. Fang Xian replied tremblingly. The meeting is over. Zhen Li gave instructions to everyone, and the anger on her face instantly disappeared, becoming like a spring breeze. The speed of this face change made everyone around him stunned. Didn't you say that no one is seeing you? When I heard that my son was here, even such an important meeting ended directly. However, they returned to horror. After hearing Zhen Li's words, they were amnesty and immediately went back to think of a plan. President Zhen, the plan hasn't been decided yet. Isn't the meeting for such a long time left in vain? Fang Xian didn't understand. Back to my office. Zhen Li said directly. When Fang Xian saw this, she stopped talking. She can tell that in Mr. Zhen's mind, the company's business is far less important than her son. My dear son, Mom wants to kill you. Zhen Li's reaction when she saw Wang Haoren was similar to Wang Xiang, but instead of giving a hug to Wang Xiang, she just grabbed his head and kissed him. A few lipstick marks appeared on Wang Haoren's forehead in an instant, and at the same time, his mood was a little bit complicated. He didn't call out that, Mom. This needs an adaptation period. After all, it took less than 10 days for Wang Haoren to pass through. At this time, Wang Haoren took a close look at the cheap mother. Zhen Li gave birth very early. Although there is an 18-year-old son like Wang Haoren, he is actually only 36 years old. In addition, it is well maintained on weekdays, and looks almost 30 years old on the surface, a proper urban beauty. Zhen Li's excellent genes are indispensable for Wang Haoren to have such a handsome appearance. In the original plot, after the Wang family's business was destroyed by the protagonist, the enemies of the Wang family also persecuted the Wang family crazily. With the protagonist's revenge, as Wang Haoren's mother. Zhen Li's fate can be described as very miserable. After suffering all kinds of cruel and inhuman insults, he finally committed suicide in shame. I'm an adult, don't think of me as a child. Wang Haoren wiped the red mark on his forehead with his hand. You are my son as much as possible. Zhen Li smiled and helped Wang Haoren wipe. But it can't be wiped clean. Without Zhen Li speaking, Secretary Fang Xian took a wet tissue and helped Wang Haoren wipe off the mark on her forehead. Son, I heard from your dad that you were looking for a girlfriend. I went to the hotel together. It must be that already, unhappy. Zhen Li raised her eyebrows and said narrowly. Wang Haoren was a bit speechless. The couple was a virtuous couple and they were all wonderful works. How can a mother ask her son such things? How to answer by yourself? Should you not ask me more questions about my studies? Yes, how are you studying? How many points did you score in the recent exam? Zhen Li asked smoothly. 682 points. Wow, so tall. It's true that I was born, you are a genius. Zhen Li was so surprised that she almost jumped up with excitement, and wanted to kiss her son again. Fang Xian on the side was also very surprised. According to the extent to which Mr. Zhen spoiled her son, she thought that Wang Haoren would be a second-generation idiot and would only be able to eat, drink, and play. Unexpectedly, he was actually a schoolmaster. Don't boast, I didn't come to tell you the score, let you praise me. Understood. Zhen Li nodded, and the other Xian said, I will give you my son's account. You take my card to the bank and transfer 5 million, no, transfer 10 million. Fang Xian was so shocked that his eyes almost stared out of their sockets. This is the rich world, pocket money is actually given in millions. Zhen Li patted Wang Haoren on the shoulder, and said earnestly. You don't need to save money. You can spend it as you want. If your girlfriend wants to find a few, you can find a few. Don't worry about the money. Mom and Dad make money. It's just for you to spend it. Wang Haoren was directly moved by hearing this. This cheap mom can really think for her own sake. Don't say this for now, I have other important things looking for you. Wang Haoren said. Fang Xian was smart, and when he heard this, he immediately avoided it. Without outsiders, Wang Haoren didn't bother to make a roundabout, and said directly. Does our family have a stronger relationship than the head of Mizusawa Junior High School? The principal of Shuai's middle school messed with you. Unreasonable, I will find someone to kill him. Zhenli said immediately. Wang Haoren was surprised by what this cheap mother said. It is indeed a relative of the villain, who is so violent and cruel as soon as he speaks. But this matter is far from so bad. I'll take care of this by myself, can you answer my question? Wang Haoren said. I know the manager of Mizusawa Middle School. It doesn't matter whether the relationship is ironic, but it's not bad. Is the school manager? This is easy. Wang Haoren immediately became happy. Mizusawa Middle School is private, and there are school directors above the principal. Simply put, the principal works for people. Can you meet each other in the afternoon? I'll try. Zhenli has the contact information of the other party. After a while, the call was connected. Zhenli talked for a few minutes, then hung up the phone and said to Wang Haoren. Son, it's okay. All appointments are made. I'll go and arrange company affairs for my secretary. I'll accompany you. Your company is so busy, just forget it, you send me the address and I can go by myself. Also, if you don't have a deal with the other party then, you will notify me again and I will come to talk. After Zhenli finished speaking, she sent Wang Haoren a location address. Jade Factory. Wang Haoren was a little surprised after looking at the address. He thought he would meet in a place like a coffee shop. Zhenli nodded and said. She's also a busy person. You can't get away with something on hand, it can only be this way. Tell you briefly about this person, her surname is Tang, her name is Tang Bingyun, a woman in her 20s. The main business of the Tang family is the jade jewelry business, and it's only in the past few years to enter the education industry. Tang Bingyun is quite capable and has managed the Shuai's education group well in just a few years. Upon hearing this, Wang Haoren was thoughtful and couldn't help asking. This Tang Bingyun must be very beautiful, right? Hey, son, how do you know that she is very beautiful, but it's too cold? Zhenli continued to say. But Wang Haoren didn't care anymore. At this moment, Wang Haoren can almost be certain that this Tang Bingyun is also one of the heroines. Because this Tang Bingyun is a template for the president of the iceberg. If this were not the heroine, it would be weird. Sundara School Flower, beautiful teacher, president of Bingshan. I don't know what other types of heroines will follow. Wang Haoren really wanted to complain about the author of the sand sculpture, so he valued the protagonist of Chubai, and actually assigned her so many heroines. After Wang Haoren had a few more conversations with this cheap mother, he set off. The Jade Factory is in the suburbs. Cullinan was driving on the road, and there were few people and vehicles on both sides of the road. Wang Haoren looked at the scenery outside the window. A vintage car not far ahead attracted Wang Haoren's attention. Chapter 33 Jade Factory. This kind of classic car is really earthy, it's so earthy that it's not afraid of being laughed at. But having said that, those who can drive this kind of car on the road have a background of identity, so how can ordinary people dare to provoke them? Aside from the distance, the old principal seems to have a classic car. When he drove out in a classic car, no one would dare to laugh. Could it be the old principal's car? Wang Haoren suddenly came up with this idea, and then looked at it through perspective, wanting to verify it. What a coincidence, it's really the old principal, hey, and Chubai. No wonder that Chubai asked for leave because it turned out to be with the old principal. Where did the old principal take Chubai in the car? Wang Haoren was a little curious. The classic car and Cullinan go in the same direction. Wang Haoren checked the location map, and the road leading to it was all factories. The factory is going to the Jade Factory. Wang Haoren was suddenly stunned, and his mind was clear. This fellow Chubai has a perspective ability. Based on Wang Haoren's experience of reading many web articles, the protagonist with perspective will definitely have a story of betting on rocks. Although there is no stone gambling market in Qingling City, this does not mean that there is no rough stone in Qingling City. The Jade Factory purchases goods, one is to buy ready-made jade directly, and rarely buy rough stones to make them by themselves. Although there are few, but not without. The president of Bingshan Beauty is in the Jade Factory, and the protagonist with perspective is about to rush to the battlefield. As long as the protagonist uses perspective to open a few waves of rough stones, this iceberg beauty president must be stunned for a while. They are all routines, and all Nima are routines. If Wang Haoren thought that Tang Bingyun had only a 90% chance of being a heroine, now this chance has risen to 100%. Tang Bingyun is the heroine, and she has really hammered it. Drive faster, drive as fast as you can. Wang Haoren immediately gave instructions to the driver. Although it is also a car, in terms of speed, Cullinan can throw a classic car hundreds of blocks away. Is it perspective? You are not the only one. This who, if he didn't cut it, he would be ashamed of the title of the villain. 20 minutes later, Cullinan flew to the gate of the Jade Factory. At the speed of that classic car, it took at least 40 minutes to get here. Of course, it may be longer. Because Wang Haoren inserted some nails in the road. Zhenli said hello long ago, and after Wang Haoren arrived, Tang Bingyun sent a female assistant to bring him into the factory. On the way. Mr. Tang and his friends are at the factory side now, so I can't leave for the time being. I will take you to the reception first, said the female assistant. Can you ask, what is Mr. Tang busy with at the factory? Wang Haoren said with a smile. The female assistant looks mediocre, and there are very few handsome guys who usually come into contact with her, but she can't stand such a handsome guy looking at herself, even if this handsome guy is less than 20. Besides, this handsome guy came from Cullinan. He is handsome, rich, and friendly to people. The female assistant naturally answers every question. The factory bought a batch of rough stones, and Mr. Tang invited friends to come and play. Sure enough, there is a rough stone. Can you take me to see it? Of course. The female assistant nodded and suddenly changed her way, leading Wang Haoren to the other side. Anyway, you have to wait, and the same goes for waiting at the factory. Besides, when Mr. Tang tells her to come and pick up people, he must be well received. The other party just wanted to see the rough stone, of course the female assistant did. The female assistant led the way, and Wang Haoren followed. The driver's guard was behind Wang Haoren. In addition to being Wang Haoren's driver, he is also a bodyguard. Although he is not that professional, he is better than he is physically strong. There is no problem in dealing with one or two ordinary people. A few minutes later, the three people came to the factory. The so-called workshop is a large shed built of aluminum alloy. This shed looks like a temporary construction. The purpose is to place the rough stone for people to watch. At this time there were about 10 people in the shed, men and women, old and young. Among the crowd, a young beauty in a black dress stood out like a crowd. Wang Haoren guessed with his toes, and all guessed that she was Tang Bingyun. Of course, it is impossible for the female assistant to know what Wang Haoren was thinking. She brought Wang Haoren to bring Tang Bingyun in front of her. Wang Haoren got close, and looked at Tang Bingyun again. The appearance and figure are the best among the best. To sum it up, 98 points. Su Mayan only scored 97 points. But this is not to say that Su Mayan is inferior to Tang Bingyun. It was that Su Mayan was in school after all, she didn't wear much clothes or makeup. If Su Mayan puts on a good makeup, she can get 98 points. Two heroines with 98 points. Wang Haoren had to complain again. That sand sculpture author really took great pains for the happiness of the protagonist. Wang Haoren was looking at Tang Bingyun, and Tang Bingyun naturally looked at Wang Haoren. However, there was some difference that Tang Bingyun just glanced at it a few times, and then immediately looked away. This attitude is really cold. Wang Haoren really wants to say, how can I say that he is also a handsome guy who is very attractive? Isn't it worth looking at? It is indeed the type of president of the iceberg, and he really disdains the handsome guy. The female assistant seemed a little unhappy seeing the boss, so she explained. President Tang, he said he wanted to come to the factory to have a look, so I brought him over. Come on, forget it. Tang Bingyun responded, and then glanced at Wang Haoren indifferently. She has a natural aversion to the rich second-generation young master. If it were Zhenli Lai, Tang Bingyun would naturally receive her. But when Zhenli's son came, Tang Bingyun wouldn't give much face. In Tang Bingyun's opinion, her son is naturally a generation shorter than herself when discussing relationships with Zhenli. As an elder, why must I give face to the younger generation? Hello, Miss Tang. Wang Haoren said hello first. I really don't know how to be polite. Tang Bingyun snorted coldly, and then reminded. I am worthy of your mother and sister. Hello, Aunt Tang. Wang Haoren smiled. But I couldn't wait to press Tang Bingyun's arrogant head to the ground. This little lady seems to be a little younger than Song Jinyu, about 22 or 23 years old. Actually, let an 18-year-old boy be called auntie. This Nima is too much. What's even more exaggerated is that Wang Haoren's actual age is actually 30 years old. Really, caress, he is older than Tang Bingyun. Wang Haoren tried his best to keep smiling, but was thinking secretly. I will clean up you sooner or later. I like to take advantage of people and make people call them aunts, right? Then I will let you call me dad. Hey, I'm entertaining my friends, I'm not free now, just wait. Tang Bingyun coldly threw a word to Wang Haoren. Okay, Aunt Tang, you are busy with you, I will wait for you, but I hope Aunt Tang can finish her work before 5 o'clock. I am going to study late at night, I'm afraid I will be late. Of course, if Aunt Tang is busy before 5 o'clock, that's okay, I will come back to you another day. Wang Haoren was a little timid when he spoke, and the words seemed to come from the heart, with innocence in his eyes. Anyone who reads it will think this is a good boy. The Cullinan driver was shocked. If he hadn't seen Wang Haoren's style of taking girls to the hotel, he would have almost believed it. Actress-level acting, terrifying. Hearing this, Tang Bingyun's cold expression showed a touch of astonishment. It seems that the rich second generation in front of me is a little different from what I usually see. Ding, the host changes the perception of Tang Bingyun, one of the heroines, and affects the direction of the original plot, gaining 100 villain points. Chapter 34. This little sweet. Tang Bingyun looked at the timid boy in front of him, and suddenly felt a little sad. After all, I was just an 18-year-old high school student in front of me. A student who is studying, even if it is bad, how bad can it go? How can I regard him as those rich second-generation sons who spend time and drink? In addition to this, he and his mother were in discussions with each other, and he also called Aunt Tang a few times. As an elder, it shouldn't be so for the younger generation. Almost forgot to ask, what's your name? Tang Bingyun's cold expression softened a lot, and asked in a calm voice. My name is Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren. Good name, Haoren is righteous. Tang Bingyun admired it and said. I won't be using it for too long. I must finish my work as soon as possible. I will never let you be late for self-study. Thank you, Auntie Tang. Wang Haoren was very polite, looking at Tang Bingyun with innocent eyes. Secretly exclaimed, hey, Aunt Tang is really not easy, this figure is simply. Calm down. I cut who, not to see her figure. Wang Haoren settled her mind and asked knowingly. Auntie Tang, why are there so many stones on the ground? What do the numbers on them mean? Tang Bingyun's attitude towards Wang Haoren changed. Seeing Wang Haoren's questions, he was also willing to answer his questions. These are not ordinary stones. These are rough stones. Don't look at the inconspicuous appearance, but there is probably a priceless beautiful jade hidden inside. The label affixed to the rough stone is the price, and the unit is 10,000. For example, 10 is written on it, which means 100,000. For example, if someone buys this 100,000 rough stone to open it, it may make a profit or lose money. This is called a gambling stone. Oh, I understand. Wang Haoren had already known this basic knowledge. What kind of jade is good jade? Wang Haoren asked what she didn't understand. Tang Bingyun asked the female assistant to bring a jade identification manual, and patiently explained it to him. Wang Haoren's learning ability is still very strong. After listening to Tang Bingyun, he has a basic understanding of all kinds of jade. Can tell what a good jade is. Just this 200,000 yuan drove it for me. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in his 40s in the shed shouted. The rough stone is selected. Master Kaishi is ready to cut. Everyone gathered around. After a while, the rough stone was cut open, revealing its true colors. The quality of the jade is fairly transparent, and the color is acceptable, but there are a little more impurities, estimated at 150,000. Tang Bingyun commented, and then said to the middle-aged men who bet on stones. I'm really sorry, Mr. Li has cost you money. I am willing to bet and lose, and I have lost 50,000 yuan, which is a waste. The middle-aged man didn't care. Then, he picked another 500,000 piece. The original stone opened, and this time lost 100,000. This middle-aged man seemed to be a bit on the top and wanted to come back, so he picked a piece of 800,000. Unfortunately, instead of making a comeback, he opened a piece of waste rock. Waste rock is worthless. Calculated, the middle-aged man lost a total of 950,000. He persuaded. With such a not-so-good beginning, other people are also greatly diminished. They are not professional gambling people, and they have never played gambling before. I just heard that Tang Bingyun bought a batch of rough stones back, so I wanted to see the gambling on the stones. Now, they have seen it. In just 10 minutes, one person lost 950,000. This is too expensive. Although they are rich, they are all hard-earned. Distressed. Looking at the faces of the people around, it seems that no one wants to play. Tang Bingyun didn't care about this either. She didn't open a gambling ground, and she didn't care if others were playing. These rough stones were bought and opened by her herself. Everyone is boring just looking at it like this. Tang Bingyun was going to pick a few pieces by himself and open it. Aunt Tang, I want to play too. I want to drive this 600,000 rough stone. Wang Haoren has been optimistic about the rough stone in the shed for a while, thinking it's time to practice. You have to play this. Tang Bingyun hesitated. If I have money, I can transfer it to you right away. Wang Haoren said. Auntie is not afraid that you have no money, but that you are losing money and don't know how to explain to your mother. It's okay, it's all my pocket money, and my mother won't talk about me if I use it. Wang Haoren was too lazy to ink, and directly took the selected rough stone and gave it to the starting master. Ms. Tang. Master Kaishi didn't do anything immediately, but inquired. Go on. Tang Bingyun said. She saw that the rough stone selected by Wang Haoren was in good condition. Tang Bingyun didn't want to see Zhenli in the future, and gently accused her of cheating on her son's pocket money. Those who watched the excitement suddenly gathered around. There are hundreds of thousands of pocket money, who owns this boy? Someone in the field asked Tang Bingyun curiously. The son of Wang Xiang of the Wang Group and Zhenli of the Gus Tianxiang Company. Tang Bingyun responded. I'll go, it's no wonder, the only heir to tens of billions of assets. The people around were shocked. But soon, they sighed again for Wang Xiang and Zhenli. The son of the Wang family seemed to be a bit stupid and rich in money. Someone has lost 950,000 just now, and he wants to open the rough stone. Only less than 20 years old, that's how you can lose out. In the future, even if they inherit tens of billions of assets, it is estimated that they will all be lost soon. While everyone was thinking about it, with the efforts of Master Kaishi, the true face of the original stone was quickly revealed. A piece of transparent and impurity-free emerald jade can be seen at the cut of the rough stone. President Tang, this jade looks pretty, is it worth 600,000? Someone next to him asked curiously. 600,000. At least 3 million. Tang Bingyun widened his eyes, carefully observing the exposed cut surface of the rough stone. Because the rough stone has not yet revealed its full picture, the final price cannot be judged, but from Tang Bingyun's eyes, it will definitely not be less than 3 million. As Tang Bingyun's words fell, the audience was in an uproar. They all looked at Wang Haoren incredible. Wang Haoren was actually quite calm, he saw the jade in the original stone. However, in order not to attract attention, he pretended to be surprised. I made a profit, didn't I? It's making a lot of money. Tang Bingyun said. The Master Kaishi continued, cutting off all the extra parts of the rough surface, and the jade inside almost revealed the whole picture. Tang Bingyun let people weigh, and let the factory's professional masters identify it, and finally gave a price of 3.5 million. Wow, I made 2.9 million yuan. Wang Haoren became excited. It's fun and fun, I still want to play. Wang Haoren quickly chose a piece of rough, at random, again. This piece of rough stone is 3 million. If it is discarded, you will not win, but you will post 100,000 to continue, or change it. Tang Bingyun stopped. It's okay, Aunt Tang, I didn't drive this rough stone, or you drive it. If I sell it out of use, it will indirectly save you money, and I will be happy if I lose. Wang Haoren's expression was innocent, and he didn't feel any falsehood at all. You little mouth is sweet. Tang Bingyun was a little moved. Chapter 35. What a good boy. Master, hurry up. Wang Haoren urged Master Sure. Good. Good Lo. Master Kaishi nodded, and his hand trembled slightly. Although he is a master craftsman, it is the first time to open such an expensive rough stone. It is inevitable that he is a little nervous. But soon Master Kaishi adjusted the state. A few minutes later, a cut surface of the rough stone was exposed. There is no jade in the cut surface. This is not a good sign. This rough stone may be scrap. The people around who watched the excitement all looked at Wang Haoren a little bit sorrowful. Is it bad to make 2.9 million? If you have to lose the money you earn, you have to pay 100,000 back. Haoren, even if it's scrap, Aunt Tang won't let you lose money. I will help you out of your 100,000. Tang Bingyun said comfortingly in the generosity of his elders. Is it a waste? This is great. If I lose myself, Aunt Tang won't lose anymore. Wang Haoren didn't feel any distress at all on his face, and was even quite happy. I'm about to make a lot of money soon, can you be unhappy? Of course Tang Bingyun didn't know Wang Haoren's inner thoughts. Hearing Wang Haoren's words, he directly believed it. Because Wang Haoren's smile was sincere at first glance, and absolutely pretended to be. Tang Bingyun's indifferent heart was filled with warmth. I only met this boy for the first time today, and this boy is so kind to me. I really didn't expect that Sister Zhenli would have such a sincere and innocent and outstanding son. Ding, one of the heroines, Tang Bingyun, has a +10 favorability rating for the host, and the current total favorability rating is 20. Very friendly. Ding, the host influences the direction of the original plot and gets 200 villain points. Haoren, I heard from Sister Zhenli that you are studying at Shuai's middle school. Your aunt, I'm the director of the Shuai's education group. If someone bullies you at school in the future, tell me that I will vent your anger. Tang Bingyun solemnly told Wang Haoren. Said. Thank you Miss Tang. Wang Haoren showed a sunny smile. It's Aunt Tang. Tang Bingyun corrected. Yes, thank you Aunt Tang. Wang Haoren smiled and nodded. But I was really embarrassed. Tang Bingyun is only 4 to 5 years older than him. Calling her aunt, she is not ashamed. However, there is no way to do this. Who calls her seniority, and I just can't offend her for the time being. Master Kaishi adjusted the position and cut the rough stone again. A few minutes later, the atmosphere on the scene was like a frying pan. This is a glass imperial green. Master Kaishi gave a ghost cry. He has been in this line for more than 40 years. In his previous career, he drove the glass imperial green once, but he did not expect to ran into it again today. At the beginning, the master worked steadily, and soon revealed the full picture of the rough stone. Judging from the size of the jade, this one is at least twice as large as the one he opened before. The imperial green of this piece of glass should be above 60 million. Tang Bingyun said, a trace of regret suddenly rose in his heart. She bought this rough stone for 3 million yuan. If Wang Haoren does not open, then she must have made a lot of money. However, after Tang Bingyun came up with this idea, he immediately blamed himself. She saw it with her own eyes just now. When Wang Haoren knew that the rough stone might be waste, she didn't blame anyone, and even felt that she was helping herself to bear the loss. Now that he has a good jade, he should be happy for him. After a brief struggle of ideas, Tang Bingyun congratulated Wang Haoren. The other people around are both envious and jealous. This prince's worker had just gotten a good fetus, and even his gambling luck was so good. In such a short period of time, I directly made more than 60 million. Have you earned it again? Wang Haoren jumped up with excitement, and then said. It seems I was lucky, I still want to play, I still want to play. The so-called long-term gambling must lose, people's luck is limited. You have earned twice in a row, and you may lose a lot if you continue to drive it. Tang Bingyun persuaded. If this is the case, that would be great. Is this tantamount to reducing losses for Aunt Tang? After Wang Haoren finished speaking, he couldn't wait to choose the rough stone. This time, he did not choose individually, but directly chose more than 30 rough stones in one go. You have chosen too many, the total price of these rough stones is almost 30 million, you may lose a lot. Tang Bingyun said. If you lose, you can make up for the loss for Aunt Tang. I'm also happy. Just kidding, why don't you just use all the money you earn and keep it for Chubai? Am I so stupid? In the shed, there is only a master who opens the stone, which is too slow to open. Tang Bingyun asked the female assistant to call a few Master Kaishi in the factory to come over. The 8 stone masters started the machines at the same time to cut the rough stone selected by Wang Haoren. Inside the whole shed, there were all the squeaking noises of machines. After a few minutes, surprises sounded again and again. Of the 8 masters, 7 of the masters have shipped the goods. Wang Haoren made another profit. This luck is too bad. The people around were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. In fact, this is the reason why Wang Haoren can keep a low profile. Among the dozens of rough stones selected, a small amount of out-of-stock rough stones was added to it. Otherwise, Wang Haoren can almost maintain a 100% win rate. Master Kaishi continued to work. Dozens of minutes later, Wang Haoren's selected rough stones were all finished. Everyone summarized Wang Haoren's record. Wang Haoren picked a total of 39 rough stones, of which 33 were earned. After discussing the value of the jade issued by Tang Bingyun and some jade appraisers in the factory, the total value was 123.6 million. In more than an hour, I made 123.6 million. Those friends of Tang Bingyun had red eyes. Haoren, congratulations. Tang Bingyun was also happy for Wang Haoren. Although Wang Haoren had made a profit, Tang Bingyun would actually not lose. After the initial polishing in the factory, these jade stones will be made into various jade jewelry and then sold. At that time the price will increase exponentially. In other words, 123.6 million jade will become hundreds of millions in the future. In particular, there is a large piece of glass of imperial green, a processed product made from this superb jade, which is very popular among the wealthy. There is no problem of not being able to sell. No matter how Tang Bingyun makes money, it's just a matter of earning more and less. Aunt Tang, these rough stones were all purchased by you. I have been carefully screened. I don't know how to bet on stones at all. It's because of you. Wang Haoren said. Hearing this, the more Tang Bingyun looked at Wang Haoren, the more absolutely pleasing to his eye. The rough stones here have been carefully selected, but some of them the Tang Bingyun thinks the shipment rate is extremely high have already been singled out by Tang Bingyun. However, the shipment rate of the remaining rough stones is still much higher than those in the gambling quarries. These friends of Tang Bingyun may not even realize this problem, and even thought that Tang Bingyun wanted to make money for them and let them fill the hole. Wang Haoren's remarks were photographed in Tang Bingyun's heart. How could she be unhappy? Haoren, sell all these jade stones to me, and Tang will definitely give you a reasonable price. These jade stones were made in her factory, so she should be sold, but Tang Bingyun still wanted to respect Wang Haoren's opinion. All these jade stones are sold to Aunt Tang at a discount. You can say as much as you like. Wang Haoren said indifferently. Tang Bingyun took a deep breath. She really hated that she didn't have a beautiful niece around 18 years old. Otherwise, she would definitely introduce it to Wang Haoren. There are not many such good boys in the world, right? Chapter 36 The Same Routine. These wealthy friends of Tang Bingyun were very jealous when they saw Wang Haoren making a huge profit, and immediately started thinking about betting on rocks. If Wang Haoren is less than 20 years old, it is impossible to bet on rocks at all. And when he chooses the rough stone, he is like ordering watermelon at random, just order it casually, whichever is pleasing to the eye. To earn so much, luck is certainly one aspect. But the most important thing is that most of this batch of rough stones should be profitable. I will try again. The middle-aged man named Li, who had lost 950,000 before, learned Wang Haoren's move of picking stones, according to the fate, and chose 5 rough stones in one go. Earlier, a single opening lost consecutive losses. This time, if you choose 5 yuan directly, it is impossible to continue to lose, right? Others couldn't hold back their minds and began to choose rough stones. After selecting the stones, the master starts the machine. Tang Bingyun's rich friends gathered around the machine, all with smiles on their faces, waiting for the harvest. Every time a rough stone was drawn out, Tang Bingyun and several appraisers immediately gave the number of losses and profits after evaluating them. Loss 50,000. Loss 100,000. Loss 250,000. Loss 800,000. The smiles on the faces of these wealthy people gradually disappeared, and in the end, it was like a fart. Few of the stones they chose were profitable. Even if they were profitable, they only earned a small amount of tens of thousands, which was not enough to cover the losses of other rough stones. They all lost. The one with the least loss was 300,000, and the one with the most loss reached 3.3 million. Wang Haoren watched from the side, holding back his smile and suffocating. Among the remaining rough stones, there are basically no good ones. Can't make much money. Tang Bingyun was responsible for all these losses, but they were taken advantage of and helped Tang Bingyun fill the hole. Wang Xiao, is there any secret to this rough stone? Can you teach me? The middle-aged man surnamed Li, who had lost the most, approached Wang Haoren for advice. You see, when I pick rough stones, do I choose them carefully? There is no secret to this, it's all luck. Regarding Wang Haoren's answer, the middle-aged man surnamed Li was speechless. He can only think that the Wang family's ancestors' grave may be smoked, and the Wang family has the protection of ancestors. Not only is the business done big and well, the gambling luck of the children and grandchildren is also good. At this time, a classic car came outside the factory. In the classic car, the old principal and Chubai stepped down one after another. Little brother Chubai, your gambling skills are really so good, can you make 9 out of 10 bets? To be honest, I have never tried it before, but with the experience taught by an expert, there must be no problem. Chubai actually only read some basic knowledge about jade on the internet, but that was enough. What he is thinking now is how to spend the money after gambling on rocks and making a lot of money. I haven't practiced it yet. Isn't that just talking about it on paper? The old principal was astonished. Is it right? Old principal, you will know soon. Chubai was full of confidence. Although he has no experience in betting on rocks, he has a perspective ability. Playing rock bets is like picking up money. Then I will open my old eyes and wait and see. The old principal smiled, full of expectation in his heart. After a while, the two came to the big shed. Chubai and Wang Haoren had a face-to-face meeting. The former's eyes flashed with astonishment first, followed by a touch of deep hatred and pain. Su Mayan is such a kind and lovely girl, only she is truly kind to her and will give her happiness. The Wang Haoren in front of him was completely a scum, and he was not worthy of Su Mayan's liking. I must find a time to have a good talk with Su Mayan. Otherwise, Su Mayan would definitely be ruined by Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren didn't know what Chubai was thinking. If he knew it, Wang Haoren would definitely complain about Chubai frantically. Will Su Mayan and you be happy? If you like others, you will be ruined. This is so unreasonable. It is true that you love Su Mayan, but at the same time you also love other beautiful girls. You are just a scumbag. Of course, Wang Haoren felt that he was also a scumbag. But he is a villain. Wang Haoren threw off his thoughts and stepped forward to greet the old principal. Tang Bingyun also came over and asked curiously. Old Ren, why are you here now? Although Principal Ren and Tang Bingyun are in a superior relationship, Principal Ren is quite famous in the education circle, so Tang Bingyun respects him very much. Old man, my eyes are not good, I drove slowly, and I had a flat tire in the middle of the road, and it was a long delay. Said this, the old principal said with a bit of resentment. I don't know who is so wicked and put nails on the road. Is the car still parked on the side of the road? Do you want me to drag the car? Tang Bingyun said politely. Fortunately, this little brother next to me is here and helped me put on a spare tire. It's all right. The old principal looked at Chubai next to him. Wang Haoren glanced at Chubai in surprise. This guy will change the spare tire. You are so special. Hearing what the old principal said, Tang Bingyun couldn't help but look at Chubai. Chubai, who was still worried about Su Mayan's affairs just now, had already thrown Su Mayan out of the clouds, and only Tang Bingyun was in front of him. Isn't this woman too beautiful? This appearance, this temperament, is absolutely. It was the first time he saw such a stunning woman. How happy would it be to be the boyfriend of this woman? Old Ren, why did you bring a stranger here? Chubai looked at his eyes, making Tang Bingyun a little unhappy. Oh, this is my student. He heard that there are gambling stones here, so he came to play. The old principal said. Such a young kid, knows how to bet on rocks. Tang Bingyun looked at Chubai with a sneer. Beauty, don't let me be young, but for the skill of betting on rocks, I recognize the first in Qingling City, and no one dares to call it second. Chubai raised his head and said. You are not afraid that the wind will flash your tongue. Don't believe it. Let's bet, I choose 10 stones. If I earn 8 of them, I win, otherwise I lose. How did I win, and how did you win? Tang Bingyun was very dissatisfied when he saw a person with such a big tone for the first time. You won. I worked for nothing in your factory. I won. You are my girlfriend. Chubai said with the guts of victory, so he boldly said. Tang Bingyun frowned when he heard it. Aside. Wang Haoren secretly complained. This Chu Bai really likes to bet with people. Last time he bet with Su Mayan, this time with Tang Bingyun. You can play other girls, but can you change it to something new? Every time it is a bet, is it interesting? Chapter 37 Surrender and Lose Half. Beauty, why don't you reply, dare you? Seeing that Tang Bingyun didn't answer, Chu Bai asked. Tang Bingyun snorted coldly. She didn't want to care about Chu Bai anymore, but the other party was still excited. This guy is less than 20, how could he know how to bet on rocks? If he wins for a while, he must not let him go. He must sign a contract and work in a jade factory for the rest of his life. By the time I see this kid is still crazy or not. You are very confident, well, then. And many more. Before Tang Bingyun finished speaking, he was interrupted by Wang Haoren. What's your business, what are you talking about? Chu Bai was very upset when he saw Wang Haoren was about to make trouble. You and I are classmates, right? Wang Haoren said. Yes, what did you say about this suddenly? Chu Bai didn't understand. You can just answer. Wang Haoren continued to ask. Your family is average, and your grades are counting down in class, right? Wang Haoren, what do you mean? Chu Bai felt insulted and said angrily. Don't deny it, that is to prove that I am right. Wang Haoren's words gradually became sharper. You and I are both classmates, so naturally they are peers. This beauty is my generation, and since you are your elders, it is really impolite for you to offend your elders. You have an ordinary family background, poor academic performance, and frivolous language. It is really wishful thinking to climb a wealthy daughter. The fairness of a gambling contract lies in the equality of gambling capital. The labor you can contribute in your life is limited and cheap, but Aunt Tang's life is priceless. Such an unfair gambling contract, you are embarrassed to have a mouthful. Wang Haoren, you are special. Chu Bai was anxious, almost about to swear, but when it came to his lips, he was swallowed back abruptly. He hates himself for not studying hard and his eloquence is not good, but Wang Haoren can't say it. Swearing is not appropriate in this kind of occasion. Chu Bai didn't want to damage the old principal and the iceberg beauty's impression of himself. Haoren, you make sense, I don't have to talk to this kid at all. Tang Bingyun calmed down and didn't bother to care about Chu Bai. Ding, the host prevents Tang Bingyun, one of the heroines of the protagonist Chu Bai's routine, and gets 200 villain points. My mouth is almost dry, but fortunately I didn't say it in vain. Wang Haoren smiled secretly, then looked at Kai Chu Bai, and hit the railroad while it was hot. If you are really so interested, I will accompany you to bet. Just as you just said, you choose 10 rough stones. If 8 are earned, then you win. Otherwise, I win. As for gambling money, it depends on how big you want to play, I will stay with you to the end. Are you serious? Chu Bai's face improved. Really, everyone present can testify. A word is for sure. Chu Bai said with great joy. If I win, you will stay away from Su Mayan from now on. You can't even say a word to her. If you win, I will stay away from Su Mayan from now on and never say a word to her. Wang Haoren was directly amused by Chu Bai's words. This guy is too thick-skinned, can this bet money be paid out? Su Mayan didn't care much about Chu Bai now, but was walking very close to herself. Chu Bai won, and Wang Haoren suffered a blood loss. Chu Bai lost, but Wang Haoren didn't make a profit. This Nima, dog protagonist, would you like to point your face? Why are you smiling, do you gamble or not? Chu Bai annoyed. Bet. Although Chu Bai made such a shameless gambling, Chu Bai couldn't win. Wang Haoren is of course fearless. You are sure to lose. Wang Haoren said freely. If you lose or lose, I don't care, but I take the liberty to ask, how much money did you bring, is it enough to buy 10 rough stones? By the way, with a friendly reminder, no rough stone here is less than 5,000. Chu Bai was surprised. Last time he reported funeral koan and took 40,000 yuan in bonuses, paid 30,000 yuan in medical expenses, and repaid Chen Zishir 1,000, plus a little by himself, now there are only more than 7,000 left. Isn't it just enough to buy a stone? Little brother Chu Bai, you can just pick it, and I will cover the original stone's money for you. The old principal said for Chu Bai to relieve his siege. Thank you principal, the money will be paid back to you soon. Chu Bai said gratefully, then smiled, and then walked to the rough stone placed in the shed. He used perspective and looked at the rough stone on the ground. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. Ding! The host succeeded in intercepting Hu and prevented the protagonist Chubai from betting on stone and getting 200 villain points. Hey, how long do you have to see? Have you chosen it? Wang Haoren urged. Chubai's confident smile has completely disappeared, replaced by confusion, consternation, and embarrassment. Beauty, you have a problem with the rough stone here. Judging from the price marked above, there is basically no profit from the more than 50 rough stones. Chubai said to Tang Bingyun with a serious face. I think you are just a beaming clown. Tang Bingyun said angrily. A lot of good products have been sold out of these rough stones, and there are even glass imperial green. How could there be a problem? Someone has delivered a good product, and there is also a glass type of emperor green. Who made it? Chubai was surprised. It's me. I drove 39 yuan just now. It seems that I made 33 yuan. It probably made more than 120 million yuan. Wang Haoren said lightly. Do you know how to bet on rocks? I don't understand, it's the first time I played today, but luck is better. Wang Haoren explained briefly, and then urged. Don't delay, if it doesn't work, just give in. I will not admit defeat. Then you can drive the stone. Chubai was speechless. These rough stones are all out of stock, what a fart. Otherwise, surrender and lose half, I give up, and you win half. I won't ask Su Mayan to make up lessons in the future. Chubai thought about it and said suddenly. Half of surrender. Wang Haoren was shocked again by Chubai's shame. This guy is simply a rascal. But for Chubai, this is completely normal operation. He doesn't like to learn, he often deals with young people in society, and it is common for him to bet against others and lose out. When Tang Bingyun heard Chubai's shameless words, he was very contemptuous in his heart. I hope I can't do it without betting, this kind of person is simply disgusting. Principal Ren, the student you brought is really shameless. Tang Bingyun couldn't help but said. Hee, isn't it? I think it's pretty cute, half of surrender loses, funny rules. The old principal smiled. Tang Bingyun frowned, thinking that the old principal was a bit too biased towards Chubai, but he didn't say anything more. Wang Haoren was not surprised when he heard the old principal's words. Although Chubai's style was unusual, it was not to the point of being a major evil. The old principal, as a supporter of the protagonist, naturally didn't think there was anything. The old principal smiled and looked at Wang Haoren. You are all classmates, you can see you with your head down, don't be too stiff, surrender and lose half. This proposal is good, what do you think? The principal, you have spoken, what else can I say? Wang Haoren smiled slightly. The principal's was completely sitting on Chubai's side, and continuing to beep with him would not change his attitude. Since this is the case, why should Wang Haoren talk nonsense? Just wait and see how long you can help Chubai. Chapter 38 Hold. Since you won't open the stone, it doesn't make sense for you to stay, please. Tang Bingyun directly issued an eviction order to Chubai. Wang Haoren and Chubai are both students of Shuai's middle school. This old principal does not treat each other equally, but prefers Chubai. Tang Bingyun, who was very friendly to Wang Haoren, of course couldn't stand it anymore. This Chubai looked from side to side and looked like a rascal, not like a student at all. She made the principal a bit old and confused, how could she treat such a person differently? But dissatisfaction returned to dissatisfaction, Tang Bingyun still respected the principal and did not shake his face. But Chubai is okay. This is my own territory, so I can't understand him, so let him go. Beauty, the visitor is a guest, don't do that. Chubai said with a hand. It seems that you still don't know who I am. I think I need to explain to you. Listen carefully. I am the manager of your Mizusawa private middle school. Hearing this, Chubai was stunned. This iceberg beauty turned out to be bigger than the old principal. Send him out. Tang Bingyun was too lazy to be long-winded, and ordered directly to the female assistant. Her attitude obviously disgusted Chubai. Wang Haoren was naturally very happy when he saw it. In this way, Chubai should have nothing to do with Tang Bingyun, right? But just as Chubai had this idea, shouts suddenly came from inside and outside the shed. Stop. Don't run. The sudden movement surprised everyone in the shed. However, before they could make any other reaction, a thin, panicked man rushed into the shed, followed by a few security guards chasing. Seeing that there was no way in the shed, the thin man saw that the door was blocked by security again, and in a hurry, he directly detained Tang Bingyun, who was nearest to him. Ah! Tang Bingyun looked like a flower. Don't come here, the man scolded several security guards. Let go of Mr. Tang, you can't run away. The security guards warned and approached the man step by step. Don't force me. The thin man took out a handful of wooden warehouses directly from his body and pointed at Tang Bingyun's head. Several security guards were taken aback, and stepped back subconsciously. They never thought that this guy still had this kind of thing on him. Wang Haoren was also taken aback. He originally leaned over and used his own Wing Chun to educate the little thief. Now it seems to be forgotten. No matter how strong the Kung Fu is, you can't stand it. However, this place in Qingling City is so strictly managed, where did this guy get the wooden warehouse? Wang Haoren was a little puzzled, so when he looked at it intently, he found the tricky in an instant. This is so special, it turned out to be a toy wooden warehouse. Routines, and Nima is a routine. Wang Haoren was speechless. Tang Bingyun's attitude towards Chu Bai was already very bad. This Chu Bai actually still has a chance to come back. The toy Mutsang could see it by himself, and Chu Bai could definitely see it too. With Chu Bai's combat power, was it not enough to deal with a thin man? The hero saves the beauty, and then wins Tang Bingyun's favor. Routine. Be acquainted and let go of this beauty. When Wang Haoren had these thoughts, Chu Bai's voice came from his ears. Wang Haoren followed the voice and saw that Chu Bai was approaching the thin man. Don't act rashly, you will kill President Tang like this. Several security guards quickly dissuaded him. I have a sense of measure, don't worry. Chu Bai's voice was calm. Don't come here, I'll kill you again. The thin man threatened Chu Bai with his toy Mutsang. Kill me. Just try it. Chu Bai was fearless. You. The thin man was a little panicked, and became suspicious. Is this guy afraid of death? Or did you realize that I was holding a toy? No, it's impossible. From the outside, it is absolutely impossible to see that it is fake, so that said, the boy in front of him is not afraid of death. Stop, you go one step further, I will kill this woman. The thin man changed his strategy and pointed to Tang Bingyun's head. Don't mess around, if you want money, I can give it to you. Tang Bingyun was so scared that he couldn't speak anymore. Stuttering, his face was as pale as paper. You told this kid not to come over. The thin man was a little guilty, so he gave orders to Tang Bingyun. Chu Bai, you stand where you are. Tang Bingyun trembled. Don't be afraid, I will definitely be able to save you. Chu Bai stepped closer. In order to save the beauty of the hero, Chu Bai did not point out that the thin man was holding fakes, and wanted to portray himself as a man with courage. The thin man grabbed Tang Bingyun and retreated step by step until he hit the edge of the shed behind his back. If you are acquainted, let them go quickly. Chu Bai continued to persecute. Boy, don't you really, are you afraid of death? The thin man's face twitched. I have a bad life. If you die, you will die. If you are interested, just come and kill me and fight here. Chu Bai pointed to his heart. The thin man almost wanted to scold him, and at the same time, the psychological defense line gradually collapsed. This is a toy in his hand, it won't hurt anyone at all. There was another guy in front of him who was not afraid of death, and couldn't escape by himself. The thin man immediately thought of surrendering. But at this moment, Chu Bai, it doesn't matter if you want to die, but please don't drag others into the water. Wang Haoren quickly stood up and said to the security guards. What are you doing standing stupidly? Didn't you see that this kid was deliberately taking revenge, wanting to kill you, President Tang? Hurry up and hold this kid down. Several security guards were awakened by such a little, and immediately surrounded Chu Bai. Although Chu Bai's combat power value was not weak, the security guards were well trained and successfully controlled Chu Bai together. Wang Haoren, I am about to control the overall situation, what are you doing to make trouble? Chu Bai gritted his teeth. Wang Haoren picked up a piece of rags originally covered with a rough stone from the ground, and then walked to Chu Bai's side. You have a brain disease, and you still control the overall situation. Can't you see what others are holding? Without waiting for Chubai to beep, Wang Haoren directly wrapped his mouth with a rag into a ball. Woo, that, what's in, fake, we. Chubai wanted to say that the stuff in the skinny man's hand was a toy, but his mouth was covered. Blocked up, can only issue ambiguous words. No one else could understand what he said. Chapter 39 Replace Hostages. Wang Haoren walked not far from the thin man. The driver hurriedly walked over, guarding in front of Wang Haoren. As Wang Xiang said, the driver was indeed very sincere. His posture is obviously to block the wooden warehouse for Wang Haoren. Just say what you need, but as long as you don't hurt the hostages. Wang Haoren said to the thin man. I need a car and 5 million in cash. I will need it in 10 minutes. Go ahead and prepare. Otherwise, I won't call the police or I will kill this woman. The thin man saw that things turned around, so the lion said. Wang Haoren reached out for the driver and took the car key. There is no bank nearby. It is absolutely impossible to make up such a number in such a short period of time. I just opened a piece of glass with imperial green, which is worth more than 60 million yuan. With that, he gestured to the driver. The driver quickly brought the piece of emperor green. When the thin man looked at him, his eyes were full of greed. Car keys, more than 60 million, are all here. Wang Haoren held the key in one hand and the jade in the other. You take everything, go in front of me, and I and this woman go behind. The thin man planned to let Wang Haoren him out. Okay, but I have a request. I want to change with this woman and I will be the hostage. Wang Haoren said calmly. Tang Bingyun, in a state of panic and fear, shocked all over, looking at Wang Haoren incredulously. I'll be a hostage, that's it. Tang Bingyun trembled. You can see that you are almost unable to say anything, and your legs are shaking with tension. Let me replace you. Wang Haoren said. Tang Bingyun stared at the figure in front of him, feeling a little dazed for a while. If we say that Tang Bingyun had always regarded Wang Haoren as a boy before, but now, she has treated Wang Haoren as a man. And it's the kind of super manly and courageous. Ding, Tang Bingyun, one of the heroines, has increased his favorability to the host by 20, and of course his total favorability is 40. Very close. Ding, the host influences the trend of the plot and gets 300 villain points. Controlling a woman is much simpler than controlling a man. Do you think I would be so stupid? The thin man stared at Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren did not answer immediately, but picked up another rag from the ground and asked the driver to tie his hand. Let me introduce myself first. I am the son of the Wang family group. I will inherit tens of billions of property in the future. I will not make fun of my life. Add this. Wang Haoren lifted himself up. Tightened hands. That way you should trust my sincerity. If you still don't agree, then I'm sorry, I think we may be stuck here forever. At the end, Wang Haoren's tone became slightly tough. He knew that this thin man had no other choice at all. The mutsang in the opponent's hand is just a toy, and it is impossible to cause any threat. Wang Haoren revealed his identity as the son of a rich man, expressing that he cherished his life, tied his hands, and conveyed a message that he would not resist. The thin man hesitated on his face and did not immediately reply. Wang Haoren was not in a hurry, waiting quietly for the thin man. Anyway, I have time. If I don't agree, I will waste it. See who can consume it. Of course, Wang Haoren's patience is also limited. If you provoke him, he will definitely rush forward and give this thin man a set of Wing Chun. After a minute of silence, the thin man finally nodded. Okay, I promise you. He threatened, but you must play tricks, otherwise, I think you may not have the opportunity to inherit the tens of billions of assets in your family. Upon hearing this, Wang Haoren smiled secretly. This guy is quite pretentious. Obviously it was a toy in his hand, but he pretended to be the most tricky one. If he didn't want to show more favorability in front of Tang Bingyun, and needed to create a dangerous atmosphere, then the thin man must have been lying on the ground and could not get up. Don't worry, I won't mess around. Now I'm slowly walking over with things. After you control me, you let the lady next to you go. Wang Haoren just tied his wrists, and his palms could still move. He asked the driver to tie the piece of glass imperial green with a rag to make it easy to grasp. Afterwards, Wang Haoren just carried the glass imperial green and walked in towards the thin man. Haoren, don't. To shut up. Tang Bingyun wanted Wang Haoren to give up taking the hostage, but he was half talking before he could say anything, and was severely interrupted by Wang Haoren. As the president, Tang Bingyun usually treats her with respect, and no one has ever treated her harshly. Tang Bingyun also developed the habit of giving orders to people. If someone said this to her in normal times, Tang Bingyun would definitely get angry. But at this moment, Tang Bingyun was like a little woman, extremely obedient. When Tang Bingyun was thinking about it, Wang Haoren had already reached the thin man. The thin man pointed at Wang Haoren's head with Mutsang before letting go of Tang Bingyun. Tang Bingyun was able to get away, but he didn't have the kind of rejoicing for the rest of his life. Instead, he was even more worried. "Don't move other people." The thin man warned the others in the shed, and then said to Wang Haoren, "If you walk ahead with something, if you dare to make any changes, I will definitely kill you." Tang Bingyun's friends all shuddered in the corner, not even daring to take a breath. Although the old principal was not shivering, he still stood still and didn't even move. Several security guards also kept holding Chu Bai's posture. Chu Bai's actions at this time were under control, but the rags in his mouth had already been vomited out by him. In those TV shows, there is a ball of cloth in your mouth and you can't get it out. In fact, it's all nonsense. But even though Chu Bai could speak, he didn't say anything, saying that the thing in the thin man's hand was a toy. If the hostage was Tang Bingyun, Chu Bai must have said it. But now it's Wang Haoren. If this is said, don't you just wait to help Wang Haoren? Chu Bai was not happy. Let Wang Haoren worry for a while. If it can scare Wang Haoren to pee in public, it would be best. Just as Chu Bai was thinking this way, a strange noise suddenly appeared in the field. "Hey!" The thin man also exclaimed suddenly. Chapter 40 Hero Saves Beauty. Everyone looked at it. But it was the piece of glass in Wang Haoren's hand that had imperial green, and it suddenly fell to the ground. The thin man was so nervous that he let out a cry of exclamation. "This is something worth more than 60 million. If it falls to the ground and splits, then I don't know how much it will lose. Be careful, what if you break it?" The thin man said to Wang Haoren. Hearing this, Wang Haoren secretly felt funny. "My stuff, what are you so nervous about? This jade is covered with a lot of cloth, and the landing distance is very short. How can it be broken so easily? This thing is a bit heavy, and my hands are tied again. It's really inconvenient to hold." Wang Haoren said to the thin man. It is impossible to let go of Wang Haoren. The thin man had no choice but to squat down slowly and go to the ground to pick up the piece of jade. He was very careful. Although he was squatting on the ground to pick up things, the toy Mutsang in his hand kept pointing at Wang Haoren, and his eyes were still fixed on Wang Haoren. At this time, the broken rope that bound Wang Haoren's wrist was loosened. Wang Haoren rushed forward and snatched Mutsang from the thin man's hands. The two twisted together. Upon seeing this, the driver and the security guard wanted to rush forward to help. But while Wang Haoren was fighting, the Mutsang was pointing around, making them afraid to approach for a while. Everyone was afraid of being hit, and belched directly. Wang Haoren is still struggling to compete with the thin man. The two seem to be in the same position, and no one can compete with each other. Can Wang Haoren beat a thin man? Of course not. If Wang Haoren came to the truth, just a few strokes of Wing Chun would be able to beat the thin man into his father. The Mutsanko that the fingers went back and forth was completely made by Wang Haoren on purpose. The purpose is actually very simple. Mutsanko pointed randomly for a while, suddenly froze, and pointed straight towards Tang Bingyun. Tang Bingyun was so scared that he almost flew away. As long as the thin man's finger is lightly hooked, she may be about to die. Wang Haoren knew that it was time, and directly deflected his body to block Mutsang's mouth. Tang Bingyun's heart was shaken. He didn't even want his life for me. Ding, Tang Bingyun, one of the heroines, has increased his favorability by 10, and the current total favorability is 50. Love in my heart. Ding, the host changes the plot seriously, gaining 500 villain points. The protagonist's halo of Chu Bai is -30, and the host villain's halo is +30. At this time when Wang Haoren was holding the thin man, several security guards finally approached, and together they took the Mutsang from the thin man's hand and controlled him. It turned out to be fake, but it looks like it is done. The security guard who had seized Mutsang realized that the thing in his hand was very light and made a sound of surprise. The scene was under control, and someone immediately called the police. Tang Bingyun's friends all breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Wang Haoren's eyes as if they were looking at a hero. Chu Bai felt uncomfortable. If it wasn't for Wang Haoren's troubles, ask the security to tie him up. The hero is himself. Hey, can you release me? Chu Bai's hands and feet were still tied, so he yelled to the security guard. When the security guards heard this, instead of releasing him, they questioned. Boy, you said, why did you harm our President Tang just now? I don't, that Mutsang is fake, it can't hurt people at all, so I have no fear. Chu Bai defended. Since Nima has long seen that it is fake, why not just tell it? Chu Bai was speechless. Tang Bingyun walked in front of Wang Haoren and said in shock. Why are you so impulsive? What if something happens? It was a bit dangerous just now, but fortunately, my life was bigger. Wang Haoren wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead, pretending to have lingering fears. Upon seeing this, Tang Bingyun couldn't bear to blame, but asked with concern. All right. Did you hurt anything? It's just that the wrists are tied a bit sore. Wang Haoren smiled. I'll help you knead it. Tang Bingyun didn't care whether Wang Haoren was willing or not, and directly helped him knead his wrist. This move is a bit tough, which is her traditional behavior style. After all, she is used to being a superior, and some subconscious behaviors are difficult to change. However, Tang Bingyun's face was gentle and gentle. Tang Bingyun's female assistant stared blankly. She has been Tang Bingyun's assistant for 2 or 3 years, and this is the first time she has seen her be so close to a man. Does rubbing one's wrist call intimacy? Maybe not for other women, but for Tang Bingyun, who doesn't even shake hands with business partners of the opposite sex. This is already very close. Why did you help me block Mutsang just now? Tang Bingyun's moist eyes lifted slightly, looking at Wang Haoren's eyes. I think you are in danger, so I subconsciously blocked it. Wang Haoren said. Aren't you afraid of death? I didn't think so much at the time. Wang Haoren stared at Tang Bingyun with his peachy eyes and asked. Auntie Tang, why are you asking this suddenly? Tang Bingyun frowned. When she heard the title, Aunt Tang, before, she thought it was quite pleasant. But now when I heard Wang Haoren shouting like this, I suddenly felt an uncomfortable feeling in my heart. It's nothing, I'm actually just a few years older than you, so don't call me Aunt Tang, it's awkward. Now let me stop calling, why did you go just now? After being tempted by the little master, she wanted to change her mind. Haha, no way. Unless you hit a home run with me, I won't change my mind. My mother is worthy of your sister, according to seniority, I should call you Aunt Tang. Wang Haoren took it for granted. Tang Bingyun regrets it now. I had known that she would not take advantage of Wang Haoren. The other side. The old principal helped Chu Bai untie the cloth rope. Chu Bai was free, but still sighed in his heart. He glanced around and kicked the tied thin man directly. After a little vent, I finally feel more comfortable. Chu Bai didn't want to stay in this place anymore. The rough stones in stock have all been opened, and there is still a hairy meaning left behind. Thinking of this, Chu Bai glanced bitterly at Wang Haoren. If it weren't for Wang Haoren, he would be the one who made the fortune. That's more than 120 million. But speaking of it, this Wang Haoren is too lucky, right? Does he also have perspective? No, it's impossible. Chu Bai immediately denied it. He is the son of destiny, how could Wang Haoren have perspective? Principal, let's go. Chu Bai said. Wait a minute. Tang Bingyun stopped a bit. Since you knew it was a fake wooden warehouse, why didn't you tell it? I was not sure at the time. Since you are not sure, then you are still persecuting the gangster in this way. Are you trying to kill me? Tang Bingyun demanded solemnly. Chu Bai didn't know how to explain for a while. He can never tell the truth, right? I wanted to soak you and want a hero to save the beauty, so I didn't say that Mutsang was a fake. Mr. Tang, Chu Bai had come forward at the time. You have a large number of adults, so why bother with him? The principal stood up and relieved Chu Bai. Principal Ren, I used to think that you are a very fair person. It seems that my perception is not completely correct. After Tang Bingyun expressed his emotions, he ignored Chu Bai. Obviously, she didn't plan to pursue Chu Bai anymore. The old principal knew that Tang Bingyun was looking at his own face and didn't care about Chu Bai. At the same time, the old principal also understood that his face would become less and less worthy of Tang Bingyun in the future. Chapter 41 Stay Away from Him. Mizusawa Middle School. After the last get out of class in the afternoon, it was time for dinner. Many students rushed to the cafeteria to eat. Su Mayan took advantage of this time to go to the milk tea shop outside the school. She also owed Wang Haoren a cup of milk tea. Coming here at this moment, of course, is to fulfill the promise. However, Su Mayan was a little shy when he gave Wang Haoren milk tea in person. Wang Haoren asked for leave in the afternoon, so he had to study late. Su Mayan wanted to take advantage of this time to buy milk tea and put it in Wang Haoren's desk. When Wang Haoren came and found the milk tea in the desk, she knew she had brought it. Su Mayan ordered 2 cups of Mandarin duck milk tea. She didn't know what flavor Wang Haoren liked, so she could only order as she liked. There is also a discount for 2 cups of Mandarin duck milk tea, which can be cheaper. While Su Mayan was waiting for the shop to make milk tea, a car in the bureau stopped on the side of the road. The window opened, revealing a head. It was Su's father. Yen Yen. Su Mayan looked back and ran over there, smiling. Dad, why are you here? There is something to be done. I will call you when I pass by and see you. The 2 father and daughter chatted. Beauty, your 2 cups of Mandarin duck milk tea are ready. The shopkeeper in the back yelled to Su Mayan. Su Mayan went and took the milk tea, and said to Su's father. Dad, do you want to drink? Do you want me to order a drink for you? I don't drink what you young people drink. It's too sweet. Su Fu shook his head, then said narrowly. Just now I seem to hear from the store that this is called Mandarin duck milk tea. You ordered 2 cups. It's impossible to drink them all by yourself, right? Which boy did you buy the other cup for? Dad, you're so gossip. Su Mayan vomited. You bet with Chu Bai some time ago, you won't lose. Are you his girlfriend now? Su's father suddenly remembered something. No, that guy brags to be in the top 10 of the class, and in the end he was the last one in the exam. Su Mayan felt amused when he talked about it. No, the last one. Didn't you say that he has made a lot of progress? Su's father said in surprise. Dad, tell you the truth, Chu Bai's grades came from cheating, and he bet me that he wanted to cheat and deceive me to be his girlfriend. This person is too hateful. Su Mayan annoyed. Cheating? It's impossible, right? Su's father was a little unbelievable. What I said is true, otherwise Wang Haoren would help me, he might have succeeded in cheating. Wang Haoren. This is my classmate. I have a bit of an impression of this name. I remember hearing you mention it. His family is quite rich, and he is a rich 2nd generation. Su's father frowned. Yes, he is picked up by Kulanantu and from school every day, so the family is rich. You stay away from this kind of person, you know. Why? Anyway, it's right to hear me. Those rich 2nd generations are not many good people. Dad, you can't overturn a boat with one shot. Wang Haoren is very good, he studies well, looks good, sings and sings well. Su Mayan smiled inadvertently when he counted Wang Haoren. The advantages come. When Su's father heard this, his brows wrinkled and tightened. Yen Yen, you don't like this Wang Haoren, do you? No, how could I like him? Su Mayan denied immediately. Su's father, who is good at observing, sees clues. Yen Yen, I would rather you like Chu Bai than Wang Haoren. Dad, where did Wang Haoren provoke you? Why do you seem to be very hostile to him? Su Mayan frowned. Don't talk to Wang Haoren anymore, it's best not to say a word to him. Su's father became serious. Why? Just listen to me. Dad, you have never seen Wang Haoren, why are you so prejudiced against him? The rich 2 generations are all the same. Su's father looked a little ugly. He has been in the bureau for more than 20 years and has dealt with too many cases of the rich 2nd generation bullying women. For the 3 characters rich 2nd generation, it can be described as extremely hateful. Dad, you are so unreasonable. Su Mayan became a little angry, holding the milk tea, turned and walked towards the school. From behind, Su's father's voice came. Yen Yen, remember what I said, if you don't listen, I must personally trouble that Wang Haoren. The entrance of the hospital. Wang Haoren came out accompanied by Tang Bingyun. In the fight with the gangsters, Wang Haoren was not hurt at all. However, Tang Bingyun was not relieved, and had to pull Wang Haoren to do an inspection. As soon as the two of them left the hospital door, a middle-aged woman greeted them. She was the lawyer Tang Bingyun looked for. This lawyer just came out of the bureau. She briefly explained the situation to Tang Bingyun. Those thin men were employees of the Jade Factory. They owed a lot of debts because of gambling, so they thought about stealing. However, the theft failed and was discovered by security. Panicking his way, he broke into the shack where he was betting on rocks. "Lawyerin, I will teach you to handle the prosecution," Tang Bingyun exhorted the lawyer. Such cases are usually handled by public prosecutors, but Tang Bingyun did not want to let the little thief easily. Inside the Jade Factory, there was a thief, and there was such a big disturbance. The Tang family's business might be affected because of this, and it is definitely impossible for a gambler to lose money. Then let the other party use other methods to atone for the crime. "Miss Tang, don't worry, leave it to me." Lawyerin nodded confidently, then looked at Wang Haoren and said with appreciation, "Young man, you are really brave." She had already understood the whole process of the incident, and knew about Wang Haoren's heroic capture of the thief. "It's okay." Wang Haoren smiled. "Looking at you, you should still be studying, right?" Lawyerin looked at Wang Haoren very pleasingly, so he asked a few more questions. "I'm a senior at Mizusawa Middle School. Coincidentally, my daughter is also studying in this school, and she is also in high school." "Really? What's your daughter's name?" Wang Haoren asked curiously. "Attorney and seems to be over 40 years old, but he still has the charm. If you want to be young, he should be a big beauty. With such a good gene, her daughter should also be very beautiful." Of course Wang Haoren is interested to know. "My daughter's name is Su Mayan, do you know him?" Attorney said. "I'm in the same class as her." Wang Haoren's eyes widened. Things in this world are really coincidental. Actually met Su Mayan's mother here. "So you and Yen Yen are still classmates?" Lawyerin was also surprised. "Yes, actually I should have seen it, Anton, you are so beautiful, and only you can give birth to a beautiful daughter like Su Mayan. She is in our school, that's a school girl." "I'm old." Lawyerin smiled, watching Wang Haoren's eyes become more cordial. Chapter 42 Su Mayan's Troubles. After Lawyerin left, Tang Bingyun and Wang Haoren talked about business. "You came to me specially, what is it?" "Let you see something first," Wang Haoren said, taking out the photos he had prepared long ago. These photos are close-ups of Fan Jian, Fan Tong, and Qin Shousheng's bruised noses after of course being beaten. "Who are they? Why were they beaten so badly?" Tang Bingyun looked at the pig heads in the photo in shock. "These are my classmates, they are all beaten like this by Chu Bai. That's the kid who kept an inch today. Yes, this kid has a serious tendency to violence." Tang Bingyun recognized this very much. The little thief was by the security guard and had no ability to resist, but Na Chu Bai rushed over and beat him violently. Most people can't do this. He beat people like this, didn't the school expel him? It just lost 30,000 yuan. If you beat someone like this, you lost 30,000 yuan. This is too light, right? Tang Bingyun shook his head, and then quickly reacted. The old principal protected him. Wang Haoren nodded, then didn't obscure any more. "I came to you, in fact, to let you use the power of the school manager to transfer the old principal to another post. Then Chu Bai will not be so arrogant without the protection of the old principal." "Okay." Tang Bingyun nodded without talking nonsense. The old principal was getting older and didn't take care of the affairs of Mizusawa Middle School. If he is transferred to another post, there will be no impact on Mizusawa Middle School. And Wang Haoren spoke, how could she refuse? Moreover, she also felt that the old principal was indeed too partial to Chu Bai, and it was unfair. "I will call you the jade money as soon as possible." Tang Bingyun asked Wang Haoren for the card number. "I'm not in a hurry." Wang Haoren looked at the time. "Aunt Tang. Goodbye, I have time to contact." Hearing this title again, Tang Bingyun's pretty face twitched, but he didn't know what to say, so he could only watch Wang Haoren go to Cullinan and leave. She stayed there for a while, until the phone rang, and then she woke up. It was from Zhenli. "Bingyun, how are you talking with my son?" "I promised him." Thank you, I will ask you to go to the beauty salon for maintenance when you have time. Zhenli thought that Tang Bingyun was looking at her own face, and she agreed to Wang Haoren. Okay. Tang Bingyun immediately agreed, and said in a ghostly manner. Sister Zhenli, you are actually of the same generation as my parents. Speaking of which, I should call you Aunt Zhen. I will call you Aunt Zhen from now on. Zhenli has a bad temper. When she heard these words, she was immediately upset. Tang Bingyun, what do you mean? Where did I offend you? Do you change your way to say that I always do? Don't think you helped my son, I just have to look at your face. I'll pay you back for this favor. Anyway, our two companies have business cooperation. I will give you a profit of 10 million. We are evened out. Sister Zhenli, I just joked, I'm sorry. Tang Bingyun quickly apologized. Then we talked for a long time, which let Zhenli calm down. After hanging up the call, Tang Bingyun couldn't help but sighed. It seems that this generation is really not easy to pull down. The driver took Wang Haoren on the way to school. Wang Haoren was idle and took a look at the properties of the open panel. Host, Wang Haoren. Power value, 289. Charm value, 268. Villain halo, 319. Villain point, 1700. Skills, Master level painting and calligraphy copying skills, Master level actual combat Wing Chun, Singer level singing skills, Actor level acting skills, Perspective. Villain points are 1700. Wang Haoren entered the system shopping mall to find the subordinate Juyan Dan. The lower grade Juyan Dan 1100 villain points. Note, after taking it, the effect will last for 30 years. Is it redeemable? Yes. Wang Haoren gave instructions to the system. After the exchange, Wang Haoren couldn't wait to take the lower grade Juyan Dan. There is a sweet feeling in the entrance of the pill. After Wang Haoren ate it, she didn't feel any obvious changes in her body. According to the introduction of the lower grade Juyan Dan, this effect will take a long time to be seen. Wang Haoren is now 18 years old, and when he reaches 48, he will still look like an 18-year-old boy. It starts to age slowly after 48 years old, but the starting point of aging starts at 18 years old. In other words, Wang Haoren is 30 years more youthful than normal people. There are 700 villain points left, and a prize is drawn. Last time I drew a perspective of the same style as Chu Bai. I don't know what I can draw this time. Wang Haoren looked forward to it. Unfortunately, the host did not draw any rewards. Gone. Self-study late. Wang Haoren opened the desk and found a cup of milk tea inside. I think most of it was given by Su Mayan. Wang Haoren took a sip. Sweet. It's really sweet. If you eat too much dessert, you will get fat easily. But Wang Haoren doesn't have to worry at all. Juyan Dan not only maintains his looks, but also maintains his figure. While drinking milk tea, Wang Haoren glanced in Su Mayan's direction inadvertently. Wang Haoren could only see Su Mayan's profile. But it was obvious that she seemed a little absent-minded, and she didn't think much about studying. Between classes, Wang Haoren sent a message and called Wen Jing out to talk. In the campus flower garden trail. Some students are walking here, in 2s and 3s, some are classmates, and some are couples in love. The lighting here is dim, the environment is quiet, and the air is still filled with the scent of flowers. Especially sentimental. Those young couples who fall in love like to come here the most after self-study in the evening. Wen Jing was called out by Wang Haoren, very happy in her heart. Su Mayan seems unhappy, what's wrong with her? Wang Haoren asked. Wen Jing was a little lost, she thought Wang Haoren asked herself to come to a tryst. It turned out that I was thinking too much. In the evening, she met her father when she was buying milk tea outside. Her father asked her to stay away from you. Yen felt baffled, so the two argued. As Su Mayan's best friend and at the same table, Su Mayan will share everything with Wen Jing. I have never met her father. Her father seems to be aimed at me. Perhaps her father didn't want Yen to fall in love, so he would do it. No. Wang Haoren directly denied the conclusion. Last time Chu Bai had to bet with Su Mayan, he made Su Mayan his girlfriend when he was in the top 10. Su's father also agreed on behalf of Su Mayan. It can be seen that Su's father should be an enlightened person and would not interfere with his daughter's love affairs. Optimistic about Chu Bai, aiming at yourself. Isn't Su Mayan's father also a supporting role in the protagonist's camp? Wang Haoren thinks this possibility is very high. You care about Yan Yan so much, do you want to pursue her? Wen Jing couldn't help asking. Yes. Wang Haoren nodded. Su Mayan is one of the heroines. If she doesn't do it herself, the protagonist will do it. If the protagonist is soaked, the protagonist's aura will increase accordingly, and his villain's aura will decrease. At that time, he will not be far away from the burp. Wen Jing felt a little sour when she heard Wang Haoren's words. She actually saw it a long time ago, but she didn't expect Wang Haoren to admit it so simply. Chapter 43 Monitor. Don't worry, even if I chase Su Mayan, I still love you the most. Wang Haoren took the change in Wen Jing's expression in his eyes, and was relieved. Really? Wen Jing's eyes lit up. Of course it's true. Of course it is fake. Although you are very beautiful, Su Mayan is even better. Of course I prefer Su Mayan a little bit more. But of course this cannot be said directly to Wen Jing. As a villain, if you can't even speak sweet words, can you still be called a villain? Tonight when you study on your own, you will ask Su Mayan to go. Wang Haoren began to tell Wen Jing something. His villain's halo has reached 319 from the original 99, and the extra 220 was taken from Chu Bai. Chu Bai's initial protagonist's halo points were 357, so by extrapolating it, Chu Bai's current protagonist's halo is 137. The difference between the villain halo of 319 and the halo of the protagonist of 137 is more than twice that. In terms of luck, Wang Haoren was no longer restrained by Chu Bai. Su Mayan's favorability for Wang Haoren is 50, which is already at the level of admiration. Originally, Wang Haoren planned to slowly brush Su Mayan's favorability, and then harvest her. But judging from the current situation, Wang Haoren felt that it was better not to have many dreams at night, and to harvest Su Mayan as soon as possible. Su Mayan had a foundation in admiration for him, and Wang Haoren's luck was not restrained by Chu Bai. The success rate of harvesting Su Mayan is still quite high. As long as the harvest is successful, Chu Bai's protagonist's halo will inevitably decrease a lot. At that time, Wang Haoren made another final blow, directly smashing Chu Bai's halo. After talking to Wen Jing, Wang Haoren asked her to go back to the classroom first. Wang Haoren did not leave immediately, but made a phone call to Wang. I want to pick up girls and help me make a more romantic scene. The location is right by the river in our school. The time is between 9:30 and 10 o'clock. After the call was connected, Wang Haoren didn't talk nonsense, and went straight to business. My son is awesome, I'm going to change my girlfriend so soon. Wang Xiang praised him, and then hurriedly said. Leave it to me, I'll let someone do it right away. Okay, Dad, I'll wait for your message. Wang Haoren hung up the call and couldn't help but sigh. Although I still don't have any feelings for this cheap father is really good to me. It is simply responsive. He suddenly felt that it was actually good to be a rich second-generation villain. On the corridor outside the classroom, Chu Bai received a call. The call reminder shows Su Mayan. But Chu Bai knew that Su Mayan probably didn't fight it. Su Mayan never brought a mobile phone to school. When Chu Bai answered the phone, a man's voice greeted him from the other side. Chu Bai remembered this voice. Uncle Su, why did you call my number suddenly? Chu Bai asked in surprise. I want to talk to you about something. Is it convenient to talk now? This will be a self-study right next night. I can talk on the phone, what can you say? Next to Chu Bai, there were also a few students leaning on the railing in the corridor to watch the scenery downstairs. But Chu Bai didn't care. Do you like my face? Su's father asked coldly. Chu Bai was taken aback, never expecting that Su's father would suddenly ask this. After thinking about it, he focused his head back and said. Well, I like it. Yes, dare to admit your inner thoughts. Su Fu applauded. Uncle Su, if you call, you just asked me this specifically, right? Part of the reason, I also want to ask you, when Yan Yan was at school, did he get close to a person named Wang Haoren? Yes, that Wang Haoren often harassed Su Mayan. This person is broken. There is a group of younger brothers who are domineering in the school, and they are very diligent. They have found many girlfriends. Chu Bai took the opportunity to black out Wang Haoren. I just said that Wang Haoren is not a good thing. Su's father's voice looked very angry. Uncle Su, Su Mayan is young, ignorant and ignorant. I think you have to persuade her to keep her away from Wang Haoren. Chu Bai hit the railroad while it was hot. Today evening, I ran into Yan Yan outside of school. I tried to persuade him, but Yan Yan didn't listen and almost quarreled with me. Su's father sighed and said, Chu Bai, can you help me with something? Uncle Su, you said, I can go through all fire and water. It's not that serious. I hope you can help me look at Yan Yan when you are in school, especially when she has unusual contact with Wang Haoren. You must tell me in time. No problem, wrap it on me. Chu Bai couldn't wait to agree. He saw that Wang Haoren was displeased for a long time, and it was wonderful to have such a good opportunity to destroy the relationship between Wang Haoren and Su Mayan. Wang Haoren came to the classroom. A little brother immediately leaned over to report. The content of the report is naturally what Chu Bai called just now. Su Mayan's father asked Chu Bai to monitor his daughter. Once he finds that Su Mayan is in contact with him, he will report him immediately. Wang Haoren got this important information. He gave a small report to the little brother, and immediately turned 10,000 yuan. This is the advantage of the villain's rich second generation. His eyes and ears are everywhere in and out of this classroom. Wang Haoren was very thankful that he heard the news in time. He originally planned to harvest Su Mayan tonight. If you don't know what Chu Bai is monitoring, Wang Haoren can be sure that Su Mayan's father will be killed as soon as he lied to Su Mayan to arrive at the hotel. Wang Haoren couldn't imagine that scene. Now that it seems, the plan must be changed. Wang Haoren thought about it. The things about Su Mayan didn't change, but let her go to the hotel. As for Chu Bai, there is no need to avoid him. If he likes to monitor, let him monitor, like to report, then let him report. See how he ends up. Wang Haoren asked this little brother to call Fan Jian over. Boss, what's the matter? Fan Jian asked cheerfully. Wang Haoren didn't reply immediately, but directly transferred 50,000 yuan to Fan Jian. Fan Jian was a little dazed. When you study later in the evening, you immediately go to the nearby bank to get this amount of cash, and then you go and do something for me, and when you are done, the money is yours. Wang Haoren ordered. What should I do if I can't do it well? Fan Jian couldn't help asking. If you can't do it well, then you are going to jump into the river outside. It's not that serious, is it? It's so serious. It's not difficult. If you can't do it well, just die. Boss, please tell me. After a while and get the money for self-study next night, you go. Wang Haoren whispered to Fan Jian. Chapter 44 Tryst by the River. Ding, the host controls behind the scenes, transfers the principal of the protagonist's camp to another position, and gains 300 villain points. The protagonist's halo of Chu Bai is -10, and the host's villain's halo is +10. During the evening self-study, Wang Haoren received this news. This surprised him a little. He originally thought that Tang Bingyun would take a few days to buffer before being transferred from the old principal to another post. Unexpectedly, Tang Bingyun moved so fast. If he promised him in the evening, he immediately gave instructions to the old principal in the evening. As soon as the old principal left, Chu Bai's asylum at the school was gone. Next, if you want to deal with Chu Bai in school, it becomes much simpler. Self-study ends in the last evening. Su Mayan pushed her bicycle to the school gate. Chu Bai followed. After leaving the school gate, Chu Bai and Su Mayan were going to each home. However, Chu Bai suddenly discovered that Su Mayan did not go home but headed towards the river near the school. Chu Bai felt strange and hurriedly followed. He followed Su Mayan to the river. At the stone fence by the river, a person was waiting. It is Wang Haoren. Chu Bai is so angry. Su Mayan didn't go home on time, so she came to date Wang Haoren. What a shame. Chu Bai wanted to rush forward and disturb the date between the two. But he held it back. Rushing to make trouble, this will only arouse Su Mayan's disgust. The gain is not worth the loss. Chu Bai thought for a while, and immediately took out his cell phone and dialed Su's father's number. Hey, Chu Bai, is there anything wrong? Now that the self-study is over, Su Mayan didn't go back, and had a tryst with Wang Haoren by the river. What? Su's father was furious. You have to watch it carefully, You must watch it carefully, to prevent the boy named Wang Haoren from taking Yan Yan to other places. I will come right away. Chu Bai heard rapid footsteps on the other end of the phone. Obviously Su's father was very anxious and wanted to leave immediately. Don't worry, I must have watched it. Chu Bai hung up the phone with joy. Chu Bai knew exactly what occupation Su Mayan's father was. That fist is practiced. After a while, Su Mayan's father came, and it seemed that Wang Haoren would be beaten up painfully. Wang Haoren's rich second generation, who is in that clothes, stretches out his hand to open his mouth, is so weak, can he withstand a few punches from Su Mayan's father? Chu Bai was very curious and looked forward to it. There will be a good show. Chu Bai, what are you doing sneakily hiding here? Just as Chu Bai stared at Wang Haoren and Su Mayan every move, a voice came from behind. Chu Bai looked back and suddenly looked contemptuous. Fan Jian, I'm happy to care about you're here, you beep again, believe it or not, I'll beat you up. I don't believe it, you give me a try. Fan Jian took a few steps forward. You. Chu Bai squeezed his fist, but soon let it go. He wanted to beat Fan Jian, but he didn't dare to bear the consequences. When he was studying in the evening, the old principal came to him. The old principal said that he would be transferred from Misusawa Middle School soon and would be the principal of another school. Without the protection of the old principal, if Chu Bai was in a fight, he might be expelled directly. Trash, I said you dare not move me. Fan Jian smiled triumphantly, shook his school bag, and left on his bicycle. But when the school bag was thrown away, a bundle of things fell out of the school bag. Fan Jian has gone away on his bicycle. The bundle fell to the ground alone, and no one saw it around. Chu Bai immediately picked it up. This bundle of things is all red notes, roughly estimated to be at least 50,000. Fan Jian can't have so much money. I think Wang Haoren must have rewarded him. This is ill-gotten wealth, but it belongs to me now. Without hesitation, Chu Bai stuffed the bundle of tickets into his school bag. There was no sense of guilt in his heart. This Fan Jian provoked just now, but he resisted and didn't hit him. Count him lucky. The money was taken by Fan Jian to apologize to himself. Anyway, Fan Jian hadn't noticed that his money had dropped just now. Even if he found out later, he would definitely not be able to figure out where it had dropped. It was early summer. The weather is relatively dry and hot, and the breeze from the river makes people feel particularly cool. Su Mayan stopped the bicycle, feeling a little nervous. In the past, she went home straight after evening self-study. It was the first time that she didn't go home on time and came to meet a boy's appointment. The end of the evening self-study get out of class is 9:30, which is already 9:40. Originally, Su Mayan didn't want to come, but he came back again by ghosts. What are you telling me to come over? Su Mayan asked cautiously. The milk tea is not bad, but it's a bit sweeter. Wang Haoren smiled. You called me to say this specifically. Su Mayan was taken aback. Yeah, otherwise what do you think it is? Su Mayan. Okay, I won't be kidding you. I called you over to enlighten you. You know, when Jing told you. She said it accidentally. Hey, I almost quarreled because of you and my dad, but I declare that I don't like you. Su Mayan emphasized. I know. Wang Haoren knew that she was hard-mouthed, but she also said badly. It's fine if you understand. Su Mayan breathed a sigh of relief. You can make a call to your mother, just walk with your male classmate by the river and let her pick you up. Wang Haoren handed his mobile phone to Su Mayan's. I'll be able to go home by myself in a while. When get out of class is over, there are many students and the road is safe. You can ride a bicycle. But after a while there will be very few people on the road. It is not safe for you to ride a bicycle by yourself. Hearing this, Su Mayan felt warmth in her heart. He kind of thinks about himself. Wang Haoren joked, besides, have you ever thought about it? There are no people around here. If I am alone with you, you are not afraid that I will be evil to you. Tell your mother to come and pick you up, so you don't have to be afraid of being alone with me. Up. Su Mayan was startled, she really hadn't thought about this problem. Or to be more precise, she didn't have that kind of defense against Wang Haoren at all. You still think very thoughtfully. Su Mayan snorted, but couldn't help thinking to himself. If a girl is in front of a guy's girlfriend, she should be very happy, right? Looks handsome, has a good family background, studies well, and sings well. The key is to be attentive to girls, considerate to girls, and make people feel safe. Ding, touch the heart of Su Mayan, one of the heroines, and get 200 villain points. Su Mayan took Wang Haoren's cell phone and called her mother. After the call is over. It's pretty cool by the river, shall we take a walk? Wang Haoren said. Okay. Su Mayan nodded. The two walked side by side, blowing the wind by the river, watching the night scene by the river. When I walk around, the back of my hand and shoulder will bump into each other from time to time. Wang Haoren clearly felt that Su Mayan was very nervous. When she tilted her head, her profile was a little red. Look over there. Wang Haoren suddenly pointed to the other side of the river. Nothing, what are you looking at? Su Mayan was a little confused. Wang Haoren smiled without saying a word, just looked at the phone time, about 10 seconds later. Boom. Boom. The fireworks on the other side of the river soared into the sky and exploded in midair, blooming with brilliant colors and beautiful. On the long river bank as far as you can see the colorful scenery. Around the river bank, it is as bright as daylight. Su Mayan's pretty face also had a sweet smile of surprise and joy. Chapter 45 All here. The fireworks lasted for 10 minutes before they ceased. Don't underestimate the time of this meeting. Fireworks are displayed in rows on the entire river bank. In this short 10 minutes, a whole 800,000 people were burned. But he didn't care too much, he just made more than 120 million yuan today. 800,000 is just a drop in the bucket. Does it look good? Wang Haoren shot Su Mayan with a pair of peach eyes. Su Mayan nodded. Wang Haoren was not surprised at all. Can the romance created by 800,000 be ugly? Did you prepare? Su Mayan felt that this was not a coincidence. Like it. I like it, but why? Su Mayan felt her heart beating wildly. Seeing that you are not happy, so I want to make you happy. Wang Haoren looked at Su Mayan. So, are you happier now? Su Mayan nodded heavily in response to the look in Wang Haoren's eyes. Ding, Su Mayan, one of the heroines, has a positive affection degree for the host plus 10, and the current total affection degree is 60. Love in my heart. Ding, the host influences the trend of the plot and gets 200 villain points. You have taken so much thought, do you simply want to make me happy? Su Mayan asked boldly. Yes, we are friends. Wang Haoren smiled. Yes, we are friends. Su Mayan also smiled, but there was a trace of disappointment in her heart. Not far away. Chu Bai, who was hiding by the flower garden by the river, was very angry when he saw this pair of handsome men and beautiful women looking at each other. The flowers and plants next to it have been torn apart a lot. At this time, a car suddenly stopped by the side of the road. A gloomy middle-aged man walked off the car. Uncle Su. Chu Bai turned his anger into joy and waved at the middle-aged man. Where are Yan Yan and the kid named Wang Haoren? Father Su came to Chu Bai and asked in a deep voice. Su's father is physically strong and full of strength. Chu Bai could clearly feel that Su's father suppressed his anger. If this anger broke out through fists, it would be quite terrifying. Chu Bai could hardly wait. It's over there. He walked around the flower bed and reached out. Father Su took heavy steps and walked in the direction that Chu Bai pointed out. Chu Bai followed behind, trying to control himself, not to laugh. Yan Yan. Father Su came to Su Mayan's back and snorted. Su Mayan, who was immersed in the beauty, suddenly woke up. Dad, why are you here, Mom? Su Mayan hasn't figured out the situation yet. I just thought it was my mother who asked my father to pick her up. Why am I here? Su's father exclaimed and pointed to Wang Haoren. If I don't come, you will definitely be tricked into a certain hotel by this kid tonight. Wang Haoren felt a little in his heart. I go. Is Su Mayan's father so accurate? If it wasn't for the younger brother to inform the secret, he learned of the conversation between Chu Bai and Su Mayan's father. Wang Haoren really told Su Mayan to go to the hotel. With these thoughts in his mind, Wang Haoren also consumed 100 villain points and immediately checked the attributes of Su Mayan's father. Seeing Su Mayan's father being so excited, maybe he might do something to himself in a while. It's better to find out beforehand. Supporting role, Suzheng, currently belongs to the protagonist's camp, can instigate rebellion. Power value, 209. Charm value, 103. Supporting role Halo, none. Skill, advanced mixed martial arts. 209's combat power value is very high, but compared to Wang Haoren's 289 combat power value, it is still much lower. If you really want to go heads up, Wang Haoren can steadily defeat the opponent's advanced mixed martial arts with Master Wing Chun. Currently belongs to the protagonist's camp. No wonder speaking for Chu Bai so much. Can you rebel? It means that if I behave well, I can get the other side's approval. Wang Haoren guessed secretly. Dad, what are you talking about? I just walked with Wang Haoren by the river. Su Mayan was very angry when she saw her father, and seemed to be out of control, so she took her father's arm tightly. Suzheng wanted to rush forward and punch Wang Haoren, but for fear of hurting his daughter, he was stuck in a stalemate between the dilemmas. Uncle Su, let's meet for the first time today. You may have some misunderstanding about me. Wang Haoren said calmly. I'm not mistaken. It's almost 10 o'clock. If you don't go home and ask my family Yan Yan to come here, dare you say it's not your intention? I can swear, if I am worthy of the intention to invite Su Mayan here, then I will be thundered, and I will not die. Wang Haoren made a poisonous oath at the beginning. As a villain, you have to be fearless. What's the great thing about swearing a poisonous oath? If the poisonous oath is really fulfilled, the thunder on that day doesn't know how many people will be killed. Wang Haoren, don't quibble. You asked Su Mayan to come here. It must be uneasy. When I saw you just now, I wanted to hold Su Mayan's hand several times, and even wanted to hold her. Chu adding oil and vinegar to lie. Is it okay for you to lie like this? Wang Haoren was amused. This protagonist, even if he bet on the wrongs, he actually wronged someone. When Wang Haoren was getting along with Su Mayan just now, there was no similar behavior at all. Dare to do it or be it. Chu Bai sneered. I think it's useless to say anything. Wang Haoren didn't bother to explain. Suzheng is hostile to himself and trusts Chu Bai very much. When Chu Bai said that, he became even more angry. If it hadn't been for Su Mayan to pull him tightly, I guess he would have rushed to do it. Yan Yan. At this moment, a woman's voice sounded not far away. Wife, why are you here? Suzheng was taken aback for a moment. The visitor was Su Mayan's mother, the lawyer in that Wang Haoren met during the day. Yan Yan asked me to pick her up. Attorney Yan explained, seeing that there was something wrong with the atmosphere in the court, and said. What's going on? This kid asked our daughter to come out at night. Suzheng gave Wang Haoren a fierce look. Attorney Yan looked at Wang Haoren and said in surprise. Boy, it's you. You know. Suzheng was startled. I saw him because of a case during the day. Lawyer Yan said. This kid committed a crime during the day, so I said he was not a good person. Suzheng snorted. What nonsense are you talking about? This young man is brave during the day. Lawyer Yan told Wang Haoren about the heroic arrest of the thief. When Suzheng heard this, his mood gradually stabilized, and he looked at Wang Haoren again. As a lawyer, his wife's judgment is definitely beyond doubt, and it is even more unlikely that he will lie. And it is not necessary. So it seems that Wang Haoren is not the kind of rich second generation who behaved badly in his imagination. Not only is it not, it is even a clear stream. Anyway, Su has never heard of the rich second generation who spared his life to see righteousness. Ding, the host has changed his supporting role. Suzheng's perception of himself and got 100 villain points. Chapter 46 Crazy Mending. Su Mayan listened to her mother's description beside her, and she was only shocked. She didn't expect that Wang Haoren had taken an afternoon off, and this kind of thing would happen. Dad, I said you misunderstood Wang Haoren. He is different from the other rich second generation. Do you believe it now? Su Mayan hummed. Old Su, I think you must have made a mistake. Yan Yan still used someone else's cell phone to call me. How could someone have bad thoughts? Attorney Yan said. Suzheng glanced at Chu Bai. But I heard him say that Wang Haoren was struggling with a bunch of little brothers at school all day, and talked about many girlfriends. Hearing this, Su Mayan glanced at Chu Bai in shock, and said to Suzheng Dao. Why? There are many students in the school who look at Wang Haoren's head, but he is really not overbearing. Wang Haoren's academic performance is very good, not worse than me. How can he have so much time to be overbearing with my younger brother? As for talking about it, there are so many girlfriends, which is even more absurd. Is that so? Su Zheng asked Chu Bai. Chu Bai lowered his head with a guilty conscience. He had discredited Wang Haoren in this way, but he didn't expect that Su Zheng would say it on the spot. I'm exaggerating a little bit. Chu Bai bit his scalp and responded to Su Zheng in a slanderous manner. Su Zheng frowned. He could see that Chu Bai liked his daughter, but Chu Bai tried to discredit others because of this, which was indeed a bit wicked. Chu Bai, it's not good for you. Su Zheng accused Chu Bai slightly. Uncle Su, this is nothing at all compared to how he nearly killed someone. Wang Haoren couldn't help but make up for Chu Bai. Almost killed someone. Su Zheng was surprised. You don't know yet, it's like this. Wang Haoren explained Chu Bai's performance of catching thief in the Jade Factory in the afternoon. I heard President Tang mention this. Tang always wanted to sue him, but because the principal came forward, President Tang put the matter out. Lawyer and said. When Su Zheng looked at Chu Bai's gaze, his taste suddenly changed. Ding, the host succeeded in making the knife, and the supporting role Su Zheng's perception of the protagonist Chu Bai was reduced to 0. Su Zheng left the protagonist's camp and is currently in a neutral state. Ding, the host influences the trend of the plot and gets 100 villain points. Upon receiving the system prompt message, Wang Haoren couldn't help but smile inwardly. This is only the first cut, and the second cut hasn't come yet. Counting the time, Fan Jian should be here too, right? Did this guy lose the chain? Wang Haoren was a little worried. It's all to blame for the sand sculpture author who constructed this novel for his cerebral palsy boy. Gone. At this time, a bicycle brake sounded on the side of the road. Fan Jian can be regarded as coming. He parked the bicycle, glanced around, and walked towards the river. Did you take the money I dropped? Fan Jian asked Chu Bai. What nonsense are you talking about? I took your money. It's funny to find me if your money drops. Chu Bai was a little nervous in his heart, but he was calm on the surface. I walked on a small road. I didn't meet anyone on the road, and I touched you too much. I clearly remember that before I met you, the money was still on my body. After I met you, the money disappeared. Pick it up, are you hiding it in your school bag? Fan Jian looked behind Chu Bai. I don't know what you are talking about. Chu Bai curled his lips in disdain, but subconsciously grasped the school bag with his hands. You open the bag and let me have a look. If not, I want to apologize to you. No, I won't show you my bag either. Let me see it. Fan Jian became anxious and rushed directly to fight with Chu Bai. But Fan Jian's body is Chu Bai's opponent. But fortunately, Su Zheng promptly pulled the two away, and Fan Jian was saved from a beating. Wang Haoren stood up and said. Fan Jian, your money fell on the road, who knows who picked it up, you directly asked Chu Bai for it, it's a bit too unreasonable. This sounded fair, Chu Bai was surprised, and couldn't help letting his guard down. But at this moment, Wang Haoren took Chu Bai's bag away. I believe Chu Bai didn't take it. If you don't believe me, I will open the bag and show it to you. He has Master Class Wing Chun, he can hit more than a dozen punches per second, and his shots are lightning fast. Of course, it is easy to grab a bag. It was too late for Chu Bailian to stop. As soon as the package was opened, a bunch of red tickets were exposed inside. Ah, this. Wang Haoren said nothing. Fan Jian knew that his performance time was up, and immediately said. This is my money, I said that Chu Bai picked it up, and he actually quibbled. He pointed to Chu Bai's nose, crying in his anger. I took out this money to treat my grandma. You are thinking of filling your own pockets. It's not a thing. Did you know that if my grandma didn't have the money to treat the illness, she would probably die? Fan Jian's nonsense about grandma's illness was of course. When he asked for leave, he often used this kind of reason, why is grandma sick, grandpa sick, dad sick? Anyway, relatives who have a relationship with Fan Jian will get sick once. The more the same lies, the more accumulated experience. Except for Wang Haoren, who knew the inside story, everyone else believed Fan Jian's words. The look in Chu Bai's eyes changed for the Su Mayan family of 3. Ding, the host is behind the scenes, and the supporting actor Su Zheng has a reduced perception of the protagonist Chu Bai, and is currently in a state of disgust. Ding, the host influences the trend of the plot and gets 100 villain points. Wang Haoren received the prompt message from the system. Only Su Zheng's reward was received for villain points. There is no lawyer Su Mayan and This is because Su Mayan was disgusted with Chu Bai's perception before that, and Wang Haoren had already received an award. This reward cannot be repeated. And Lawyerin does not belong to the protagonist's camp, even the camp that is already on Wang Haoren's side. Therefore, even if Lawyerin hates Chu Bai, he will not generate villain rewards. I found this money, but it's not that I didn't plan to pay you back, and I want to scare you, who told you to be so arrogant before. Chu Bai excused himself. But this explanation is really weak and pale. It can't change the disgust of Su Mayan's family towards him. Wang Haoren is very happy to comment on this situation. As long as Chu Bai didn't have a chance to become popular with Su Mayan's family, his disgust would continue. Suddenly at this moment, Su Jing staggered, clutching one of his lower abdomen with a look of pain on his face. When Su Mayan and her mother saw this, they were shocked and hurriedly asked. But Su Jing quickly returned to normal. I had a tingling pain in my left abdomen just now, but it's all right now. Is it really okay? Do you want to go to the hospital for a check? Su Mayan was worried. Your dad, I'm in very good health. It doesn't make sense to go to the hospital for this. Su Jing refused directly. Husband, check it out if you don't go. Lawyerin also followed. If you don't go or not, it's okay. Su Jing was determined. He has always been in good health, he won't even catch a cold once a year, and he is almost insulated from a place like a hospital. Wang Haoren stood by, seeing Su Jing's determined attitude, but he was thoughtful. The Su Mayan family's perception of Chu Bai is very bad now. This incident happened to Su Jing. Couldn't it be that Chu Bai's protagonist has a halo, and there is an opportunity to regain his favorability, right? Wang Haoren had encountered similar situations several times before. However, Chu Bai's ability is to see through, and he is not a protagonist of magical medicine. Could it be possible that he could help Su Jing to heal? By the way, perspective. Wang Haoren was awakened suddenly, and immediately rushed into perspective, to check the position of Su Jing's lower abdomen with his hand just now. Chapter 47 Su's Father's Hidden Wounds. Wang Haoren used a perspective on the painful part of Su Jing, and saw that there was a needle-like metal object in the lower abdomen. The needle-like metal object was obliquely hidden inside the meat, and there was an invisible scar on the skin outside. The scar has long since healed. If you don't look carefully, Su Jingdu probably won't be able to find out. The reason why Su Jing had a sudden pain just now must be because of the needle-like metal object. But the magic is that Su Jing hurts from time to time, but not from time to time. I don't know why. Wang Haoren didn't understand, but one thing is certain is that this is an opportunity for Chu Bai, the sand sculpture author who constructed the novel, to improve the friendship between Su Jing and even the Su family. Although the needle-shaped metal object could not be seen from the outside, Chu Bai, who had the ability to see through, knew it at a glance. And Su Jing just didn't know what was touched for what reason, so the pain caused by it. But judging from Su Jingto's attitude, he would definitely not check. Then Chu Bai's chance. Uncle Su, I think it's better for you to go to the hospital. Just as Wang Haoren was thinking about it, Chu Bai's voice already sounded. I didn't even say no to see, what kind of hospital should I go to at this pain? Su Jing shook his head. Chu Bai was unwilling to give up, and continued. Uncle Su, although you are in good health, it is better to go to the hospital for an examination. I used to be. I think it's time to go to the hospital for an examination. Wang Haoren interrupted Chu Bai and asked Su Jing. Uncle Su, it's at the place where you hurt just now. Have you suffered any injuries before? Why do you ask? Su Jing was surprised. Oh, it's like this. I've seen news like this before. Wang Haoren said slowly. Someone was playing when he was a child and accidentally let a small sharp weapon plunge into his body. At that time, because of the small wound, he didn't care much. But as this person grew up for several years, this sharp weapon shifted and began to hurt him. Intermittent pain occurred in his organs, and it was only discovered when I went to the hospital for an examination. At the time, the hospital said that if this person goes one day late, there is a possibility that his life will be lost. That's why I asked Uncle Su if he was hurt in the lower abdomen just now. After listening, Su Jing said solemnly. I once caught a thief. During the fight with the opponent, the lower abdomen was injured. It was very painful at the time, but the wound was very small. Later, it healed without applying the medicine. After that, there was occasional pain in this position. Especially just now, I felt so painful that I almost couldn't breathe. Uncle Sue, I asked you to go to the hospital for an examination just now. I just wanted to talk about this. I have read the news too. Chu Bai didn't want to be robbed of credit by Wang Haoren, so he ridiculed. Dad, go to the hospital for an examination, just for my mother and me. Husband, although this is not certain, let's go and feel relieved. Su Mayan and her mother were very worried and both persuaded them. Su Zheng was about to nod and agree, but Wang Haoren said, if you go to the hospital at this point, unless you call for an emergency room, no one will come to check it up, and even if you call for an emergency room, Uncle Su is not in an urgent situation. The hospital will probably refuse you and ask you to come back tomorrow. That's right, I'm not in a hurry. I'll go to the hospital tomorrow. The doctors are already tired, and the emergency department is more busy, so I won't occupy emergency medical resources. Su Jing felt that Wang Haoren made sense. Both Su Mayan and her mother were still a little uneasy, but after hearing Su Zheng's words, they didn't know how to persuade them. It's late now, let's go back, we have classes tomorrow. Wang Haoren glanced at Chu Bai and Fan Jian. Fan Jian greeted him and left on his bicycle. Chu Bai paused, stared at Wang Haoren uncomfortably, and then stepped on his broken bicycle, which quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Wang Haoren looked at the direction Chu Bai was going away, and smiled to herself. Sending Chu Bai away was not his ultimate goal. Haoren, isn't your driver here? Do you want me to take you back? Lawyerin said very kindly to Wang Haoren. Thank you, Anton, my driver is nearby. I just need to call him when I go back, but before that, I want to send Uncle Su to the hospital for examination. Wang Haoren replied with a smile. Didn't it mean that the emergency room may not be able to be checked? Su Mayan was taken aback and asked. Of course this is the case in public hospitals, but we can go to the clinic. Clinic. Although it is a clinic, the level of medical facilities and doctors there is not inferior to the top public hospitals in Qingling City, and it is even more than enough to compete with major international hospitals. Su Mayan was surprised. She still didn't know that there was such a powerful clinic in Qingling City. Haoren, you're talking about Tianhui Clinic, right? Lawyerin was very knowledgeable, and when Wang Haoren said that, he quickly thought of something. Yes, Aunt Anne. Wang Haoren nodded. The medical level of the Tianhui Clinic is indeed very top-notch, but the consumption is even more expensive and scary, and even if you are willing to spend the money, the clinic may not accept the doctor. To put it simply, this place is the place for the top wealthy and qualified doctors. Ordinary people want to see a doctor, but there is no way. Seeing Wang Haoren nodded, Lawyerin's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. Although the profession of a lawyer is very glamorous, the income is also very good, even quite high. But if you really want to talk about it, you are still not qualified to go to a place like Tianhui Clinic to see a doctor. Mom, is it difficult to go to this Tianhui Clinic to see a doctor? Seeing that her mother's expression was different, Su Mayan asked. This clinic only accepts people who are either rich or expensive. If we go to someone's house, we won't accept it. We will only let us go to other hospitals. Lawyerin said with frown. No, let's not go, and go to the hospital tomorrow. Su Jing snorted. He has a not-so-good impression of the kind of discrimination that treats people. Uncle Su, Anton, don't worry, they will definitely receive it. Wang Haoren smiled. Upon hearing this, Su Mayan's family was stunned for a while, and then they realized Wang Haoren's background problem. Wang's family in Qingling City is a big man with a face. Although Tianhui Clinic is a bull, do you dare not give face? Both Su Mayan and Lawyerin were worried about Su Zheng's safety, so naturally they were happy. Su Zheng is not in a hurry. But when he saw his wife and daughter so nervous about himself, if he was shirking, they would definitely be unhappy. Furthermore, he didn't want to disappoint Wang Haoren's kindness. Haoren, that would trouble you. Su Zheng said gratefully. Ding, the host intercepts whose protagonist Chu Bai, so that supporting actor Su Zheng has a better impression of him, and gets 200 villain points. It's just a small matter. Wang Haoren waved his hand. Chapter 48. Who do you like better? The group got on the car and went to Tianhui Clinic. I arrived at the gate of the clinic in about 20 minutes. Although the name is called a clinic, looking through the door, you can see a series of luxurious buildings. This scale is several times more impressive than that of a large hospital. Upon entering the clinic, a young nurse came to welcome him warmly. After the little nurse took the person in, the doctor came right away. There is no need to wait at all. On the way, Wang Haoren had already informed the general situation. After several internationally renowned doctors learned about Su Zheng's situation, they immediately took him for an examination. Lawyer Su Mayan and Wang Haoren waited in an independent VIP room. There are soft luxurious sofas in the hall, TV, computer, and some entertainment equipment to pass the time. The reception nurse asked the three people softly what kind of tea or drink they needed. The service is very attentive. But attorney Su Mayan didn't want to understand. The two waited nervously for more than 10 minutes, when a doctor who brought Su Zheng to check came over. The doctor came over with a CT film in his hand. A needle-like metal object at the position of Su Zheng's lower abdomen can be seen in the CT film. This is the culprit that caused Su Zheng's pain. Attorney Su Mayan and attorney An were frightened. The doctor said, "This metal object has begun to shift and will cause fatal damage to the body's organs. Fortunately, it will come in time. If one day later, no one knows what will happen." Our doctors jointly discussed and gave the advice of immediate surgery. So come here to ask for the opinions of the two family members. Surgery, the sooner the better. Su Mayan was too worried about his father, so he blurted out. Attorney An also thinks like this, but she thinks more than her daughter. "Doctor, how much is the medical bill?" Su Mayan was stunned for a moment when he heard the words. She is still studying and has no idea about money. At this moment, I couldn't help but feel tight when I heard my mother ask this. She has already understood it before, but the consumption here is terribly expensive. The doctor was about to answer, but Wang Haoren snatched the conversation first. "Anton, Su Mayan, you can rest assured about medical expenses. My family has an annual card here. Any medical fees and examination fees in the hospital during the validity period of the annual card are free, and Uncle Su does not have to pay. The cost of this annual card is several million a year. It sounds like it's waived, but in fact, everything that should be paid is paid. If you don't get sick after a year, and check your body regularly throughout the year, the clinic will make a lot of money. Of course, the rich who apply for the annual card will not definitely lose out on their own. After all, they have health and they are not bad for money. Once there is any serious illness or crisis situation, then the card will play a huge role this year. As long as a call is made, as soon as a person arrives at the clinic, there is no need to wait. There will be a doctor at the clinic for consultation. If you can't come in an emergency, there are 2 helicopters on the top floor of a rooftop at the clinic. This annual card is equivalent to an insurance that the rich buy for themselves." "Is that so? But then I should also find out how much it is." "I will give you the money," Lawyer An said. "Aunt Anne, the effective number of the annual card is 5 people. My family only has 3 people, and there are 2 more places. It was wasted before. Now it happens to be an uncle," Wang Haoren said. "So, you really don't have to give me money." "Since this is the case, thank you, Haoren." Attorney An did not continue to squeeze after listening, but agreed directly and readily. However, his heart was firmly in mind. "Thank you." Su Mayan looked at Wang Haoren's eyes and said sincerely. "Isn't it? What's the relationship between us? Do you still tell me thank you?" Wang Haoren smiled at Su Mayan. This smile is very sunny, with the pair of peach eyes and this handsome face. Few girls are not moved by it. Su Mayan heard it in her ears, sweet in her heart, and looked at each other for a few seconds with Wang Haoren, and quickly turned away her eyes, blushing. Ding, one of the heroines. Su Mayan's favorability for the host increased by 10, and the current total favorability is 70, unswerving affection. Ding, the host greatly influences the plot trend, gaining 800 villain points. The halo of the protagonist of Chubai is -30, and the host villain's halo is +30. Wang Haoren was so happy that he flew up secretly after receiving the prompt message from the system. Adding 800 villain points and 30 villain halo at one time, this reward is considered super luxurious. What's more important is that Su Mayan's goodwill has qualitatively improved. Unswervingly. At this level, even if Wang Haoren did a little too much, Su Mayan would not change his mind. Aside. Attorney An kept his daughter's reaction in his eyes, and couldn't help but stunned. The look in the daughter's eyes is obviously not right. And Wang Haoren's sentence, "No, what's the relationship between us, do you still say thank you to me?" It is even more imaginative. The point is that the daughter did not say any rebuttals. Could it be? Attorney An had some guesses in his mind, but he was relieved soon. The daughter is no longer a child. Young people's affairs, let them young people take care of themselves. And most importantly, this Wang Haoren is really good. It is also her blessing for her daughter to be with such an excellent boy. After all, judging from the family level of both parties, this is a high climb for the daughter. I'll go to your father's side to see. Attorney An didn't bother to be a light bulb, and left with the doctor. Soon, only Wang Haoren and Su Mayan were left in the hall. What nonsense you just said made my mother misunderstood. Su Mayan glanced at Wang Haoren and said a little bit irritably. I didn't say anything. It means that I have been with your classmates for so long. You don't need to say thank you to me for this little effort. Wang Haoren pretended not to know, with an innocent look on his face. Hearing this, Su Mayan's expression showed a touch of disappointment. It turned out that he just regarded me as a classmate. Su Mayan didn't want to be seen by Wang Haoren, tried to control her emotions, and quickly squeezed out a smile, saying, "Hey, didn't you say that you like the flowers from other classes in our school? Do you like that Qin Yunhan or Mu Zhaozhao?" This may seem like a joke, but in fact she has long wanted to ask. It's just that I haven't found a suitable opportunity. Qin Yunhan and Mu Zhaozhao are the names of the other two school flowers. Although Su Mayan is not familiar with them, she knows them and has seen them many times. It's just that I have never dealt with it. Wang Haoren recalled the appearance of this schoolgirl in his memory, and couldn't help commenting. Qin Yunhan's appearance is very good, his temperament is also very good, and he looks taller, just a little bit so flat in front of him. That Mu Zhaozhao has a baby face, very cute, his figure is really exploding, the arc is too exaggerated, but it is shorter than Qin Yunhan. He thought for a moment, and his face looked difficult. These two people have their own merits, if I want to chase after, it's really a bit difficult to choose. Chapter 49 Qin Yunhan. Su Mayan felt a little sour in her ears. It's not that she is narcissistic. In terms of appearance, figure, and temperament, she is not bad at all, even very top-notch. Although not as tall as Qin Yunhan, she also has 165, which is enough for girls. In terms of figure, maybe not as exaggerated as Mu Zhaozhao, but it is also very good. If you don't wear loose school uniforms, but wear some clothes that show your figure, I don't know how many people will be surprised. But why is this guy in front of him only seeing the school flowers of other classes, and he won't look at me more? I am also very beautiful. Ding, the host makes Su Mayan, one of the heroines, jealous and gets 100 villain points. If she can add a bit of a villain to her heart, it can be added to make her jealous. Wang Haoren, who received the message from the system, was slightly surprised. Su Mayan hid her emotions, but did not show it on her face. But she didn't know that Wang Haoren had seen her through. If you had to choose one, who would you choose? Su Mayan asked curiously. Still need to ask, the child makes the choice, he is already an adult. Of course you want all of them. Qin Yunhan. Although he thought so, Wang Haoren would definitely not answer that way. Mu Zhaozhao is also very beautiful and cute, why did you choose Qin Yunhan? Su Mayan continued to ask. She wants to know more about Wang Haoren's aesthetics and concepts and thoughts on mate selection. Compared to that Mu Zhaozhao, I am a little familiar with Qin Yunhan. I still know her dad, so I chose her. Wang Haoren replied casually. Su Mayan nodded, when she wanted to ask Wang Haoren more questions. Outside the door, there was a sound of footsteps and some conversation. Dad, that tile fell on my feet and didn't hit me. It's really okay. Come to some hospital. The speaker was a very young girl, and her tone was very impatient. Although people are okay, aren't you frightened? It is necessary to come for psychological counseling. It will not take much time. Listen to your dad. We will sit here for a while. The psychologist will be here soon. The voice was thick and slightly smoky, and it sounded like a middle-aged man, with a very gentle tone. While talking, the two people also walked into the hall. Sorry, I don't know if there is, Haoren. The middle-aged man was apologetic at first, but he was surprised when he saw the people in the hall. Uncle Qin, hello. Wang Haoren smiled and said hello, then said. This place is so big, if you don't mind Uncle Chin, just sit here for a while. Excuse me, Chin Kai didn't object, and after a polite question, he asked. Why are you still in the hospital at this point? Is it your father or? It's not my parents, it's the father of a classmate of mine, who is going to have an operation here. Wang Haoren explained. While speaking, Wang Haoren glanced at Qin Yunhan and showed a polite smile. Qin Yunhan also smiled back. Qin Kai is also a well-known rich man in Qinling City. He met Wang Xiang and the relationship between the two was fairly good. Qin Yunhan and Wang Haoren met very early. Wang Haoren's memory. The two did not have much contact, and they rarely had contact at school. After all, Wang Haoren, in the original plot only has an unrequited love for Su Mayan. Even if Qin Yunhan is pretty, Wang Haoren doesn't have much thoughts. Of course, even if it was Wang Haoren who had passed through, he didn't actually have much thoughts about Qin Yunhan. Qin Yunhan is from a good family and looks beautiful. Wang Haoren knew that it was not a simple matter to chase her. What Su Mayan said was just teasing her. In Wang Haoren's heart, except for the heroine and Wen Jing who can help him deal with the protagonist, he has no interest in hooking up. Qin Yunhan had no contact with Chu Bai at all, and it should not be the heroine. Wang Haoren had no idea about Qin Yunhan. He and Qin Yunhan smiled, just being polite. After saying hello, Qin Kai and Qin Yunhan did not say anything. Qin Yunhan was playing with her mobile phone on her own. Qin Kai frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. Aside. Seeing that someone was here, Su Mayan was too embarrassed to ask Wang Haoren some personal questions. But she looked at Qin Yunhan curiously. Judging from her woman's eyes, this Qin Yunhan is really beautiful, with a look of 175, really tall, and she can be a model. As for the rumors of Ping, she was a bit overstatement. She is actually quite satisfactory, but she is not particularly outstanding among girls. All in all, this Qin Yunhan is really a super beauty, and she is completely worthy of the name of the schoolgirl. Su Mayan subconsciously compared herself with the other party. Apart from being taller than herself, Qin Yunhan is no worse than her in other respects. Whether it is face value or temperament. But in terms of family background, Su Mayan asked herself to be completely defeated. This Qin Yunhan's family is right in line with Wang Haoren. No wonder he would choose Qin Yunhan, they really match well. Ding, the host makes Su Mayan, one of the heroines, jealous and gets 200 villain points. As Qin Kai and Qin Yunhan stayed for 5 minutes, a little nurse came to inform that the psychiatrist had arrived and was waiting in the consultation room. Qin Kai and Wang Haoren greeted them, and immediately left with Qin Yunhan. After the two went out, Qin Kai said, Yunhan, don't be stubborn anymore. Stay by your bodyguard and don't sneak away by yourself. Fortunately, the tile fell at your feet this time. If it falls on you, the consequences will be disastrous. The bodyguard, even I can't see it, it's useless at all, let's get rid of it quickly. Qin Yunhan looked contemptuous. Expelled. Really? That's great. Qin Yunhan was in a good mood. Dad, I'm an 18-year-old girl. After school, you let a 10-year-old muscular man follow me. I'm so annoyed, you should have done this long ago. Count it down, this is already the 10th bodyguard you chased away. Qin Kai sighed. He offended some people in business, fearing that they would retaliate against his daughter, so he found a bodyguard to protect his daughter. However, Qin Kai was afraid that her daughter would be worried when she said it, which would affect her mentality. After all, my daughter is about to take the college entrance examination. There are actually 10. Qin Yunhan was surprised, and then resolutely said. So, Dad, don't find a bodyguard for me. If I find one, I will drive away one. This matter has not been discussed, the bodyguard must be requested, and I will find the next house, and I will be there in a few days. Qin Kai first expressed his attitude, and then said with relief. This time I am not looking for a tens of years old muscular man, but a young man in the mountains who is about 20 years old. He looks pretty good. You will definitely be satisfied. I will arrange him for you at that time. In class, go to school with you. Oh my God, what do you think, Dad? Go to the mountains to find a hillbilly to protect me. Even go to school with me, I will be laughed to death. Qin Yunhan almost exploded on the spot. Dad, I'll leave the words alone, if you find someone, I'll be ruthless this time, I will tease him, and make him have a shadow, no, make him physically disabled. Qin Yunhan let out a harsh word. If you have the abilities, it's up to you. Qin Kai became relaxed. The bodyguard he was looking for this time was different, but he had real skills. It is absolutely 1000% safe to have him protect his daughter. It's impossible for a daughter to scare people away. Let's take a look. Qin Yunhan snorted. Chapter 50 Supreme Poison Classic. Wang Haoren and Su Mayan waited for more than an hour, and then there was news that Su Zheng's operation was completed. The operation went smoothly, and Su Zheng successfully took out the metal weapon from his body. Su Zheng was lying on the mobile hospital bed and was pushed out of the operating room by the nurse and sent to the nursing ward. Attorney An and Su Mayan finally let go of their hanging hearts. They looked at Su Zheng on both sides, and their faces showed rejoicing smiles. At Su Zheng's request, anesthetics were rarely used. Although the operation has just ended, Su Zheng is in a very clear state. The Su family chatted for a while. Su Zheng knew about the timely inspection to avoid danger and the exemption of medical expenses. Haoren, thank you so much for this. It is a blessing for Yan Yan to have classmates like you in my family. Su Zheng said very gratefully. Ding, the supporting role Su Zheng is more friendly to the host. Su Zheng belongs to the host camp. The host gets 200 villain points, the protagonist of Chubai has a halo of -10, and the host villain has a halo of +10. Uncle Su, you are so polite. Su Mayan and I are classmates. You are my elder. You are so polite to me, I'm afraid that you will betray my junior. Wang Haoren was respectful. With the blessing of the actor-level acting skills, this action was not at all contrived, it was completely like a heartfelt word. Attorney Su Zheng and couldn't help but nod secretly to hearing this. Humble, courteous, and outstanding moral character, this is the true model of the rich. It seems that in the future, there is no need to worry about her daughter coming into contact with him at all, and everything goes with the flow. Although Su Zheng is a tough guy who can bear the pain very much, he still needs a good rest just after the operation. Look at the time. It was already past 12 o'clock at midnight, and it was already very late. Lawyer An stayed to take care of Su Zheng, but Su Mayan had classes tomorrow and needed to go home. After leaving the clinic, Wang Haoren asked the driver to take Su Mayan home first. On the way, Wang Haoren thought about finding a reason to stay overnight at Su Mayan's house. Given Su Mayan's 70-degree favorability for herself, she probably wouldn't refuse. Then, he reaped Su Mayan in the middle of the night. However, this thought only existed in Wang Haoren's mind for dozens of seconds, before he threw it away. Although Su Mayan has a deep affection for him, after all, the relationship between the two is still in the state of classmates. Suddenly jumping like that, Su Mayan couldn't accept it directly. If it is arrogant, it might have a counterproductive effect, reducing Su Mayan's affection for herself. If you don't make it right, the gain may not be worth the loss. Anyway, judging by the degree of Su Mayan's love for him, Chubai was no longer a threat. It's no better than rushing for a while. When Su Mayan's favorability reaches 90, then he can reap without any worries. After thinking about these, Wang Haoren sent Su Mayan home, and immediately returned to her home without even motivating him to stay in Su Mayan. After washing and returning to the bedroom, he did not rest immediately, but checked his panel properties. Host, Wang Haoren. Power value, 289. Charm value, 268. Villain halo, 369. Villain point, 2300. Skills, Master Level Painting and Calligraphy Copying Skills, Master Level Actual Combat Wing Chun, Singer Level Singing Skills, Actor Level Acting Skills, Perspective. The villain has 2,300 points and is very wealthy. But what makes Wang Haoren most happy is the growth of the villain's halo. His villain's halo is 369, so we can know by calculation that Chubai's protagonist's halo is currently 87. Chubai's threat to him is no longer that big. Of course, this does not mean that there is no threat. According to the system, if Wang Haoren does nothing, under the influence of Chubai's protagonist's halo, the original plot will slowly get back on track. Immediately after that, Wang Haoren's villain's halo will be reduced accordingly, and Chubai's protagonist's halo will rise. In general, Wang Haoren and Chubai are at odds. The villain points are as high as 2300, and it's time to spend a wave. Wang Haoren communicates with the system, opens the system mall interface, and immediately consumes 500 villain points to draw. Unfortunately, the host did not draw any rewards. Do you continue to consume 500 villain points to draw rewards? Yes. Unfortunately, the host did not draw any rewards. Do you continue to consume 500 villain points to draw rewards? Yes. Unfortunately, the host did not draw any rewards. Do you continue to consume 500 villain points to draw rewards? Yes. Ding, congratulations to the host for being so lucky to draw the Supreme Poison Classic worth 8,000 villain points. Does it cost 200 villain points to learn? Something worth 8,000 villains, earning must be earning, but what is the use of this stuff? Wang Haoren was a little curious, and then checked the introduction about the Supreme Poison Classic. Supreme Poison Classics, Poison Emperor has exhausted his life's painstaking efforts to write the classics of poison techniques. After comprehending and integrating them, they can kill and invisible. Neobatch. After only reading the short introduction in the previous paragraph, Wang Haoren couldn't help but exclaim secretly. This Supreme Poison Classic is simply exclusive to the supervillain. Learn. Ding, the host spends 200 villain points to initially comprehend the Supreme Poison Classic, and obtains the skill, Advanced Poison Technique. You can consume villain points to upgrade. There are 3 levels of comprehension of the Supreme Poison Classic, namely, Advanced Poison, Grand Master Poison, and Supreme Poison. It takes 1,000 villain points to upgrade from Advanced to Grandmaster level, and 3,000 villain points to upgrade from Grandmaster to Supreme level. Currently he has only 100 villains left. Certainly he can't upgrade his skills, and even if he can upgrade, he won't do that for the time being. Because after stroking the advanced poisonous information he had learned in his mind, he found that it was already powerful enough. It can be easily poisonous to the invisible. To deal with Chubai, that would be a breeze. Kill Chubai directly. This is a very simple way. Chubai was just a clairvoyance ability, unable to deal with this kind of advanced poisoning technique at all. If Wang Haoren really wanted to poison him, it would probably kill him. But he didn't think it was necessary. It would be more cost-effective to squeeze more villain points and halo points from Chubai. This way of squeezing, using the heroine, is the fastest. Thinking of this, Wang Haoren immediately took out his mobile phone and called Wenjing. It was past early morning, and Wenjing should be sleeping, but Wang Haoren was not afraid to disturb her. Wenjing knew that Wang Haoren called her in the middle of the night, and she was too happy to be awake. After the phone rang for a while, Wenjing connected the phone in a daze. Wang Haoren coaxed her first and said something like, "I miss her so I can't sleep." After Wenjing listened, she was so happy that she was completely asleep, and she chatted with Wang Haoren excitedly, wishing to talk till dawn. But Wang Haoren didn't have this interest anymore. After coaxing Wenjing for a while, he went straight to the topic and began to tell Wenjing to do something tomorrow. Chapter 51. Confess if you like it. The next day. As soon as Chubai came to the school, he asked Su Mayan about Suzheng and urged Su Mayan to let Suzheng go to the hospital for an examination. Su Mayan was reluctant to talk to Chubai, but Chubai kept asking questions like a fly. So, she endured the disgust in her heart, and simply explained that with the help of Wang Haoren, Suzheng had already undergone surgery last night. When Chubai heard this, his whole body was stupid. He originally wanted to take this to win Su Mayan's favor, but now it seems that this opportunity is gone. Angrily, Chubai cursed at Wang Haoren in his heart. Reading early. The sound of books in the classroom is loud. Chubai was depressed for a while, trying to adjust his mentality. From the current situation, it seems impossible to continue to destroy the relationship between Wang Haoren and Su Mayan. It is better to focus on the composition, cooperate with cheating, and get a super high score. At that time, you can go to a university with Su Mayan. And during the holidays, you can make a lot of money using perspective. If you have money, you will get a month first when you are close to the water. Chubai felt that he still had a chance to catch Su Mayan. As for before the exam, Su Mayan and Wang Haoren got close. Chubai was not worried. In this class, many people know it. Su Mayan would not fall in love before the exam. As long as Wang Haoren and Su Mayan have not determined the relationship between their boyfriend and girlfriend, he still has a chance. After Chubai made up his mind, he immediately picked up a sample composition and studied it. Composition is not easy to copy. Researching this will benefit him the most. Another part of the classroom. While reading in the morning, Su Mayan looked at Wang Haoren's seat from time to time. The seat is empty. Wang Haoren did not come to the morning class. Su Mayan worried whether Wang Haoren overslept because he went back too late yesterday. She wanted to call and ask. It's a pity that she never brought her mobile phone to school. Do you want to borrow your classmate's cell phone to ask? Yen, what do you always look at from Wang Haoren's position? When Su Mayan was struggling, Wen Jing's voice suddenly came. I guess he didn't come to the morning reading, maybe he overslept and wanted to call him, or else you could borrow my cell phone to use it. Su Mayan said. Wen Jing took out her phone, but did not give Su Mayan to Su Mayan immediately, but hurriedly smiled. Why do you seem to care about Wang Haoren? Nothing. Su Mayan dodged his eyes, not daring to look Wen Jing's eyes directly, and quickly explained. Last night he made it very late because of my father's affairs, so he just cares about it. Is it really just like this? Wen Jing looked unbelieving. Really, give me the phone. Su Mayan didn't dare to talk more with Wen Jing, for fear that her thoughts would be seen by her. Looking at how nervous you are, I have known you for so long, don't you know you? You clearly like Wang Haoren. Wen Jing said in a positive tone. Su Mayan was startled, suddenly panicked, and looked at the classmates on the left and right. It was only a sigh of relief when no one noticed. You, don't talk nonsense. Looking at you like this, it's acquiescence, but don't worry, I am not a talkative person. Wen Jing relieved Su Mayan's emotions, and then whispered in her ear. Since you like Wang Haoren, why don't you tell him? If you like him, just confess it. I don't want to say such a shameful thing. Su Mayan's head shook. What's shameful about this? Go try it, I support you. Wen Jing urged. I'm not. Wang Haoren doesn't seem to mean that at all to me. If I get rejected, then I'll have no face to meet people. Coward, you are so beautiful, a normal man would like you. Wen Jing encouraged. Really? Please, you should be more confident. You are a schoolboy. I think if you confess to Wang Haoren, you have at least a 90% chance of success. Su Mayan was a little moved by the words, and after hesitating for a while, she lost her thoughts again. It's better not to. Study now is the most important thing. I don't want to fall in love for the time being. If I want to confess, I should wait until the exam is over. After the exam is over, there is no place for you. Maybe Wang Haoren went after another beautiful girl. You didn't hear him say that you are interested in those 2 school flowers in other classes. You don't want to confess now. Don't regret it when the time comes. Wen Jing hated that iron could not become steel. Su Mayan's heart was shaken, but for a while he still made up his mind. Jingle bell. The bell has rang after class. It's time to go to the cafeteria for breakfast. Su Mayan didn't move in her seat, still tangled in her heart. I don't know how long it took, when Su Mayan saw Wang Haoren walk in from the door, and then temporarily retreated from the tangled state. Why didn't you come to morning class and overslept? Su Mayan smiled sweetly. Right. Wang Haoren nodded. He slept too late yesterday, so he made up for a while this morning. Then did you have breakfast? Su Mayan asked again. No. Oh, you didn't eat it either, do you want me to buy it for you? Su Mayan said enthusiastically. Wang Haoren was stunned for a moment, then looked at Su Mayan a few more times. Su Mayan suddenly felt a little guilty, and quickly explained. I haven't eaten either, so I will ask you by the way, see if you need me to bring you things. No, I have no appetite. Wang Haoren shook his head. Actually. Su Mayan held the words in her heart. As she said it in one breath, she swallowed it back when she came to her mouth. What do you want to say? Wang Haoren asked. It's nothing, it's nothing. Su Mayan shook her head and smirked. When Wang Haoren saw Su Mayan's abnormality, he could vaguely guess that it was Wen Jing's instigation that had the effect. But Su Mayan was obviously not determined in this way. Since this is the case, let's just have some catalyst. Wang Haoren didn't return to his seat anymore, and suddenly walked outside the classroom. The entrance of the classroom is next to the stairs. Wang Haoren stood on the balcony of the corridor, pretending to look at the scenery below, but in fact he was waiting for someone, or catalyst. About 5 minutes later. People are coming. This is a tall, beautiful girl. It is Qin Yunhan. When Wang Haoren went upstairs just now, he saw Qin Yunhan go downstairs. But Qin Yunhan's classroom is not far from Wang Haoren's classroom. Qin Yunhan wants to return to the classroom, and the staircase is almost necessary. Qin Yunhan bumped into Wang Haoren, smiled as usual, and said hello. Immediately, she was ready to go back to the classroom. Qin Yunhan. Wang Haoren suddenly said. He deliberately said this loudly. Su Mayan, who was not far from the door of the classroom, heard it all. She couldn't help but look sideways, looking towards Wang Haoren's position. Wang Haoren pretended not to know, and focused on Qin Yunhan. Ah, what do you call me? Qin Yunhan turned around. She couldn't say that she had any good feelings towards Wang Haoren, and the two parties didn't say much, but they knew each other for a long time, and she could be regarded as a half-acquaintance. It's nothing, I just saw you go to consult a psychologist yesterday, wanting to ask how things are going. Wang Haoren casually found a topic to start a chat. He didn't care what he talked about. What he cared about was that Su Mayan wanted to see herself chatting with Qin Yunhan. Chapter 52 New Protagonist. When it comes to this, Qin Yunhan is very depressed. I was just a little frightened, and the psychiatrist also said that there was no problem at all. I didn't go back until early in the morning, and I didn't sleep well. I was so annoying. I blamed my dad for making fuss. The tone and attitude when speaking was obviously a little princess-sick. But this is also normal. Qin Yunhan was born rich and honorable, and she was a respectable daughter. And Qin Kai was very arrogant to her, and he came and went, which created Qin Yunhan's character. For this kind of girl with princess disease, Wang Haoren really doesn't want to be bothered. However, in order to catch the fish Su Mayan, he could only reluctantly continue to talk. Uncle Qin cares about you too, so don't blame him. Huh, he doesn't care about me, I think he is torturing me, don't you know how much my dad is, he always finds bodyguards for me. Qin Yunhan looked very angry. Good point, why did you find a bodyguard? Wang Haoren asked curiously. I don't know. He has already found 10 for me, all of them were taken away by my thoughts. As a result, he still didn't give up. This time he had to find a 20-year-old hillbilly from Shanyao, said that if I was arranged in my class and protected me while reading with me, I would be crazy. Qin Yunhan vomited bitterly. The more Wang Haoren listened, frowning more tightly, she couldn't help asking. Did Uncle Qin tell you that this time the bodyguard is very powerful? Yes, how do you know, did you hear us talking? Qin Yunhan looked at Wang Haoren in surprise. Wang Haoren did not answer immediately. Because he was a little broken in his heart now. The bodyguard from Shanyao, about 20 years old, the princess's sick schoolgirl. This Nima. Why does it sound like a supermaster of school flowers? Wang Haoren currently has 100 villain points left and can query the character's panel information once. Female lead, Qin Yunhan. Power value, 19. Charm value, 199. Female lead halo, 532. Skills, none. Favorite degree to host, 10, ordinary acquaintances. Really? I really guessed it by myself. It should have long been thought of, how could Qin Yunhan be such a beautiful schoolgirl with such a good family background, how could he be just a soy sauce figure? Only the heroine fits her position. With Wang Haoren's experience in acquiring numerous urban online novels, he can be sure. The person from that mountain is definitely a supermaster, with a variety of skills, not comparable to Chu Bai's protagonist from The Tale of a Crane. Let's not mention anything else. Combat power alone is absolutely terrifying. Otherwise, it's impossible to be a bodyguard. But he is the villain in the protagonist Chu Bai's plot, shouldn't he be able to get along with the supermaster protagonist? Wang Haoren was a little uncertain, but now Qin Yunhan is right in front of him, and it is inconvenient for him to communicate with the system. Why don't you speak anymore? You haven't answered my question yet. Qin Yunhan saw Wang Haoren in a daze, so she spoke again. I didn't hear you talking, but I think Uncle Qin finds someone from the mountain to protect you. He must think he is unique, so I just asked. I don't know if there is anything extraordinary, but it must be scumbags. If this kind of person follows me all day, I will be laughed at by my classmates. Qin Yunhan was worried. If you don't want to let him be by your side, don't let that person come over. Wang Haoren immediately stunned. No matter if the supermaster protagonist doesn't get along with him, but he must rush with his villain, it's better to get rid of him. My dad has talked with others, and he will come in a few days, and he will arrange it directly in my class. Qin Yunhan felt helpless. Arrange enrollment directly. Then you can start from this aspect to prevent that person from enrolling. Wang Haoren suggested. I can decide this. My dad knows the school manager. It is too easy to arrange for one person to enroll. I actually have a solution for this. Well, then you help me. Qin Yunhan was very excited and couldn't help shaking Wang Haoren's arm. If Uncle Qin knows, he will probably blame me, or not. Wang Haoren deliberately lost his appetite. If you don't tell me, who will know? I beg you. Qin Yunhan begged softly. All right, but I need to know more information, and you have to do what I said. Wang Haoren's voice became quieter as he said. Qin Yunhan couldn't hear clearly and couldn't help but cling to her ears. In this scene of Su Mayan not far away, Fang's heart is mixed. Ding, the host makes Su Mayan, one of the heroines, jealous and gets 100 villain points. After Wang Haoren finished speaking, she straightened her body. Qin Yunhan was excited, and immediately exchanged phone calls with Wang Haoren, and then went back to the classroom happily. After Wang Haoren watched Qin Yunhan disappear from his field of vision, he withdrew his gaze and returned to his seat in the classroom. During the whole process, Wang Haoren deliberately did not go to see Su Mayan. However, he could guess that Su Mayan must be filled with a lot of blockage now. Now, Wang Haoren only needs to wait. However, while waiting, Wang Haoren communicated with the system. If I fix Chubai, will there be nothing to threaten me from now on? Back to the host, even if Chubai loses the identity of the protagonist, you are still the villain and will still conflict with other protagonists. Then can I hide and live in seclusion? Back to the host, the villain's halo naturally attracts the protagonist's hatred, and it's useless for the host to hide at the ends of the world. Is there any way I can avoid conflicts with the protagonist? The host commits suicide to avoid conflict with the protagonist. Nima thought this system was very smart. It turned out to be a mentally retarded. Wang Haoren spit out, and asked again. Then how many protagonists are there in this world? Back to the host, there is no corresponding data in the system, please explore with confidence. Gone. This world is so big, the ghost knows how many protagonists there are. Is it possible that I have to kill all the protagonists in this world so that I can live my life at ease? Wang Haoren only thinks that one head is too big. After a while, he calmed down his mind. Anyway, he is powerless to change, and can only continue to be the supervillain. When you see the protagonist, the hammer is over. Leisure time in the afternoon. Wang Haoren was sitting in his seat, reading with a book. The phone vibrated suddenly. It's a message from Wenjing's mobile phone number. Su Mayan, is waiting for you at the flower garden. I have something to tell you. Seeing this message, Wang Haoren was not surprised. Because Wang Haoren noticed that Su Mayan had been utterly unsettled all morning. It seemed that she finally couldn't hold back anymore, and wanted to confide in herself. Wang Haoren was not in a hurry. After reading the book for a while, he slowly left the classroom and headed to the target location.